and our Dallas Cowboys channel. Jace Andrews alongside Tom Downey here with you for live 2024 NFL draft coverage. We've got you covered for every single pick all night long, and of course, all throughout the weekend from rounds 1 through round 7. We've got analysis on every single pick. Obviously, we are live right now on the Chat Sports main channel, but wanted to make sure we included all of our other channels as well. So Tom, host of the Cowboys, I'm with the Chiefs. Now we're both live here on main channel and talking about the 2024 draft. And hey, I think it's one of the best days of the year for the NFL right now, right?
Yes, it is. So simulcast for now here until pick 17, 18, somewhere in that range for the Cowboys, depending on timing, and till about pick 28, 29, somewhere in that range for Jace over on our Chiefs channel. So we'll have some fun for the entirety of tonight's NFL draft with about a half hour to go.
That's pretty good. Why don't we get this draft started? If you are in the chat, shout out your city. Where are you watching today's live stream from? Because we've got sports fans all across the globe. What's the coolest place you're watching from? How about that? We got El Paso, Texas in the chat, Duncan, Oklahoma, Galesburg, Illinois, Newport, Virginia, Tim Weaver from Indy, Jasper, Alabama, and Trini Blood from Toronto. And then we got one saying Würzburg, Germany. What are you seeing over there, Tom?
I'm seeing St. Louis, San Antonio, New Jersey, Cincinnati, Connecticut, Charlotte, North Carolina, Oxford, North Carolina, Seattle, El Paso, Japan, Bartlesville, Monroe, Michigan, Raceland, Kentucky, Japan, Niagara Falls, H-Town, St. Louis, Rutherford, New Jersey, Germany's in there, Roseville, Carlsbad, another Austria, nice, Mongolia in there, UK going international today. Love to see it. Pinkton, Overpeck, Louisiana, Austria. My guy CJ DeYoung super chatting on Cowboys, saying he's over in El Paso watching on the Cowboys Report. Thanks, CJ. I appreciate that. Just a $2 one, but thank you. Naples, Reston, Norwich, Yukon, McAllen, Texas, Fayetteville, Tennessee, Indianapolis as well.
Over on the Chiefs channel, we got people from Minneapolis, Tonganoxie, my guy Paul Amos, Ottawa, Kansas from Airman Cole, Glow King from Chihuahua, South Carolina, Larry Shelton living in Houston, Texas, but born in Kansas City. We appreciate y'all hanging out with us right here on our live coverage of the 2024 NFL Draft. We will have every single pick and analysis for every single player. Let's talk the draft order for tonight, bringing up everything. Obviously, 1, 2, and 3, Bears, Commanders, Patriots. You have to expect a quarterback for each one of those three. Past that, though, that's where the fun begins. We got the Cardinals, who we expect to be Marvin Harrison Jr., and then 5, 6, 7, and 8. Chargers, Giants, Titans, Falcons. 3 of these guys have been mentioned in trade talks. Chargers could trade back. Giants could trade up. Falcons could trade back. Titans seem to be pretty locked in at 7, but you never really know. And then 9 and 10 with the Bears and Jets. Bears have really talked a lot about Rome Odunze, but they're obviously listening to any offers that are out there. So the top 10, very interesting, I think, past about 4-ish.
Yeah.
That's where things start to get a little more interesting. Jimmy Fowler comes on saying, after asking around, pretty clear much of the top 10 is at least moderately open for business on a potential trade back. Here is 3 through 10 and what they are willing to do right now. Patriots are open to trading. Cardinals are open to trading. The Chargers, 7 to 11. They have a specific range that they're willing to go back to.
Well, no, he meant that they were open like 7-11 is open.
That's.
How do you guys not get that immediately? There's like 100 of them around the office.
I don't know, man. Oh, well. All right, well, take my youngest. I don't know. Titans, willing to listen, soft open. Falcons, Bears, and Jets are all open. So I'm assuming then the Chargers are extra open. Is that what that means?
Exactly. They're the one that actually
Already
wants
open,
to trade
correct.
down. Everyone else will be like, well, make us an offer. Yeah. It's a little bit whatever.
All right, there you go. If you're watching right now, you want to get on the show, we got a bunch of different ways you can do that. Hit the like button first of all. I just did a Bean Boozled. Got liver and onions. It's not great. I can still taste it. I would like to get that out of my mouth. Number 10, talk about your team. We're going to be talking about a bunch of different teams. If you want to get on the show, we want you to talk about yours. Guess what? A $10 super chat, we can get that. $20, you're going to get on your super raffle. We've got raffles for every single team there. So if you're the winner, you're going to get a pretty good prize pack for stuff from your team, along with some chat sports items, and then some tortilla slaps for $50. Still haven't had one of those while I've been on, and I really want to see at least somebody get slapped, even if that is me. Plus, our MVP tonight going to get a jersey of whichever team of you're choosing for their draft pick tonight. That is the highest super or Venmo for today. So getting on the show pretty easy there, getting on with those super chats. And 24 minutes to go. It's a good time.
Closer to the likes on the chat sports stream. We're a little under 400 away from me to do another Bean Boozled, which will be fun.
Yeah, maybe you can get some liver and onions there. Lord Buddy Bear with a $2 super chat saying, does Parsons get moved tonight? Tom?
No.
There you go. Kurgan with a $5 super chat saying, or actually, he got a little sticker there. Sheba Dog clapping his hands. Kurgan, we will clap our hands for you. We appreciate you. Hey, Kurgan's the MVP.
He has a sizable lead for it. Sizable lead.
Pretty good.
Yep.
CJ DeYoung also coming in here, coming in from Cowboys, I believe. Here in the Cowboys report, El Paso.
Thank you, CJ.
We don't wife these 304s, $5 super chat saying, would you rather listen to draft coverage by Stephen A. and Skip or Broussard and Bart Scott?
Yeah, it's a trick question. You'd rather listen to Chat Sports.
That was my answer, too.
Good job, Producer Jack.
The
answer is Broussard and Scott, because Scott at least knows ball a little bit.
Chris B., $2 saying, I'd say more than 60% Cowboys trade back. Tom?
Depends on how the board falls. You know, if a Barton or Fautanu's there, I think they stay. Otherwise, I think there's a really good chance they trade back and get more assets, which they need.
I'll let you read this next one, Tom, because I obviously didn't get the joke.
Tom, there's still child labor laws in this country, 7-Eleven. He's calling you a child.
I am.
Is what he's doing.
This is what I am. And then back on the chat support, Kurgan saying Houston Texans, $20. I believe he wants us to talk about the Houston Texans who acquired Stephon Diggs.
Sure, we can do that. He's also into the raffle, another entry for him. He's got a couple of those.
I think he may win the MVP in the raffle.
We won't really get to talk about Houston, I don't think, today.
At least not today. Yeah.
There's no first-round pick for them.
Their first-round pick was Stephon Diggs, basically.
Kind of, yeah. I mean, they did all those weird, wacky moves to go get Diggs in the end. I think they'll probably, like, a linebacker makes sense to me. I think if they think one of those guys can be like similar to their version of Fred Warner, I think that would be appealing to them. Corner still stands out depending on how the board falls. It's tough to know, like, what's the team in the 40s going to do? I don't know. Let's see how it all plays out in the end.
I mean, the good thing for the Houston Texans is last year in this spot it was, you have to get a quarterback. Oh, you have to get this. Oh, if you get this. Now it's, I mean, you got a lot of good places. Maybe linebacker when you get to your pick in the 40s. But 1 year split, that's a pretty good way to do that for the Houston Texans. So pretty good for them. Let's take a look at some quarterbacks not named Caleb Williams and maybe who will have the best career in the NFL in the next coming years. Is it Jaden Daniels, type JD for him? You think Drake Maye will have the best career? Type DM. If you are delusional and think JJ McCarthy will have the best career, then type JJ. So get in there and let me know what you think there. I'm going probably JD or DM in my mind.
I think a good thing to mention is that where these guys go plays a big factor.
It's a big portion.
And fair or not, they are often made or broken by their situations, their supporting structure, both by the team and everything else from their support system personally as well. You know, if you go to a bad football team, it's tough to have success if you have no playmakers out there. That's why the Bears are such a great landing spot this year.
And you get Caleb Williams and you have the number 9 pick there to help fill out the spot as well.
You already have DJ Moore and you go get Keenan Allen.
Yeah. Your defense was already pretty good last year.
Yeah, good spot to be.
You're in a solid spot. I think for JJ McCarthy, he may have the best short-term success, but maybe not the best long-term success. Let's see what we got in the chat. Kingston here on the chat sports page saying Jaden Daniels. Bethan Dix calling me out saying JJ. Dennis Royal saying Drake Maye. We got Kingston, Jaden Daniels. Katrina Jones, Jaden Daniels. Bethany Dix with JJ once again. Everything Hudson saying JJ or Jaden Daniels. King saying Rattler. Highly doubt that'll happen.
if you say so. I'm not sold on Rattler. So
over on the Chiefs channel, Paul Amos saying JD for Jaden Daniels. Drake Maye from Lisa Cheney and Jonathan Light saying Jaden Daniels as well. Let's take a look at the big board here with the top QBs available and what exactly we see from all of them. So Spencer Rattler, you see him at number 7, but before that, number 1 through 3, pretty obvious. Williams, Maye, Daniels, McCarthy, pretty securely in that number 4 slot at this point, I would have to say. 5, 6, 7, and 8. Kind of an interesting quadruplet there with Penix, Nix, Rattler, and Pratt.
Bigger fall-offs here. Williams is number 1, first-round grade for me. Drake Maye is number 6 overall, first-round grade. He's number 2 quarterback, obviously. Daniels, later, but still first-round grade. He's my number 3 quarterback. JJ McCarthy has a second-round grade for me, just outside my top 32. there's just more projection involved there for me from that standpoint. Michael Penix has an early third, and he's in my top 65, but we can't dismiss the medical, and he also doesn't attack the middle of the field. That scares me. Bo Nix played in a fake offense that didn't ask him to do anything but get the ball quickly, and that scares me, but he was 10 times better than he was at Auburn, so good job there. Third round grade, more of a later round grade there. Rattler has a 5th, and so does Michael Pratt. Obviously, Rattler's ahead of him from that perspective. I think Spencer Rattler is a trap where you will see the occasional, like, ooh, that's a really good play right there. Maybe we can still get the most out of him, but we're also like 4 years in. So at a certain point, like, being the flash guy when that's all you've been over your career kind of scares me a little bit. Right system, I think you could have some success, but I think you're banking on a lot more development, and developmental older prospects aren't as intriguing to me because, to a certain extent, that's kind of who they end up being. Today's show is made possible by Mando. Spring into the season with a deodorant that can handle the heat. Mando is clinically proven to work hard all day. Instead of covering up BO with heavy fragrances, Mando stops odor at the source, stopping the stink from happening in the first place. Created by a doctor, Mando whole body deodorant is powerful enough for the toughest body odor, but also gentle enough to use everywhere, allowing you to use it on maybe your family jewels or whatever. Mando's starter pack is perfect for new customers. It comes with a solid stick deodorant, cream tube deodorant, 2 free products of your choice, such as the mini body wash and deodorant wipes, and free shipping as well. We also have a discount code for you guys, $5 off the starter pack with our code CHAT. That equates to over 40% off your starter pack with code CHAT. Go to shopmando.com, that's shopmando.com, and use that promo code CHAT for $5 off. That's over 40% off your starter pack, by the way. Links in the comments and the description of today's show. Appreciate Mando sponsoring us here at both NFL Daily, the Cowboys Report, and Chiefs Report, since we are simulcasting at this moment on those 3 channels, and more simulcasts to come in the not-too-distant future there, Jace.
No, lots of things going on. Really do appreciate Mando being a sponsor for all of our draft coverage this weekend. Pretty nice deal for them. By the way, we are doing a little bit of a little social deal where if you go comment on Mando's latest Instagram post, I believe it was we settled on, you can go on there. We're going to give shout-outs to whoever goes and spams Chat Sports on their newest post. Or excuse me,
no, you're
spamming
right.
Draft. There we go. On their latest post. We're going to put that link in the chat right now. I've got the Instagram post up so I can see the comments as they come in. Go comment Draft. We're going to put that link in the chat right now. So click on that. Go comment Chat. And I'll give some shout-outs. Excuse me, Draft. Gosh. My bad there. Draft. And we will see you there. Give you some shout-outs on that one. So we'll kind of let those full in right now.
Yeah, give you guys some time. We will revisit this. We promise you. It's just when you're going to a different app, you need a little bit extra time to
take some time to scroll off there. Go
from
ahead
that
and perspective.
Is closer and closer to the actual draft. Looking forward to get it starting, even though it doesn't really start for like at least 15 minutes because the Bears are going to take their entire time.
Oh yeah,
which I know why the NFL does it. We have known for months it's going to be Caleb Williams. I think it'd be really cool if like Goodell walks out and goes, the Bears are on the clock, walks off stage, walks back on and goes, the pick is in, it's Caleb Williams. We all knew that. I think it'd be really cool. Like, wow, okay, we're moving along tonight.
It would be nice. And I'll tell you from experience, I actually went to the NFL draft last year in Kansas City. Beautiful experience, by the way, first of all. Second of all, the time in between feels so much longer when you're there. Because you hear the pick, and then you just see that clock go, and you're like, oh, boy. Mm-hmm. And, of course, in those top 10, all the time is going to tick off until that pick comes in. Use it all. It's crazy. Like the video, we're trying to get 50% of our audience today get on the likes. Right now, we got about 1,700 likes. We got 5,000 people watching. It means we need about 2,600 likes on this little stream we got going on. It helps us out and helps grow this stream bigger and bigger. Obviously, with the draft, we want this party pumping by the time round 1 gets fully underway. So hit that like button. We're at 1,755 and counting. I want to see that at 2,000 before the draft starts. 2,000,
it's a bean boozled for me because every 500 likes, it's one of those nasty jelly beans. Or maybe it tastes well. Maybe you get lucky and it's tutti frutti. or you don't, and it's sneaky socks,
or liver and onions,
or it's pomegranate, or it's old bandage, which not many
bandage.
trash cans in here to avoid puking there.
My big
Harrison's
question-
come close a few times. He's come close.
How in the world do they get these flavors? Like,
I don't know. They're sick people. They're sick individuals. That's how it happens. And we're also sick for doing it as well. So 150 likes away. I feel good about getting there before the draft actually starts in under 15 minutes. But the sooner the better, because it also allows us to continue to grow and get more audience here at Chat Sports.
Diana Rossini having a report here saying the Chicago Bears are very open for business. 7-Eleven. At number 9, telling teams they are ready to move for the right price. Per a source.
Of course they are. Like, everyone's available at the right price, That's how things tend to operate. Like, it's just, sure. Of course they are. Like, let's see how the board falls. Like, it would be weird if they were like, no, we're not listening to any calls at 9. And if there's a guy they want, they take him. If not, then they'll look to trade down. Like, it's not, I don't know. I just find the whole thing very disappointing. Or it's like, of course that's how it is. Outside the top 2 teams, everyone's open. Everyone's open. They want to hear what's going on. They want to see what could happen.
You would be silly not to listen to offers.
Exactly. You'd be dumb to. So,
all right, let's go check in on our Mando little thing here. See if we got any comments on that latest Instagram post. Don't see any just yet. I don't know if you maybe have a different place. I know.
Sad. Get in there. Go spam draft over there. Guaranteed shout out.
Yeah.
Guaranteed shout out.
I don't see any on this latest post, but we'll put that link back in the chat. Once again, it's the easiest way to get a shout out here. Easiest way. You can go check it out there and comment draft, and we will make sure. And hey, no comments yet, but you could be the first one to be the comment on there, first of all. Pretty cool. Second of all, first one to get a shout out in result of it. I don't know about you, that sounds like a pretty dang good deal for just going on there and commenting draft. 5 letters. Not that hard. Yeah, I saw that on the monitor above my head. The Eagles and star wide receiver A.J. Brown have agreed to terms on a new 3-year extension for $96 million, the highest for any wide receiver in NFL history. He's now under contract through 2029, and his total guarantee of $84 million is also the highest. The deal, his third at 27, was done by his agent NCAA. Obviously, this comes on the tails of the Amon-Ra St. Brown deal just a day ago.
Eagles just paid Devonta Smith and A.J. Brown massive figures for 2 receivers. Justin Jefferson, very excited. Like, great, I'm going to beat that number. CeeDee Lamb, good thing Jerry Jones said he wasn't ready to make a move yet, because the price just keeps on going up. The leaves are falling, Jerry.
Yeah, Jerry's going to keep putting in tough spots.
Great job, Jones boys. Great job.
I should have kept doing that. All right, well, speaking of this now, A.J. Brown officially with the Eagles until 2029. He is a top blank wide receiver. What do we think in the NFL? What number do you think he is in here?
Top 8? So there's a lot of good ones in that range.
I was going to say 7.
I think somewhere in that range, and you can argue even above that.
Correct, you could. I mean, there's times where he's probably one of the top 5. The problem is I think there's somewhat of some inconsistencies throughout the past 2 years or so. Just a tad in like a game here, a game there, where it wasn't maybe the best as all that. But what are you thinking? Put that number in the chat. A.J. Brown is a top blank wide receiver. Give some shout-outs to any of your thoughts down in the comments here. By the way, we are closing in on 50 likes away from 2,000 likes. It means, Tom, better get the Bean Boozled ready, because you're going to be having some fun
I'm looking
here.
forward to it.
That's one way to say it. Well, by the way, get in there, see if we have any. Do we have any?
Well, you meant the comment ones.
Yeah, I'm looking at it.
I see 5 from Evan W. Tiny Man says 5. Dalton's 100.
Tim's got 5.
10 says Lando. Bethany
50.
says 5. D-Nice says 10. Beth says there's an issue with the latest post on Mando, so check that, by the way. 5, 5, 6, 10, 10, 8, 15, 4, 15, 1, 6, 10. Nothing above 5 or below 5. So 5. 4, 8, 5, 6, 6, 7, 5, 10, 10, 5, 7, 1, 6, 7, 5, 7, 3, 6, 5 to 12, 7, 4, 7, 7, 1, 10, 7, 7, 5, 5 to 10, 10, 6, 4. So pretty consistent, like somewhere in that top 10. Not that many in the top 5, but that's also how the market tends to go. Like, I think most of us would put A.J. Brown over Amon-Ra St. Brown as well.
So.
And when Chase gets paid and maybe Brandon Ayuk gets paid in that same range and CeeDee Lamb and Jefferson, all of a sudden that top 5 deal, because you did it first, that top deal ends up being like maybe top 5.
Well, I think that's exactly why Justin Jefferson kind of waited a little bit, because he wants to be the top one for a long time. So hit that subscribe button as well. We got to 372,000, but now we're on the route to 373,000. Already 200 subscribers on the way there and counting. So if you're new here, we're putting out NFL content all throughout draft season. Throughout the next 3 days, we'll be live, every single one of them, analyzing every single pick. Is that the right word? Analyzing. There you go. I was about to say that didn't
Got
sound
some
right.
great pronunciations today, I've noticed. It's kind of interesting.
There you go. We're going to be live for every single pick and have analysis on every single one of them. So hit that subscribe button. Plus, we got coverage of the NFL and a lot throughout the entirety of the year, so you're not going to miss out on anything. Jaquel Powell coming in with a $2 super chat in China Sports saying, what happened to the beer bongs?
We got them available for Cowboys later tonight. I have been told I can't get as fun. I can't have as much fun. That's what I was told.
There you go. Justin coming in here saying $5 on Cowboys. Ready for Jerry Jones to draft Michael Penix at 24. Really never know what this.
I'd be kind of blown away because they didn't, that we know of, meet with him, and that would be kind of like they didn't even meet with the quarterback they took. I'd be very surprised by that.
Dwayne Jackson saying, Tom, what are your thoughts on UCF wide receiver Javon Baker? Maybe the Cowboys can snag him in the 3rd.
I got him in the 3rd. He's in my top 90, so I think there's a good chance he ends up being available.
Foxtrot Gaming, what's up, Tom? At the draft this week, going to Kentucky Derby next week. Let's go Cowboys.
Nice. That'll be a blast.
Jeffrey Brisson, how do you feel about the Cowboys drafting Brian Thomas in the 1st round if JPJ isn't there?
Not even sure JPJ is their target. Might be Jackson Powell or might be Graham Barton. If Brian Thomas is there, I think that would be an option for them. Also, Joe Milton's a tight end. He's not a quarterback. He's not. I'm sorry. He's Tyree Jackson 2.0.
Michael Sutton, are JPJ stats a little deceiving since Oregon offense was a lot of quick passes?
From a pass protection stat, yes. They did protect him a little bit, but he allowed like 1 hurry. So that's still really good.
$10 from Brandon. Dallas needs to trade back to 34 via a Coupler trade. Trade 24 to Buffalo, then from 28. Then trade 24 to 34, rack up 3, 4, 5, and 6 picks. So lots of trades.
And then he says, and I'm fine with that plan, but then he says draft Jonathan Brooks at 34. That you lost me right there. I don't want Brooks at 34. I think he's going to be there at 56. If he's not, there's going to be a good back.
Yeah, there you go. Tom, when the Cowboys are on the clock in the 1st, barring if they don't trade, what pick in the 1st round would be a head scratch for the Cowboys?
Quarterback would surprise me. Brooks would. We're 24 floors up. They're going to have to hold me back if they take Brooks at 24.
And then Jahad Busi saying, God help us this weekend.
The vibes are bad, folks. The vibes are bad.
C.J. DeYoung III, what are they singing at the draft?
I don't know. We don't hear national anthem stuff.
That's the national anthem.
There we go.
Yeah.
Thank you, Jack.
You can't have fun tonight, Tom. Sorry.
We'll have some fun when we go solo Cowboys later tonight. It's the simulcast right now on the Chat Sports Chiefs and Cowboys channel. I also have a Bean Boozle to do.
You do.
So.
Why don't we do that real quick? I'll read Kevin Cogson's super chat real quick. This is for Petty. Go Browns. Wolf.
Petey.
I'm assuming Petey, yeah.
Yes, let's go.
Oh, you're kidding me.
It's the blue.
You got toothpaste at work.
Yeah, toothpaste or berry blue. Let's go.
Come on. You're joking.
It's berry blue. Let's go.
Not only did you get the best one, you got the good flavor on the best one.
That's really good, too.
I can't wait for my barf the next time up. That's going to be great. But I'll take it. We are
delicious.
Already on the road to that. 2,000 likes and counting. 7,000 people now watching. So make sure you're hitting that like button because I don't know about you, Tom. I'm ready for this draft to start because it's been about a month or so now of just mock drafts, draft news, draft rumors. And now, forget news and rumors. We just get to see what happens.
If we get to 3,000 likes before the draft starts, it's 5 minutes. Once Goodell comes out and says the Bears are on the clock, which might be a little bit longer, by the way, given the way the NFL operates, and his back surgery, because he threw out his back like three years ago and finally got it fixed, I will beer bong this Red Bull. Or I guess I'll bong this Red Bull. So 900 likes to go between 7,000 people. I think that's pretty reasonable.
I think it is.
I can get all jacked up on Red Bull instead of Mountain Dew. up to you guys to get us there.
Dark Matter Wolf, $2 on the Cowboys saying Dak for Pat's third pick. QB for Cowboys. This one's on chat sports.
I don't think Dak would want to go
No.
to the Patriots.
I don't think
he has the no trade clause.
I don't think the Patriots want Dak.
I think they want their new young quarterback.
Correct. Let's talk about the best available over here. Number 1, Marvin Harrison Jr., Malik Neighbors, and Caleb Williams here on Downey's board. Joe Alt, number 4, talked about him. Rome Odunze, Drake Maye, Brock Bowers, and Olu Fashanu. Those are the top 8. Any places there. And then we got number 9 through 16 on Tom's board. Taliese, Dallas Turner, Quinyon Mitchell, Troy Fautanu, Graham Barton, Amarius Mims, Johnny Newton, and Byron Murphy. Very
I will
offensive
risk
heavy.
it all for Amarius Mims. He's not raw. He's just inexperienced. And if the NFL wants to let Johnny Newton fall out of the first round, just like they let Brian Branch, that's fine. They can be wrong, and I can be correct again.
Tom being correct. Name a better deal.
Brian Branch was a top 10 prospect last year, and those idiots let him fall out of the first round. Congrats, Detroit.
30 Racks with a super chat here on Chat Sports saying, Tom, you and Chase ate the goats. Can Chef Howie
Are the goats.
Are the goats, I'm assuming. I'm not the greatest at fixing autocorrect in my head here. Bradbury in the draft, and can you find a good old lineman on day 2?
I don't think they're going to be able to find a ticket for Bradbury. I think they're going to be stuck with him, unless they trade assets, which kind of defeats the whole purpose there. I think you can find a good offensive lineman, especially for what the Eagles need. I don't think they need a starter. They spent a day 2 pick last year on Tyler Steen. They have pieces there. I think you could find a developmental offensive lineman to groom behind, maybe a Lane Johnson on the right side to give you some more depth on the interior. Plenty of rumors that Howie's been hunting some cornerback help, and you can get a good receiver as well to be the cheap young wide receiver 3 behind your 2 high-paid players.
Yeah.
Could be a lot of fun there in Philadelphia. Weird how some members of the media tell me the Eagles are going to die in a year, and I'm like, no, they're not. They're going to keep doing stuff, and there you go.
Howie's a pretty good genius in that facet. All right, help us be the number 1 stream on all of YouTube right now.
Yes.
Hit that like button. We've got over 8,500 people watching. Get only 2,300 likes. What's going on here? If you're enjoying the show, if you're ready for the draft to start, then hit that like button. The more likes, the more people who come and join us, plus the more fun we're going to get to have. Plus, if you share the video, that also helps us out, sending invites all over the internet to say, hey, come join us tonight. It's going to be one like any other here on Chat Sports, as we're expecting one of the best draft nights in a long time, I think. Caleb Williams, Drake Maye. It's going to be a fun one. It's going to be a fun one. Plus, you can subscribe because we're going to have draft coverage throughout this entire process, days 1 through day 3. Pick 1 through pick 252. We got it all covered. And hey, make sure you're commenting all night long because we're going to be talking everything going on.
Inside of 500 likes away with 2 minutes to go.
That's pretty good.
That's possible. Like that video, 3,000 likes. You owe a Bean Boozled, by the way. And 3,000 likes before the draft starts. I will bong this Red Bull. Pick your Bean Boozled, Jace. Kurgan Cold's got a $6 super chat. You know that means the 9's coming up next here. Ohanko, I assume you're going to stream the draft. We are the draft, Ohanko. We will have a lot of these picks in before the NFL announces them. What colors do you have?
Orange.
Oh, no. It's either peach and barf or strawberry smoothie and dead fish. Take that. Which one is it?
Strawberry.
Strawberry smoothie, or strawberry banana smoothie. So a lucky break there for you, Jace. We are a minute and a half away from the NFL draft beginning. If you are ready, spam go in the comments section. Let's see if we can't break that chat record, which was 1,037 last year. What was the math on that? Either way, spam your goes in the comments section. 1,359 with about 10,000 people watching live right now.
We can beat that. Hudson Channing go. We got Dalton going go. We got Antoinette, Bashadi, Little Bird, Pierce, Bethany, Peggy, Shamelin, Aaron, David, Phillip, Touchdown Goat, Mike King, Cody, Lockdown Gaming, Hayden, Schulman, Jared, Vaping, Casey, USS, Cody Barnes, Delta, Chris, Cyrena, Von David, Caddy, Star Gamer, Orange, Cameron, Peggy, Vaughn, Easy. Keep it going. Keep them going. I need more goes. I need to go.
I'll give some shout-outs here. We're 200 likes away from the Red Bull. Bong. You guys got to like the video. All right, Mike Dibble, Judy St. Martin, Atomic Gaming, Shell Mellon, Omar, Football, Hidden, Devin, Delta, Splashy, Aaron, Hidden, Shamelin, Mark, Hudson, Line, Tyler, Spades, Katie, Jake, Mike, Elite Elephant, Braden, Delta, Tyler, Jessica, Mike, Huncho, Josiah, Dizzy Trooper, Josh, Quinton, Tucker, D-Train, Judy, Leroy, Delta, David, Lando, B something, Delta, I'm back, Orange, Braden, Andrew, Football, Mike, and more. NFL Draft set to get going here right now.
Welcome into the 2024 NFL Draft. Alongside Tom Downey, I am Jace Andrews, and man, oh man, it's a special night for 32 young kids who finally get to make their dreams come true. And we're going to be live for every single pick of every single round, starting off right here on day one. We appreciate hanging out with us. Tom, what a day for the NFL.
Looking forward to it. I did promise that if we get to 3,000 likes, before the draft gets going, I will do a bong of this Red Bull here. Goodell's about to walk up, and we're 40 likes away.
We can do it.
So we're going all the way down to the buzzer here.
Don't see Goodell yet, though.
From that perspective, I am excited to see how that all plays out there. We're 30 likes away. We're right on that number there, Jace.
Hey, right there. Hit that like button. There's 3,000. Shout out
Give me
your
that
favorite
bong.
NFL team and get that bong ready.
And let me do a Bean Boozled as well.
Oh, yeah. Let's see if you get lucky this time. Get your favorite team in the comment section. We got Commanders in there. What color did you get?
So it's green, so it's Juicy Pear or Booger. I've had both of them. They're both actually not very good. So cheers.
Bills, Falcons coming in here. What do you got over there, Tom? You got Green Bay Packers. Is it good or bad? Bengals, Steelers from Pickens Prods.
It's Booger.
It's Booger. That's gross.
Booger.
Bears, baby. We got Seahawks, Lions, Bills. The G-Men. We got Vikes, Commanders, Lions, New England, the Rams, Raider Nation hanging out. We got Cowboys, 49ers, Lions, Broncos, Packers, Rams, 49ers, all the teams being represented. Patriots, Cowboys, Bengals, Bills, Seahawks, Panthers, Chiefs, Titans, Raiders, Lions, Cowboys, Packers, Seahawks, Falcons, New England and Arizona, Packers, Ravens, Pats, Lions, Vikings, Cowboys, Titans.
I know we were
short.
We were
short on the driver.
Comment. Someone could grab that beer bong for me though. It's on top of my backpack.
Is it bad that I can smell that Bean Boozled from over here?
Yeah, it's not great. It's not great.
I can smell that.
I'll tell you that much there.
Oh, man.
As Goodell did not come out, so we had plenty of time to get there, I guess.
Oh yeah.
They're doing their ridiculous. We're also less than 100 away from you doing one now.
I was about to say we're going quick.
Likes are flying in here.
We're going quick.
Likes are flying in.
I'll
do one once we get to 500 likes on Cowboys too.
Hey, there you go.
Which were 60
That's
away.
a fair thing to do.
Brand new beer bong just for the draft.
Hit that subscribe button. Hey, we're almost 373,000. Excuse me. We were at 371 by the other day. 371. So yeah, we're really live. Come on now. Hit that subscribe button. We're live for every single pick, every single one, and giving analysis on every single one. Plus, you get to watch Tom Downey do beer bongs of Red Bull. Where can you find that on YouTube? By the way, you ready for that?
There's probably a doctor watching going, "What are you doing?"
Yeah. Oh, well.
Let me get the air bubble out of here.
Be happy now. You can worry about that later.
Yeah.
Oh, there's the air bubble. All right, you ready over there?
Everyone
Hit that
spam
subscribe
chug.
button and spam chug because he's got it going down in 3, 2, 1. Hold on. Oh, there it is. Oh, man, that's going right down the pipe. That was quick.
It's a fresh handle, so it had to put some force on it
That was quick.
to get it going.
That was quick.
There we go.
Hey, spam chug in the comments.
I
That
went
was
to
solid.
college.
You did. That's where that came from. We are closing in on 373,000 subscribers. Hit that subscribe button. You're going to find the best draft coverage right here on Chat Sports. And I promise you, every single pick we're going to be live for. Every single player we're going to have analysis on. And we like to have some fun while doing it. That's why you just saw Tom Downey do a Red Bull beer bong.
It is the sugar-free Red Bull. If I'm drinking a Red Bull, I don't need sugar with it. There's more than enough caffeine to get me going for the rest of the night.
Let's look at the upcoming picks here as we're literally a couple moments away from it. And hold on.
$100 super chat.
Mike Dibble.
Let's go, Mike Dibble. Hi,
freaking-
Tom, and hi, Jace. Let's get the draft started right. Hope everyone has a wonderful draft, even though they don't pick tonight. Let's go, Browns. Appreciate that, Mike.
Let's go, Mike Dibble.
Couple slaps. Mike, you can pick who gets slapped.
Yeah.
Myself, Jace. You can put Sam in there if you want, since he's done plenty of slapping.
Did Jack agree to this?
I did not say anything about Jack. If he doesn't want to get Get slapped
Yeah.
in there.
Okay.
Give you some entries for the raffle as well, and I'm not sure what the leaderboard looks like from that perspective. But Mike, thank you. The other guys in first there. We'll let Sam do the math on that one. But Mike, everyone spam Mike for me.
You got 2 slaps.
In the comment section, and let me know who you want to get slapped. You can just comment that, Mike. I'll keep my eye on it.
Charles Bodie, a $2 super chat. Shout out to you, Charles, as well. We appreciate you hanging out with us all night long. Richard saying draft time. $2 super chat. Thank you, Richard. It is draft time, and it is a special night. Clinton Brock with another $2 super chat saying draft number 4 with you guys. No place better. Couldn't agree more, Clinton. Couldn't agree more. Bob Robinson with a $5 super chat saying, how much do you think Caleb Williams is packing under those tighty whities? Tom, you want to answer that
Pass.
one? Pause. All right, upcoming picks here. Obviously, just about set to get going here in the 2024 National Football League draft. Bears, Commanders, Patriots, your top 3, all likely to go quarterback, and it'll be Williams and then in order, probably Jaden Daniels and then Drake Maye. Past that, that's where the fun begins. We got the Arizona Cardinals, the Los Angeles Chargers, the New York Giants, Tennessee Titans, and the Atlanta Falcons at picks number 4 through 8. You kind of expect Marvin Harrison Jr. to be at 4, but then 5, 6, 7, 8. Lots of potential trades that could happen in those 5 slots. Lots of stuff to unravel, lots of bells to hear tonight, and lots of booing to do for Roger Goodell, even though he's got a bad back.
I don't care.
I don't care either.
I don't care. We got about a minute until. Oh, they got a special
they have
little
a
thing for
freaking
Goodell.
announcement.
Let's just start it now, then. Let's just start booing him.
Yeah.
I find it fun when we boo Roger Goodell. Let's beat
Boo
that
Roger
chat
Goodell.
rate record.
What is it? 400 something?
1,359.
Not that. I gotcha. I got.
And did you do your Bean Boozle for 3,500?
No.
Flood the booze in the comments. Look, oh, is that the orange?
Pink.
Pink? Look at this. I think that's Tutti Frutti or Stinky Socks, maybe.
All right. You give some shout outs. I'll try to eat this.
Touchdown Goat, Caddy, Extreme, Chris, Hot Dog, Hidden, Judy, Braylon, Cowboy Video, Tutti Frutti. Okay, getting some good luck there. Ace, Judy St. Martin, Remy, Touchdown, Robert, S. Robs, Chasing to the Dragon, Cowboy Videos, Aaron, Mike Dibble, spamming his boo. I've not seen who Mike wants to get slapped yet, so if someone sees that, either comment it in the comments or Mike say it again. Caddy, Elijah Tron, Phillip, Cowboy, The Jerk is Mine, Hidden Code, Mr. Stickman, Jaden, Eminem is in there too. I'm sure I wonder if he's going to make an appearance. Oh, look at that. What are the odds? There he is. Extreme, Chris Chasing, Kyle Bush, JC, and more there, Jace.
That's a lot. That's not Tim Weaver, Hall hanging out with us, and it's time to really boo because here he comes onto the stage, and there he is. Boo! Let's get the boos going in there. Screw Roger Goodell.
I'm dying at Jack just like loudly booing in our ears because he hates him.
Is that JJ McCarthy? Why are you?
There's Eminem though. You can hear the boos
The entire
from the rest of the studios
is just
doing all their
booing
boos there.
Everybody.
Eminem though is in attendance.
Keep spamming those boos.
Keep spamming the boos.
We got Eamon, Miles, Judy.
Yes.
So,
you guys slap each other.
Okay, that's fair. I can.
Also,
That's
what
fair.
a coward move from Roger Goodell to bring out Eminem so that he wouldn't get booed.
He did that. Well, last year he brought out Mahomes and Kelsey. I was like, bro.
Coward.
He's a coward. He's a coward. Keep the boos. I don't care if Eminem's on the stage. Just boo. We can separate the two here.
John and Summit and Caddy
Quentin,
and Amin
soy
and
sauce.
more.
Jane.
So,
Oh, now Eminem's on the stage.
yeah.
Yeah, you can't boo Eminem.
Now, no more boos. You
Stop the boo.
can't say boo.
The candy or the?
Can't say boo. Can't say boo.
Oh, let's go.
Charles, JC, Kevin,
Aaron.
Yontag, Bethany, Maverick, all in there as well. So
Hey, let's talk
appreciate
your big
that,
board
guys.
real quick before we get going here.
Let's do it.
Let's go with here. Number 1, Marvin Harrison Jr. asked the question earlier of who is the number 1 if Caleb Williams isn't there. Well, with you, number 1 is not Caleb Williams. Neither is number 2. It's Malik Neighbors. Then Caleb Williams shows up at number 3. Alt, Rome Odunze, Drake Maye, Brock Bowers, and Olu Fashanu. So 3 quarterbacks in the top 8, but only 2 only 1 I don't see. You don't have Jaden Daniels. Where's Jaden Daniels for you?
Daniels is down there at 17.
17. Wow.
He's a later round 1 grade.
Interesting.
I like him. There's a lot to like. He's an incredibly dynamic dual threat playmaker, but I get scared of guys that don't attack the middle of the field, and I don't think that was the offense. Like we saw the same OC attack the middle of the field with Desmond Ridder. I think that was a thing that they didn't think that he was good at, or they didn't trust him to do very much. By the way, the size scares me. Do you know how much he weighed at LSU when he first showed up? He was
not much.
He was 170. That's what Brian Kelly said today. He
From
was
ASU,
170.
Yeah, he was a twig at ASU.
Now he's bigger now, and that's good. And he still has a first round grade. Like, I don't want to make it sound like I hate him. Like, I think he's going to be a very good NFL quarterback. I think he actually is a pretty high floor because of the mobility. But I wonder if it's, I don't think he's Lamar in the end.
Who is the most underrated player in the 2024 NFL Draft? Let me know some underrated names in the comment section down below. What are y'all thinking down there? Rome Odunze, Bo Nix is a name I'm seeing. Peyton Wilson, Spencer Rattler, Xavier Worthy, another Bo Nix, Peyton Manning, Troy Franklin, Chop Robinson. I like that one. I think he's pretty underrated. Marvin Harrison, Javon Bullard.
Bullard's a good answer. Like that one.
Tackle from BYU, believe that'd be Kingsley Suamataya. That's the one you're looking. Sione Vaki from Utah.
I love him.
That's a good one.
Because he can never leave the field. He can be your safety, running back, and special team stuff. Love him. He's so much fun.
Cooper DeJean in there as well. Xavier Worthy, Michael Penix Jr., and Quinyon Mitchell as Roger Goodell continues to bring up now Lions players so he doesn't get booed.
He did get booed after he went back up there.
He just has to accept it. Like, it's just going to happen.
Taj Washington. I'll go a different direction. I think Malik Washington from Virginia. He'll probably go tomorrow at some point. I really, really like his game. I didn't do it, but you could talk me into like, you know what? He's better than Malachi Corley.
I'm not high on Malachi Corley.
He is Ty Montgomery. So the Bears are officially on the clock here, and we know, unfortunately, they will take the entirety of their time.
Why? Are they having trouble?
No, because it's just they're going to drag it out.
Do they really want Caleb Williams, or maybe they should rethink it?
They're going to drag it out because that gets the views for the NFL and their networks and everything. So it's fine. I think it'd be really cool if Goodell just like turned back around and was like, Caleb Williams' pick. Boom. There you go. I think it'd be really fun.
Actually, be nice. 373,000 subscribers, which means we're on the road to 374,000 subscribers right here. So shout out to everybody who is watching right now. Over 10,000 people hanging out with us. It's a good time to be alive, and it's a good time to be hanging out with here on your best place for 2024 NFL Draft coverage. If it's your first time here, guess what? We got draft coverage for all 3 days, for all 7 rounds, and for all 252 picks. Plus, if you subscribe here, you're going to get some rankings, some grades, and all sorts of content related to the 2024 NFL Draft with no other than Tom Downey. Along with myself, we've got a couple other guys that will rotate through here, so hit that subscribe button and join us. You're not going to regret it.
I love seeing that live number just go up and up and up and up and up. I love it.
Boom.
Electric.
It's an awesome thing. I want to see that number just not stop tonight.
Yeah.
Just not stop. All the way to pick 32. I want to see that number moving because it's doing it. Keep going. Hit that subscribe button, and I promise you we're going to have a fun night here. Let's hit some super chats real quick here with Brandon Murray saying big pause on that last super chat. Go Vikings.
Yeah, we're going to skip some of those.
T-Dog, Commanders better get our peeps. I'm not watching. Ale.
I mean Alt?
I believe Alt.
I don't think it's going to be Joe Alt. Sorry.
It's not going to be Joe Alt. Richard Holt saying Rams trade for number 9 and draft Rome Odunze. I like that idea.
I wouldn't be shocked, and it'd be fun. It would be Sean McVay gets another fun playmaker, or maybe Brock Bowers. I think if anyone's going to maximize Brock Bowers, wouldn't it be a Sean McVay too?
I think if they could go up there and they get a Rome Odunze, then you're going to have a couple of good, awesome weapons there already with, obviously, one of the better draft picks last year as well. The touchdown report saying watching Chat Sports coverage since 2020. Shout out to you. Go 49ers. Appreciate you. Kevin Coughlin. Boo! That was directed to you, Roger Goodell, for the $2 super chat.
And maybe Sam.
Yep. Then we got some super chats on Cowboys as well. Tom, you want to read these for your guys?
Yeah. Are y'all good going all in on Brock Hoffman? We're looking for some competition at center in the first round. And if it's your first round pick, he is your starting center. Even if you don't go center in round 1, I would like to find some help on day 2 or day 3. Ryan Kennedy, Canadian. Tom, who would have to fall to make you pick someone other than offensive line? it would require the offensive line being gone and either a really good receiver or one of my best defensive players left. Like, I'm probably going to have John Newton as my top-ranked guy when the Cowboys are on the clock. I'd still be okay trading down to take an offensive line, though, for what they need.
Jordan Francis on Chiefs, $2 saying Chiefs fan from Lake Worth, Florida. Let's go, Chiefs. Jordan, shout out to you. Hey, pick 32 is a long night, but it's because we had a longer season than the old Cowboys over there. So that's a good thing right there. So,
look, man, I'm having enough of a hard time this offseason. Can you just not?
Yeah, that's a fair statement. Hot Rod here back on Chat Sports saying, go Steelers. $2 super chat. Hot Rod, we'll have Sperry on here in just a little bit talking about that.
Yes, we will.
All right, let's talk a little bit about the Chicago Bears. The number 1 overall pick is theirs, which means Caleb Williams is probably theirs. But, of course, they will take the entire time to make that decision. They do have the number 9 overall pick as well, but it's pretty funny. Already on their ESPN stuff, they're already talking about Caleb Williams because it's
because that's the pick.
It's the pick.
We'll wait to do it official from that perspective. But I think that the Bears, unlike what they had the last couple times they had to take that young franchise quarterback in the draft, I think their infrastructure is vastly better this time around. The offensive line could still do with some upgrades like most offensive lines can, but it's not like it's some, leaky dumpster fire back there. Like they've invested in guys like Darnell Wright. They've got some young pieces up front. They added DeAndre Swift, which I thought was a little aggressive, but they had money to burn. They have DJ Moore, Keenan Allen, and will get another first-round pick later tonight. This is like, if you were to power rank from a roster perspective, I think you can have more of an argument about the coaching staff support structure. Bears and maybe Vikings are your top 2. Like, I would like to go there because I'm going to have the most success there. And I think that is really beneficial for Chicago and sets up Caleb Williams for success.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to go into an offense already with DJ Moore, along with Keenan Allen, who already gotten on the squad most recently, and a defense last year that was actually pretty good. I don't think people realize the Bears were actually pretty solid in the back 5 weeks of the season.
They really figured some stuff out.
So I think going into this year, getting 2 top 10 picks potentially, that's a pretty nice place to go, especially for Caleb Williams, who is already set to be one of the top draft picks. I mean, people even this time last year knew Caleb Williams was going to go number 1, and here we are. It's already going to happen. Make sure you're hitting that like button because it helps us be the number 1 stream on YouTube. We got over 11,000 people watching, but I got a goal. Let's get up to maybe 15,000 people watching, and we can do it. I want to get this as high as humanly possible. Can also be helped by sharing the video, getting us out there for all to see, and making sure everybody, your friends, your family, your neighbor, your grandma, I don't care, make them come hang out with us because we got a fun time here all night long for all 32 picks and all weekend long for every single pick 1 through 252.
200 likes away from another Bean Boozled. Is it my turn?
Your turn?
I think it's my turn. I think it's my turn.
Yeah.
200 away.
Make sure you hit that subscribe button as well. We're trying to get up to 374,000 now. Already have gained over 2,000 subscribers today. You could be a part of the next 1,000 that comes in and join us that way because you'll be with us all weekend for every single pick. And you can comment on our live show. Obviously, that's the best way to come in here and talk ball. This is a community, and I want that to be exactly what we have all night, a community of chat sports and sports fans, because the NFL draft, everybody gets something. Everybody gets something. No matter where you are, you're going to have a happy day. Do you believe in Caleb Williams, or will he be maybe not so great? Type Y for yes if you believe in him to be the next guy, or type in for no if you're thinking you do not believe he is the one.
Play the odds. The Bears are due to get one right.
Yeah. I mean, how many have they tried?
A lot. The draft is not easy. It's hard to get that stuff right. It truly is. Never underestimate that, truly.
Honestly, got a couple of differing opinions here. A couple of Y's, a couple of N's. Demon saying
also,
in.
Again, you can play the odds. Top 5 pick a quarterback is 50-50 if you're lucky. I remember how great that Trey Lance, Zach Wilson, Mac Jones class was. It's going to be maybe one guy was good.
The pick is in. Let me call it.
Yeah.
It's going to be Caleb Williams. We all know that. There it is. So, Caleb Williams. Don't have the official report just yet. Do we have it anywhere?
We're good. Once it's on screen, it's good to go.
There you go.
All right, let's break down Caleb Williams. Player comp, let's start there. I'll have a great one. A little bit of Kyler Murray, bigger version. A little bit of Zach Wilson in him in a negative sense, but also Aaron Rodgers. I went with midget Josh Allen and adult Kyler Murray. I also have another fun one of it's Sam Howell, except you boosted his stats in Madden and gave him the superstar dev trait. It's like supercharged version from that perspective. Big play merchant is what Caleb Williams was at USC, and he offers, I think, extremely rare out-of-structure ability to manipulate the pocket, do things away from when there's pressure. To be quite honest, I hated the USC offense this year. I did not think it was well organized, well planned, well structured. A lot of times it came down to, Caleb, do something. And that's not a good plan for other teams from that perspective. So the playmaking is fantastic. There were multiple times in the game, it's like, how did you do this? There's one play against Washington. I don't know what it actually is. If it was supposed to be like a modified RPO or even a pro where it's the pass run option, and it didn't work, and they start to do this like fake quarterback counter trap, and he spins away. First, there's a 40-yard bomb to the opposite corner for a touchdown. It's just unbelievable playmaking that you don't see. The accuracy overall was pretty damn good. He's good against the blitz. There's processing stuff there. The downsides of, hey, why won't this work? Because that's a lot of praise just heaped upon a guy you got number 3 overall, right? He is at times too willing to big play hunt. Sometimes he just doesn't take the easy thing. You live with that, though. You live with the, hey, that we missed the 5-yard pass twice. Boom, you know what? We ended up getting the 50-yard bomb 2 plays later. It's fine. He is a fumbler. That is he 33 fumbles last 3 years. Has to work on that. Not very much under center reps. Turnover-worthy plays jumped this year. He's not the biggest guy either, but the playmaking and the what he can become is top 5 quarterback play, and you take that guy at number 1 overall.
Well, here you go. You heard what Tom had to say. Do you believe in Caleb Williams? Why for yes, in for no? What do you think? Tom, I know you mentioned a bunch of different things there, but is there one major concern with him specifically going to Chicago you have at all?
Not so much Chicago. I think it's a pretty good infrastructure. Maybe the biggest thing is if they miss the playoffs, they're going to fire their head coach, and now you're changing out offensive staffs again, potentially. That'd be maybe my biggest concern.
Got a bunch of ins here, a couple of Ys. Mike Dibble, Mundies, Siphon saying in for no. More no's than I thought I would see, to be honest. Super Key, Connor Salas, Cody Barnes, Siphon, Im saying Y for yes. Gaming Wizard saying Y for yes. Aaron Wheat saying no. Ryu saying yes. We got Steven saying no. Connor saying no. Steven saying no. Lots of no's, to be quite frank. Kind of a lot to break down with that, but I do think he will be one of the top quarterbacks pretty much right away, especially like Tom said. The situation that he's going into is pretty good.
Today's show is made possible by Game Time. You should not have to worry when it comes to buying tickets to your next big sporting event, concert, comedy, theater, whatever. Game Time has you covered. They take the guesswork out of buying tickets to whatever event you are going to. I always tell people to keep an eye out for the zone deals. With zone deals, you pick the section, and Game Time picks the seats for big-time savings, by the way, in the process. The Game Time guarantee means you will always get the best price as well. If you find tickets in the same section and row for less, Game Time's going to credit you 110% of the difference. That's a fantastic deal as far as I'm concerned. So download the Game Time app over at gametime.co. Create your account and use code CHATSPORTS for $20 off. Terms do apply, but create your account, redeem code CHATSPORTS, CHATSPORTS, for $20 off. Links in the comments and the description of today's show. We appreciate Game Time sponsoring us here at NFL Daily, and also on the Cowboys Report and the Chiefs Report, since we are simulcasting on both of those streams until closer to those teams' respective picks. It is slap time as well.
I'll let you go first.
One for Slam, or for Sam, one for Jace.
Yeah,
so take the headset off so we don't break the headset. Commanders are on the clock. We're awaiting whatever pick that quarterback is. I can see Adam Peters making the call, so stay tuned for that one there. Sam, slap number 1. Let's ride. That was a soft slap. It was almost a double slap because it almost hit producer Jack in the face. when it shattered across the screen, almost got him right there.
I needed some motivation, so I just.
That was a good one. That was a much better slap.
Hey,
that was good.
I was
That
practicing.
good.
You've seen those slap competitions? Thinking about
Yeah.
trying out for one, you know?
Yeah,
I
there you
can't take the slap, though. I can do it.
There you go. All right.
All right. You want to talk about today's prizes?
Yeah, raffle, every $20 super chat gets you entered for a draft swag pack of your team. So draft hat, draft a t-shirt in some capacity, depending on what size and stuff is available for you. We'll get you guys something that you like. So that is for the raffle item, $20 to enter that front there. The MVP of today's show, most super chats, gets the rookie jersey of their team's choosing. So stay tuned for that one.
Let's go some super chats here from T-Dog. With Commanders, please do good this season. Well, your pick is next, and you may get Jaden Daniels or Drake Maye. So there's a good partial right there. Preston Palmer with a $10 super chat. Preston, really do appreciate you hanging out with us all night long. And then Gerald, hey, how about this one, Tom? Cowboys versus Chiefs, Super Bowl 59 in New Orleans.
Boy, wouldn't that be nice? I have no faith.
Decay with a $1 super chat. Excuse me, I appreciate that as well. Pick is also in for the Washington Commanders. Preston, a $5 super chat saying, honestly, I have no idea what's going on. I'm just here to impress my work friends. Can you please explain what a draft is?
Draft. Players from college who are eligible entered the NFL draft, and then teams, in mostly reverse order of how they finished last year with some trades and complications there, will then take those players. It is designed to be parity-based. So bad teams pick first, hoping to get the best players coming from the collegiate ranks.
There you go. Kurgan coming in here with a $5 super chat. Kurgan, I believe is he still in the lead?
I believe he is still, yes.
Yeah, he's still in the lead there for the MVP. Kurgan also got a bunch of raffle entries. Then Justin coming in with a super chat saying, Harrison to Pats. No.
Jack just says no in our ear. I would be pretty surprised if that didn't end up happening.
We do have the pick for the Washington Commanders. Believe Roger Goodell is coming up to the stage right now. Get your votes in now. Jaden Daniels or Drake Maye. What do y'all think?
We have the pick. It's just lagging a little bit there on the graphic side. Jaden Daniels is the selection here. Very much as expected from the Commanders. They're taking the LSU Heisman Trophy winning quarterback. We will get to why he's only 17 and number 3 overall. 3 quarterback, I should say, on my board momentarily. The positives, right? This is a dual threat in every positive sense of the word. This is a dynamic playmaker with his legs who, on a negative side, does tend to look to run before scrambling or before passing.
He takes some big hits.
Oh, we'll get to that one. Don't worry. But just a massive big play machine, like just constant explosive plays, which NFL teams crave in the way the NFL currently works. He finally had the same offense and coordinator for back-to-back years. His production exploded as a result. Despite that production, he doesn't turn the ball over very much. He's very safe because, again, he looks to run before he throws. The supporting cast help, but he was electric as a downfield passer. There were no real screens in his offense. He burned the blitz when it came. In terms of a floor, because of that mobility, I think it's actually pretty darn high. He offers the ability to make those plays with his legs. The downsides here are, my brother in Christ, please learn to protect yourself. He thinks he's Josh Allen sometimes. When he arrived at LSU, per Brian Kelly, at 170 pounds. I don't think he's not going to play at 210. Like, I think he's kind of more in the like, hey, this guy's like, hey, maybe he plays at 200. He has a very thin frame, and his play style scares me. I don't know if he has the body armor to hold up. He has to learn to slide, or I'm concerned of an RG3 scenario here. Sometimes the accuracy can wane a little bit, and my biggest concern as a passer, the deep ball is awesome, but he lacks the passing creativity that Lamar Jackson has because he looks to scramble first more than anything. And he will not attack the middle of the field. And his old OC at LSU attacked the middle of the field with Desmond Ridder. And not going over the middle and being slender are historical red flags for not working out as a player. He still has a first-round grade for me because he generates so many big plays. He is older. I mean, he was throwing passes to Brandon Ayuk at Arizona State against Justin Herbert's Oregon. I have a fun player comp here for you guys. It's Tyrod Taylor, but the Monstarred version. So they took all the talent from their guys and gave it all to Jaden Daniels because they play similar. He runs and throws deep balls, and it's really good.
A better Tyrod Taylor.
Jaden Daniels is going to be the perfect Madden quarterback, by the way. He's going to be so good.
Yes.
So good. Oh, good.
I just want to say one thing. An Arizona State quarterback just went number 2 overall.
You can claim him. I think he also gets good reviews from his coaches, by the way, which is also a really good sign. So relative to where he went, I'm not as high, but he's got a first-round grade. So the Commanders are fine.
By the way, hit that subscribe button. We got over 10,000 people watching, and we are closing. It's getting closer and closer as the former Heisman Trophy winner gets picked at number 2.
20 likes away from another Bean Boozled for me.
There you go. 374,000 on the horizon. I wanted to see that number continue to tick up all night long. So far, every time we've turned it on, it continues to tick throughout the time we've had it on there. So that's a good thing. So if you're new here, hit the subscribe button. You're not going to regret it. We've got awesome draft coverage for you all weekend long for every single pick in every single round and every single player, including the UDFAs after the fact. So great draft
That's the nerd stuff I love, baby. Day 3 is just me nerding out over guys that no one's heard of. By the way, I'm gonna get more players drafted I didn't do research on because I barely got to 300 this year. It is my daughter's fault. That's what I'm blaming 2.5-year-old Olivia because I got other responsibilities I gotta do these days.
Well, there you go. Who's going to have the best career in the NFL? We've seen one of these 3 get drafted. Is another one the next pick, like Drake Maye or JJ McCarthy?
I'd be pretty stunned if it wasn't.
Yeah, I would be surprised. Pick is in. Drake Maye.
That's your prediction?
Schultz.
Oh.
Drake Maye.
Okay.
There you
go. Teaser alert.
Good
Spoiler
pick.
alert. There you go.
Spoiler.
All right, well, let's break down. Yeah, we will tip picks.
We're going to get them early here, so we're going to tell you.
Yeah, we will not wait for the announcements from the networks because they end up getting behind, especially on day
This is
2.
why you watch here.
Yeah.
You find them before anybody else.
So
Drake Maye, the number 3 overall pick to the New England Patriots.
Graphic will be in there in a second. You guys vote. I'll talk about
keep
Drake
going.
Maye here.
Let's listen to a Tom masterclass.
I love the pick.
I like it too.
I know, Jack. I know that you wanted JJ McCarthy as the Patriots and Michigan fan. I do think Drake Maye is the correct pick here. I do think this is the good decision by New England, who you don't even have to play day 1 if you don't want to. Although I'm putting him out there. I think that some of this narrative of like, he's not good, it doesn't make sense to me. Like, let's start with the positives. Has the frame and size NFL teams covet. 6'4" and change, 223. Checked off both those boxes right there. He does protect the ball pretty well, despite some moments. Drake Maye has some of what my buddies and I call, it's the bozo gene. Josh Allen is riddled with it as well, where it's like, hey, you made a bad play worse by just doing something you didn't really need to do. And he does tend to drift in the pocket and create his own pressure in the process there. His supporting cast was not very good, frankly. Now, they finally got Tez Walker, especially this past year. Tez Walker had some drop issues, by the way. He will attack the deep ball. He had the second most yards this season. He will attack the middle of the field. I think there's some more progression stuff than some of the other quarterbacks end up getting offered. And he does do out-of-structure stuff, too. Remember that left-handed throw, touchdown pass he made? Which, like, that's like why you live with the bozo gene. Because, like, that's a dumb play, but it worked out for you, right? He also led UNC in rushing yards in 2022. He's actually a really good athlete. The comp for me is super easy. It's just Justin Herbert with a little bit more chaos kind of mixed into his game. Which is a con and a negative. I actually see some Trevor Lawrence stuff too, where like the scouts like him and there are some higher level plays, but there are some mistakes that you just don't like there. The checks and audibles came from the sideline, so there's going to be some development that has to grow from that perspective. Sometimes that release comes in a little bit low for me. Like many QBs, I think post-snap adjustments are an issue. I think there's room to grow against pressure pretty significantly, but much kind of like Caleb Williams, those higher-end plays he's able to make, the downfield passing, the middle of the field stuff, he can make every throw. There are times he just misses accuracy stuff, and I think some technique correctment will fix things there, but he's got all the traits and the ability that you're looking for in a potential top 10 quarterback.
Do you have any concerns based off his, let's say, lack of consistency in college? Because there were some times where he just dropped some absolute eggs.
You saw with Caleb Williams, too. When you don't have 2 first-round picks at receiver alongside you or an elite running game or an elite defense, sometimes you are forced, like, I got to do it all. And you have to kind of reel that back. But there were moments there were like 2 games he would have won if the receivers just caught the pass. And then later he threw the pick. So the concerns, yes, but talent is there.
There you go. Drake Maye, the number 3 overall pick to the New England Patriots. And just about going to script right now. Picks 1 through 3, all quarterbacks. Let's do some super chats real quick while we got some time. PEF, Capri. Capri? Great. Josh Allen to the Rams for a late pick. I'm calling.
I doubt.
No. Randy with a $10 super chat. Randy, shout out to you. We appreciate you hanging out with us. Lance Dunbar's burner saying, what pick will be the first moment? Either via trade, surprise pick, etc. Because last year, we already had that at this time.
We'll get a trade soonish. I think that'll be our first, okay, let's go. By the way, Cardinals are not expected to trade this pick.
No.
So we're riding with the chalk then. I would assume Marvin Harrison Jr., but who knows? He took 2 visits, Cardinals and the Bears. So I would assume, but we'll see.
Christian saying Packers going to draft Laiatu James.
He got that one. Okay, there you go. Obviously not, but it's funny. Thank you, Christian.
$2. Summit is D1. Go Dolphins. I hope the Dolphins get the Michael Penix Jr. I am 13 years old and a football player.
I don't think they'll go quarterback.
I
do owe a Bean Boozle, by the way, though.
You do.
So you keep reading supers. I'll do this.
Summit, appreciate you. Keep playing well. Red Hawk FN, a $1 super chat. Shout out to you, Red Hawk. What'd you get?
Pomegranate or Old Bandage?
Old Bandage.
I'm also out of Red Bull. I probably need another one in the near future if you can grab one, just in case there's a little bandage in it, because then I'm cooked.
Take that hit, and Vigorous with a $2 super chat coming in here.
We're good at Pomegranate. Let's ride.
Bang. Another super chat saying Marvin Harrison Jr. to the Saints. Who dat?
Wouldn't it be nice?
That'd be nice. I don't think it's going to happen, though.
About 32 NFL teams would love to get him.
Yes. Monica Sanchez, my Chiefs gal, saying Chiefs Kingdom. Woo. Monica, appreciate you hanging out with us all evening long. The Chiefs pick coming up later on in the night at pick number 32. We're simulcasting right now on both Cowboys and Chiefs. Tom Downey and Jace Andrews with you. Appreciate hanging out with us all draft night long. Picks 1 through 3 in with Caleb Williams, Jaden Daniels, and Drake Maye in that order. And the Arizona Cardinals right now on the clock at round number 4. Monica, we do appreciate you. We'll be live later on, specifically for Chiefs around pick 28, and you said Cowboys around pick
18, 19. We'll see. Timing is a little bit TBD based on whatever chaos ends up happening.
Well, here's what we have right now.
But we'll
Not
be here.
chaos. We got Caleb Williams, Jaden Daniels, and Drake Maye. What I would call exact order I'd probably put them in rounds picks 1, 2, and 3. Caleb, Daniels, and May. And then Ryan Kennedy saying, question for Tom here. Who would have to fall to make you pick someone other than O-line here on Cowboys?
Maybe one of those top receivers would intrigue me the most in the end.
Jeffrey coming in saying, do you think Dak gets traded during the draft with a contract standstill? If so,
No, they won't, because he doesn't want to go somewhere where they're sacrificing their draft capital. So no.
Pick is in for the Cardinals as we get another super chat coming in here from Jose Ruiz saying, hoping Dallas can pull some magic these next few days. Go Tom and Cowboys.
Thank you, Jose. Appreciate that, my friend.
The last dodo. Hashtag Cowboys. Been watching Cowboys Report since Rico Gathers rookie.
What a time to be alive.
Baylor legend. Ryan is saying, haven't really paid attention to the offseason. Who are we looking, or what are we looking at for trades?
He clarified for draft. Offensive line has been a very popular target for them. But they might be gone, so who knows?
And then CJ saying, Tom, you ate the last bean. It's snot.
I did not eat a snot bean, but I appreciate it.
That you had the booger one.
Oh, I did. You're right. I did.
Yeah. CJ DeYoung, lots of watchers don't like him. Why?
Meaning Caleb Williams?
Yes.
Contrarians, and also people just don't like quarterbacks sometimes. It's fine.
Some people hate the top. What can you say? Cody Hamilton saying, Tom, who do you think the Cowboys are going to take if they don't trade their pick there?
Barton or Fautanu were there. I think that makes sense. Otherwise, if they're gone, maybe the trade down starts to make a lot of sense from that perspective.
All right, number 4, and the selection is Marvin Harrison Jr. He goes number 4, and once again, we continue the script as the Cardinals get a top-tier wide receiver, and you're number 1 on the big board, Tom.
Yeah, because I know ball. I literally wrote down my first note. Don't overthink him. Don't be silly and not think that the 6'3", 209 receiver who moves incredibly silky and smooth and has the bloodlines and the production of everything you would ever want in a number 1 receiver isn't the best player in this year's class. My first note for the good, basically everything. The movement skills are rare for somebody that size. I know he didn't test. He would have tested super well. He gets open. He makes a bunch of plays in some contested catch situation. every route he ran total was about 3.4 yards per play. That's elite production. He does it. You don't find guys who move at this size. The bad is, there's not much. He's honestly, there were some drops this year. Maybe the quality of the throw wasn't the best either there. He was better in contested catches last year than this year. Again, not every contested catch is created equal. That is a red flag. The biggest knock I have on him is there were a couple ankle injuries. He'll be fine. He's a little thin. He could add some weight if he needed to. He is not a rare, after catch player. Not bad, but he's not like Jamar Chase, where the first guy is always going to miss. This, in general, I hate the use of the word generational. It's used too much. It's used. You can't have a generational prospect every single year. That's not how that word works.
Then it's not generational.
This is the best player I've scouted right alongside Quentin Nelson in the years I've been doing this. So, and Nelson's been was a day one Pro Bowl offensive guard there. I think Harrison might be a day one Pro Bowl wide receiver. This is a special prospect at the position. My player comp is there's a little bit of AJ Green to him, like the build wise. I think he might be better than a fringe Hall of Fame wide receiver. So that's kind of where we're already at, starting off as a draft pick. So this is an easy A for me. This is a no-brainer.
Leading us right into the next talking subject. Grade this pick. Obviously, from here is where the fun begins. Grade this last one here. Marvin Harrison, round 1, pick 4, A, B, C, D, or F. We'll get some shout-outs to whoever gets in there. Who we got in the chat? We got Chuck saying A, Jack saying A or B, Mr. Stickman saying A, Mr. Stickman with a bunch of A's, A++ from Gaming Wizard, Josh McBride, lots of A's, a C from GM, and then Penguin giving an A, Miss MW Lover, 7B, A+ from Logan, James the 49ers fan saying nah, F from a couple of people up there, but majority of A's and B's throughout there, and then a couple of other letters in there, F and D, kind of floating around in there. All right, today's show is made possible by Mando. With summer right around the corner, listen, we could all use some deodorant that can handle the heat. Mando is clinically proven to work hard all day. Mando stops odor at the source instead of covering up BO with heavy fragrances by stopping the stink from happening in the first place. Mando's starter pack is perfect for new customers. It comes with a solid stick deodorant, cream tube deodorant, 2 free products of your choice like mini body wash and deodorant wipes, and free shipping. Created by a doctor, Mando's whole body deodorant is powerful enough for the toughest body odor, but gentle enough to use everywhere, allowing you to put Mando on all those tough places to keep clean, especially in those crevices. Best of all, Mando's starter pack is perfect for new customers, and with free shipping, new customers can get $5 off a starter pack with our exclusive code that equates to cover over 40% of your starter pack using code CHAT at shopmando.com. Once again, you can get that 40% off your starter pack by using code CHAT at shopmando.com. Their products are super amazing. Again, with summer coming around, you want the deodorant that you can use absolutely everywhere. Mando is your place to go. That starter pack is super, super amazing. Shopmando.com. And hey, we got some amazing product for you right here. Pretty
Deodorant
nice.
wipes for me.
You got wipes already?
There
Hey,
you go.
I like that you can put this wherever, because the deodorant sometimes hard to get in crevices. You can just wipe
Yeah.
this wherever. It's nice.
Yeah, simple, easy,
Easy.
and pretty affordable too, which is awesome.
Let's recap these first 4 picks here, with Caleb Williams being the obvious number 1 overall pick, Jaden Daniels at 2, Drake Maye at 3, and then MHJ, the second generation of wide receiver there. from Marvin
Draft
Harrison.
begins now.
It does.
Do the Chargers trade down?
Or do they take JC Latham?
Do they take Latham? Do they take my best available player, Malik Neighbors? Do the Vikings end up moving up here? This is where the draft begins.
Adam Schefter, Chargers are keeping number 5. No trade.
Ooh, okay. So no trade. No trade. There we go. So my best available here is Malik Neighbors, Joe Alt, Rome Odunze. I've got JC Latham much lower. That has been a very popular pick as of late. Which, by the way, for the Giants fans out there watching, this means you're going to have a chance to take JJ McCarthy if that's who you want, that he is available. So, because the Chargers are not going to take JJ McCarthy. It's not going to happen.
I'm
so
thinking Malik Neighbors here. I think they're not going to go JC.
that's what I would do.
That's what I would do.
You need a playmaking wide receiver. He's a dynamic playmaker. That's the route I would go.
I would go Malik.
I think you can get it. You can go offensive line if you want to. Selfishly, I would like to see this be JC Latham because that's what I had in my mock draft. But at this point, I'm kind of like, I don't care about doing the whole chaos thing there of like, if I get what I get right. You know, I got 4 right in a row. We're off to a strong start here in the end. Okay, Sam, I get it. You have money on things. That's fine. That's fine. Yeah, he mentioned about 1,000 times he's over there dancing.
I was about to say, he's had about a ton of things.
Giddying from that perspective. So we'll see about what the Chargers end up doing here. I would be disappointed if they took Latham over Joe Alt. Like if you're going offensive line, you should take Alt. If you're going receiver, you take Neighbors. So I am excited to see how this all plays out in the end.
Then, knowing this, do we think JJ McCarthy is a Giant?
I have heard conflicting reports if they want McCarthy. And all of a sudden, like, if it is Alt or if they wanted Neighbors, then okay, what's the plan there? Like Tennessee's like, okay, well, it's not a quarterback. Are we going to get Alt or are we going to take a receiver? Like, so this pick, with them picking it here, this drastically impacts what happens over the next couple of selections once we get that pick in. Or at least reported enough.
You want to know the pick? I got it.
Stand by. Do not.
It's not Ricky. No, it's Albert Breer.
Pretty sure he's on. Whatever. Give some shout-outs here first, Jason.
Let's give some shout-outs. What is your team here? Patriots. We got a bunch of things. Yeah, there's the pick. Steelers, MPJ to Seattle, New England picks. Patriots pick F. What's your favorite team? Got Chargers in here. Chargers you're picking. The Jets, Vikings, Alt, Ravens, Jets, Dolphins, Cowboys, Seahawks, Vikings, Ravens, Dallas.
All right.
Colts.
Announce that pick, Chase.
There you go. It is offensive tackle Joe Alt, not JC Latham.
Tennessee's in shambles right now, I think. A little bit.
Tennessee is trading back.
I think this is the correct pick for the Chargers if they're not going to go with the receiver.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you have to figure out who's your left tackle, who's your right tackle. Alt has, I think, only played on left side in his time at Notre Dame, but he's my number 4 overall player. You're getting him at number 5. That's as best value you're normally going to find when it comes to a top 5 selection there. He is just 21 years old. He is almost 6'9". He's 321 pounds. The athletic ability, in terms of the testing and the tape too, is just nuts. It's a 5.05 40. It's a 4.51 shuttle, a 7.31 3-cone. The 9.04 broad is absurd for a dude that weighs 321 pounds. I think there's some Andrew Whitworth in his game. The non-bust version of Robert Gallery. And the athletic comp is Jonathan Ogden. Like, that's the caliber of player here you're going to get. Size, athletic ability. He wasn't even a full-time offense lineman until college. Wouldn't really tell that from his technique. He was a quarterback and tight end growing up a little bit there. There is a little bit of finesse to his game. I'd like to see him be a little bit more of a power player. But I think the overall talent is absolutely incredible. The leverage might occasionally be a minor issue. Top 5 player to me, number 1 ranked offensive tackle. Chargers love and Jim Harbaugh loves offensive linemen. It's a better pick than the JC Latham rumors would have been.
Yeah, that would have been a reach. I think Alt is the right pick. It's the best player available. They get him. Also, speaking of the Chargers, Adam Schefter with a little bit of report here around Justin Herbert. As in recent weeks, both the Patriots and the Vikings reached out to the Chargers to see if they had interest in trading Justin Herbert. And the answer was, quote, a flat no.
Of course.
So they love Herbert.
As it should have been.
Correct. They're going to take a little bit of a cap hit, and that's fine with them. Herbert is a good quarterback. I think it's a little bit weird because we're starting to see some of those people come in to say that maybe Herbert isn't as good as everybody thinks he is, but he's just had not really a great situation. But now, got a little bit of help on the offensive line, hopefully more protective. It's just about having Quentin Johnson having hands again.
And we'll see what ends up happening with getting another receiver and maybe in day 2 and whatever Michigan players end up adding as well.
It's a deep wide receiver draft. They'll get somebody. So, all right, let's kind of recap. Let's recap these top 5 picks here real quick. We got Caleb Williams at round 1, pick number 1. Jaden Daniels, round 1, number 2. Drake Maye at 3. Marvin Harrison Jr. at 4. And then the most recent pick down at the bottom of your screen, number 5, Joe Alt.
All right, Giants. Do you go with Malik Neighbors or do you go with JJ McCarthy?
Welcome in here. We are now live on our Commanders channel as well. We appreciate you joining us. We are live on our main chat sports channel. Tom Downey, Jace Andrews recapping and going through every single pick here in the 2024 NFL Draft. If you're joining us just from the Commanders stream, we appreciate you joining us. Congratulations on your pick of Jaden Daniels, and we're happy to have you here. We hope you continue watching all throughout the night because I hear Tom has some pretty fun draft notes on some players later on.
I have 300 players, so some of them, and there will be more that don't get drafted, and I will drink as a punishment as a result there. So happy to be simulcasting here on our Commanders channel, our Chiefs channel, and our Cowboys channel as well. You're watching the Chat Sports live stream right now as we await the Giants pick here at number 7 overall. Shout out your team for me in the comments section.
Let's give some shout-outs to whoever shouts out their team. We got Giants from Mike in there. Giants suck, actually, is what he's saying. Bucks saying games are life, saying Bucks. B-Shot saying Patriots from Germany. Lions, Seahawks, Titans, Steelers, Detroit Lions, Bills, Ravens, Colts. We got Packers and a lot of other people going on, Steelers, Jaguars, and all that. So really do appreciate it. Keep shouting out your favorite NFL team. That's going to be obviously a fun thing.
Probably got some Giants fans in here right now.
We do.
I guess.
We do.
Probably
number
some
6
Titans
pick,
and Falcons and more fans.
We're starting to get into that little bit of, all right, this is the draft now, and what do the Titans do? What happens? The Giants, the pick is in. Is it in?
We'll see.
We'll see.
I would assume this is two players here. It's either Malik Neighbors, who gives them the dynamic playmaker that they've been searching for, or this ends up being they go quarterback and they go with JJ McCarthy. I've heard conflicting things in terms of how much they actually like him. Or are they in love with him or not?
If the Giants select Malik Neighbors, Titans trade back? You have to think so.
Just take Rome Odunze?
Is that? I mean, you could probably get him a little later. Is he really that worth it to you? Pick is in for the Giants. Who is it? Is it Malik Neighbors? Is it? There we go. Malik Neighbors is the pick here at round 1, pick number 6 for the New York Giants. Daniel Jones, you are safe for now. You have a new wide receiver in a top-tier guy from Louisiana State University, the Tigers, Malik Neighbors.
Yeah, this is my number 2 overall player and thus my number 2 overall receiver as well behind Marvin Harrison Jr. If you want those explosive plays, if you want the playmaking, the chunk plays, the explosiveness, I love what I see here. And I think from a player comp perspective, there are a couple former LSU receivers who stand out. From a, making guys miss, from an after the catch perspective, from big plays, there is some Jamar Chase to his game. He had 30 forced missed tackles this year at 6 yards after catch on average. So that's just incredible numbers, a 4.38 40 at just under 200 pounds. And I think from a body type perspective and being able to take those short plays the distance, I do see some Odell Beckham to his game. He's not the same dynamic, crazy catch guy, whatever either, but I see the playmaking. 3.64 yards per route run was even better than Marvin Harrison Jr. It is as impressive as it comes from the dynamic playmaking perspective. He gets low on his routes. He generates separation. He makes guys miss after the catch. In almost any other class, he's like, yeah, this is the wide receiver 1 pretty easily. It's just that there's Marvin Harrison in this year's class. The negatives here, pretty limited. He's never going to be a jump ball guy at that size, most likely. I don't think he's as great working through a bunch of contested catches. It's fine. He's a smaller guy. He's the dynamic guy. Sometimes he gets a little cute with his releases and it's kind of bouncing around a little bit. Again, you make so many big plays, it's fine. He did have an arrest on Bourbon Street back in 2023. Charge was later dropped, so that's fine. The left shoulder might need surgery after the season. He'll be fine, though, this year, so whatever. The Giants got a playmaker. No more excuses for Daniel Jones, and they got the best player, I'm sure, on their board that was left. And I guess they didn't like JJ McCarthy enough. So Neighbors, 6, Giants. Now we wait for Tennessee.
Let's run through some super chats real quick as we have caught you up on all the picks from 1 through 6. Brad, how do you think the Seahawks get a second round draft pick if they do?
You have to trade down. You have to trade down in the first round. That's the only. I don't think they're going to trade future capital.
There you go.
So we'll see. That they're a real trade down candidate, frankly. I wouldn't be stunned if that's something that they chose to do. I think in general, with Tennessee at 7, Atlanta at 8, and even Chicago at 9, we're kind of in the range here of a trade happening. Is Minnesota? How long can Minnesota wait? In theory, it's Minnesota to go get their quarterback. How far down does JJ McCarthy slide? We'll see.
Kurgan, another one saying, smash that like button with $69. First of all, nice. Second of all, do exactly what he said. Smash the like button. We're over 4,000 likes in, and we got close to 2,000 people watching. Let's go, Kurgan.
Who do you want to get slapped? We're about to bring Sperry back on, so stay tuned for that one as well. Maybe you want him to get slapped or slap somebody.
There you go. Max Sauce, $5. Appreciate you as well. And then Tucker saying Titans getting Bowers, Brock Bowers at 7. I got Chigi Okonkwo. I don't know. That'd be an interesting pick. I personally think the Titans should trade down. Chuck Dola with a $2 super chat as well. Appreciate you, Chuck. You are a legend here. We do appreciate you hanging out with us. As Titans are on the clock right now, as we have picks 1 through 6. Caleb Williams, Jaden Daniels, Drake Maye, Marvin Harrison are 1 through 4. And it's my time because, well, we got Sperry in the wings. So, Tom, you take this one away.
Jace, see you later tonight. We'll bring Jack Sperry on here momentarily. If you're just now tuning in, we are simulcasting here on our Commanders channel, our Chiefs channel. You'll see Jace again in a little bit here, folks. You will see Jack Sperry momentarily as well. Commanders, Chiefs, and our Cowboys report also streaming right now here on Chat Sports. And no surprise at the start of the draft. Caleb Williams goes number 1. Jaden Daniels goes number 2. Drake Maye goes number 3. Marvin Harrison Jr. goes 4 to the Arizona Cardinals. That was pretty heavy chalk. A little bit more surprise at pick number 5, to an extent. Joe Alt, who is certainly rumored. It's not an, oh my God, what happened? It was okay. That was a possibility, but there have been a lot of JC Latham buzz. Trade down buzz aplenty. Chargers stand pat. Take, I think, the consensus, number 1 offensive tackle in this year's class. And with JJ McCarthy on the board, the Giants pass. And they choose to take Malik Neighbors and get a playmaking, explosive play machine, as Sam kicks the camera. L's in the chat for Sam. Sorry, buddy. Neighbors goes 6 to the New York Giants. It's a very tightly compacted space. Well, that's why we're expanding here. And that puts Tennessee on the clock here at number 7 overall. They had been so heavily linked to Joe Alt, and now we don't know what Alt's gone. Is this do they take the next best offensive tackle? Fashanu, Fuaga, Latham, whatever that player ends up being. They probably are working the phones to trade down potentially. Does Minnesota want to jump up here? Does Denver want to jump up? I know that they like JJ McCarthy at least a decent amount. They go Brock Bowers. Do they go Rome Odunze? Do they go with the Jamar Chase Penei Sewell meme 2.0 where they end up adding the receiver with Brian Callahan's offense in Cincinnati? I am very excited to see how this all ends up playing out. The pick is in here, by the way, Sam. So we'll have to get, offensive line. They need offensive line help. We know that pretty heavily from that perspective. This is something that they have to do, whether it's in round 1 or round 2, round 3, whatever. They need to get some impact playmakers. That pick is in, by the way. We'll bring on Jack Sperry here momentarily. But it is an offensive lineman. And it ends up being that just Alt and Latham end up being flipped. And JC Latham is the pick here for the Tennessee Titans out of Alabama. This is the powerful run-blocking offensive lineman who they're going to hope Bill Callahan develops into a superstar caliber offensive lineman. He was the best offensive lineman, maybe even for 2 years in a row, for the Crimson Tide. His size shoe, by the way, is 18, which is absolutely hilarious because he is, after all, 6'5", almost 6'6", 342 pounds. He's played in a variety of offensive schemes in terms of zone and gap. Power player. And you even look at him, and it looks like a powerful offensive lineman, right? He does carry, I think, the weight pretty well. He got to 360 was his listed weight, a little bit high, higher than what I would like from that perspective. The hand usage, I think, is very good. The footwork is choppy. And that's what this comes down to. That's why I have him as a cheater first, second round grade, why he is lower. He did not test for a reason, because the testing wasn't going to be very good. I think you plug him in at right tackle. Now, taking him at 7, maybe they can play on the left side as well. He did play left guard, by the way, as well previously, which you have this guy named Peter Skoronski in Tennessee. He's just going to stay at left guard. I think that makes the most sense there. We'll do some oversetting. This just comes down to, do you trust the athletic ability, the quickness of the feet to hold up there? Player comp-wise, Marcus Cannon, maybe that's on the lower end for what you'd expect there. If you have visions of Evan Neal dancing in your head, I get it. I get it. It's a little early for me. I think they pretty clearly wanted Joe Alt, and now we'll see what ends up happening here with Tennessee and how they develop him. I will say this: if anyone's going to get the most out of JC Latham, isn't it Bill Callahan? Of all the players, isn't that who is going to be? Coach isn't going to maximize him and make sure the technique is good enough that if there is some slow-footed quickness, it's not going to be a big issue there. So it was a little early for me. I will never lie to you guys. The board's done in advance. I'm not going to rig it for certain teams. But I think there's a lot of things to like about the powerfulness that JC Latham brings. And Bengals style with Bill Callahan was powerful offensive lineman. We've got another one right here. We'll bring on Jack Sperry momentarily. Let's beat last year's chat rate record. Spam go in the comment section right now. The goal to beat is 1,359. The number last year was that figure. We got close previously. The previous chat rate high was, looking at my numbers here, 1,232. So we were ultra close. There's 9,000 people watching live right now. We should have the ability to get there all the way. So if you haven't already, if you have, even do it again. Spam go for me in the comment section. I will give some shout-outs here. Robert, Hayden, Cole, Yanada, Billy, Mike, PFF Productions, Michael, Hayden, Omar's Burner. Let's see what else we got in there. Mike Taro is in there. Hayden, Cole, Chris, Billy, Lewis, Hunting Hound. By the way, the Titans only just now announcing this pick, by the way. So we are pretty far ahead on that front. Let's bring on in then Jack Sperry. Welcome back from your Commanders solo hosting, and as we continue our simulcast here.
Yeah, I mean, Jaden Daniels, the pick. I'm really excited about what he's going to be bringing to the Washington Commanders here. I have a feeling that Caleb Williams and Jaden Daniels are going to have a chance to be really good players in those respective organizations. Drake Maye is going to have a chance to develop behind Jacoby Brissett there in New England. But if I had to choose between one of those quarterbacks that's going to bust in the league, you might disagree with me. I'd probably go with Drake Maye because of the infrastructure that kind of seems to be crumbling there in New England.
All right, give me some shout-outs here for me.
All right, let's give some shout-outs here. We got James, we got Hunton, we got 12 Taco, we got Alex, we got Jay, we got James, we got Bennett, we got Summit, we got Soggy Cereal. That's one crazy name right there. We got NFL Edits, we got Alex Garcia, we got Yanton, love that name. We got Hot Rod 24, my man Hot Rod's in the chat. We got Jeff Rhodes, we got Omar's Burner. What's up, Omar? We got Melissa. We got Ghostface, we got Geo, we got Touchdowns and Takes, we got Tristan, Needles, Nolan, Jay, Nathan, and Gaming Wizard.
Get to tweet text, Sam.
Okay, so make sure you guys spam go in the chat. We got to beat this record right here, guys. We haven't done it yet. We break this record every single year. It is a tradition unlike any other here at Chat Sports where we beat the chat rate record.
The Chat Sports account.
So help us out right now. All right, so let's go.
Well,
sure.
We have the pick in, and this is our first stunner. You guys ready for it?
Whoa! Ho, ho, ho.
Michael Penix
wow.
is the pick at number 8 overall. After signing Kirk Cousins to a massive contract, Michael Penix, before JJ McCarthy, at number 8 overall.
Well, my 4 quarterbacks went off the board, 1, 2, 3, 4.
You're right on that one there. He'll sit for a little bit behind Kirk Cousins. Wow.
For the record, I did not think Penix would go before McCarthy. I did have him ranked above him on my big board this year, but wow. You just signed Kirk Cousins, and now you're getting an older quarterback to sit for a couple years? You just signed Kirk to a 4-year deal.
Look, I'll be honest. I think it's a bad pick. I'm sorry. I think it's a bad pick.
Listen, I like Michael Penix Jr. I think this is a bad pick. I mean, what are we doing here? You need an edge rusher.
All right, let me start positive. How about that? And then we'll get into the many negatives I have here. The arm strength is a plus. And I don't think the motions is an issue either. What I always do is flip it. Flip it and watch it as a righty. The motion's fine. It's a little loopy. He's got long arms. It's fine. As a pure passer, he's very good. In fact, I think as a pure passer only, you can justify him as being quarterback 2 even. And even like he can drop back. He has a great arm. The deep ball stuff is awesome. He feasted on downfield throws. He doesn't turn the ball over very much. His pressure to sack rate was super low. There are some underlying concerns we'll get to there in a little bit. He's the first FBS player with 4,500 plus passing yards since this guy named Patrick Mahomes. He's a tough kid. I think he interviewed very well. And he's intelligent. All of those things are very good. The downsides here are he didn't like throwing right very much. He absolutely benefited from an elite supporting cast on the offensive line and the receiving core. Before the championship game, they were at 60+% on their contested catches, and you drop that down. The highest was USC was at 48%.
Yep.
So that's a big difference. We're talking a handful of throws. That does change the number pretty drastically there. Sometimes I think it's kind of all gas, no brakes on the touch. And he doesn't offer any mobility. The athletic ability is there, but he never ran. And I think in the current version of the NFL, you have to be able to run and move. Like, you have to be able to get out of the pocket. And when he was moved off his spot outside of the Texas game, it wasn't good.
No, it wasn't.
Now, the Texas game was great, and I think that gives you some confidence why it could be better. I think there actually is a decently high ceiling for him, even more so than the floor, because he is a really good passer. And we have to mention the medical. Clearly, it passed for Atlanta, but he had multiple knee surgeries and multiple shoulder surgeries. Someone was like, injuries happen to everybody. Yeah, but it's when they do happen. So this is our first stunner, and I am blown away.
And by the way, I just thought of this. Our friends over at the Raiders Report, the 2 nightmare scenarios for our friend Mitchell Renz, JJ McCarthy and Bo Nix, those are the only 2 first-round quarterbacks available for them to take. Oh my goodness, man. Grade the pick in the chat right now. A lot of people are giving it F, and I honestly don't blame them. I honestly don't blame them.
I'll say this. Penix was the hardest eval for me this year, at least one of them.
Yeah,
because I didn't know, is he a second? Is he a third? The grade. I'm just there's things to like and things to be concerned about.
The thing, for me, I was somebody that was like, I actually agree a lot with what you just said with your evaluation, because it's correct. He doesn't provide any value. Yeah, it doesn't really... he doesn't provide much value in terms of playmaking out of structure. He needs to be an in-structure guy, and in order for him to have success in the National Football League, he needs protection. He needs good weapons, like he had at Washington, but he proved that if he had that, the guy can sling it. He can read safeties down the field, rotations really, really well. The mental processing is there. I thought with a team like Minnesota or Las Vegas, he would have been a really good fit there. With Atlanta, it's what's the plan here? He's older. And it's like I don't even think he's like a super high upside guy either, because he doesn't bring the playmaking element to the game either. I think he's more of like a trailer rather than a truck, so to speak, if that makes sense.
I've seen some Sam Bradford comps I like. He turns 24 in May, by the way.
Sam Bradford's a great comp, actually. All right. So right now, JPJ Edits gave this a Z-. So not even just a failing F. It was a Z-. John is giving it an F. Geneva is giving it an F. John is giving it an F. Brad says, learn from Kirk. But it's for how long? He's under contract for 4 years. Now, you can get rid of him after 2 years, the way the contract's set up.
And you're missing out on some of the benefits of having that rookie quarterback contract.
Yeah, and you're wasting pretty much the first 2 years of Penix's contract, the affordable contract stuff. This doesn't make sense to me, man.
We're close to setting the record here.
Oh. All right.
Pick 8.
At pick 8. Let's break it right now. But you know what?
You owe Bean Boozled if we get there.
All right. If we get there, I'll do a Bean Boozled. Absolutely. Listen, man, every single grade in the chat right now is an F. There's a bunch of Zs. That's how bad this pick is to me. And this is somebody in Michael Penix Jr. where I thought with the right fit. I think in Minnesota, he would have been a really good fit with Justin Jefferson and Jordan Addison.
Minnesota.
Bombing it down the field. With Devontae Adams with the Raiders. But here with Atlanta, it just doesn't make sense to me. You needed an edge rusher. Like, I don't understand this pick from the Atlanta perspective. It's like, why get Kirk Cousins if you're going to take Michael Penix Jr. at 8? I don't get it. Fine, Jack. I just want to talk about how bad this pick was, but fine. Click that thumbs up icon if you hate this freaking pick, because I do. Oh, my gosh, man. I didn't like the Latham pick, by the way, too, because it's like you need a left tackle. I don't think Latham can play there. Some of these picks here in the top 10, I think, are complete wastes of picks.
4,598 is the mark to get to. That is
Let's
the record
get there right now.
from last year. We are on the verge of getting there already. It's a bean boozled for 4,500.
By the way, okay, fine. By the way, did Mr. Jace Andrews have to?
He did do.
Did he do a bad one?
Did he have any bad ones? Or did he get lucky the entire time? Pretty sure he got one bad one. He got liver and onions. That was it. I did get what we think was dead fish. And I also got one of the blue ones, too, which was awesome. So
blue ones, that one's cheating. We should just take out the blue one entirely.
That's such ridiculous.
The toothpaste one, it's kind of like the buttered popcorn one, where that one's the double bad one.
I actually don't like the buttered popcorn's terrible.
Yeah, I know, but
it's
like
so bad.
that's why I'm saying it's the opposite. Like the toothpaste one, it's like, if you get toothpaste, it's like a mint flavored jelly bean, which isn't great, but it's not terrible. With the buttered popcorn one, it's like it's either you're getting rotten egg, which is terrible, or it's buttered popcorn. Come on, let's get to 45, baby. Come on, click that thumbs up icon. Let's get there right now. We need to get this going. If you hate this Michael Penix Jr. take, make sure you get it right now. Now let's get into Rome Odunze, who is the pick for the Chicago Bears at number 9. And this makes sense. This is
awesome.
He works out with Caleb Williams in the offseason. They worked together before the draft process. They took the same flight to Detroit, all these different things. This is a match made in heaven, and now you cement arguably one of the scariest trios of wide receivers in football. What do you think, Tom? I love this pick.
He's a top 10 player for me. He's number 5 overall. This is like Nico Collins with more hype, like the one we saw in Houston this year, to be clear on that front. You guys know the meme about like the Roman Empire is what dudes think about, which I don't think about. This is who he's literally known for, the Roman Empire. That's what his dad named it after. So truly, the meme is come alive here. Consistent growth over the course of his collegiate career. Had some drop issues as a sophomore. Those went away this past season. Deep ball machine for an offense that loved the deep ball there. 75% contested catch rate, which is one of the highest on a 28-1 sample size, by the way.
Yep.
Which is about as high as I can recall seeing it there. Good build, great athletic ability, 4.45 40-yard dash. Competitive player. He broke a rib and punctured a lung this year, and it was never reported. He just kept playing through it because he was worried the team doctors might sideline him there. Not a dynamic after-catch guy, but he's also not bad. In many classes, this is your wide receiver 1. Bears get him at 10. Caleb Williams, Rome Odunze, fantastic picks here for the Chicago Bears in round 1.
Absolutely. My comp for him was DeAndre Hopkins. If you're getting that, if you're getting that kind of player right here, and you're adding it to Keenan Allen, what's that, Jack? Sorry. Oh, there's a trade alert.
Oh.
Okay, at number 10. So
it's the Vikings.
And the Vikings are trading up.
McCarthy.
One spot for McCarthy.
Well, I promise you they were worried about the Broncos jumping up for JJ McCarthy.
So you know what this means? Bo Nix is going to be a Las Vegas Raider.
I don't know if that's true. I don't know if that's true.
I need that.
I have my doubts on that one there.
Oh, my God. If I'm the Raiders, I'm taking a player. I'm not taking Nix at 13.
So we'll get I'll read off the details here real quick. Vikings get 10 and 203. Jets get 11, 129, and 157. Remember, this is we don't want someone to jump in front of us and get our guy.
Yep.
So this is way less expensive than what anybody thought it was going to be to get JJ McCarthy in the weeks and months leading up to this year. Minnesota, if they do get their quarterback here, as we assume, played their hand pretty well.
What if it's Nix here? What if McCarthy is the 6th quarterback
Patrick Seaton might jump out of our 21st floor story building here.
What if all the smoke on McCarthy was just literally like the biggest collective smoke screen in NFL history? Is that impossible? I think this is McCarthy. Don't get me wrong. He's a great fit for what Minnesota likes to do schematically. He's got good infrastructure around him. I think this is McCarthy, and I like this slight move up for Minnesota. You're not giving up too much.
You're not getting wild and reckless with it. You're not overpaying, and you're still getting the guy that you wanted. And you get to get out of the first-round pick still.
Yes.
Extra assets there for Minnesota.
Awesome. At Johnny Newton, if he's there, I think that he would be a perfect Minnesota Viking, man.
Johnny Newton.
So what? This is our first trade.
First trade.
Like, I mean,
It's a slight move back for the Jets
Which
to make
is-
whatever guy they want still.
which is a little weird because the stuff that we were hearing coming in was that everybody was trying to trade up into the top 10.
We hear that a lot, and it doesn't always happen.
Yeah, and it doesn't always happen. And this is the only trade in the top 10. You're moving up just one spot. So who do you think the Jets take at 11, though?
I had linked them to Fuaga, however we're going to pronounce it.
Yep.
We'll probably just do both at this point.
Bowers is still on the
there.
board.
Or Bowers. I would guess it's one of those two guys.
Yeah.
And then you continue that tackle run.
I wouldn't be surprised either with Fano out of Washington.
Yeah, I could play him at guard, too.
Yeah, he reminds me a lot of Vera Tucker, where he's got
Like
that
that one.
versatility, and they obviously loved him. So, like, I could see the Washington tackle prospect getting taken there. But honestly, I think it's Brock Bowers because you can add that dynamic offensive threat there over the middle. I think that's perfect for Aaron Rodgers with Rome Odunze off the board. I think it's going to be Brock Bowers at 11, and you pick up 2 picks in the middle
All right,
rounds.
do we want to bet on it? Loser does a bean boozled. You get Bowers, I get Fuaga.
Well, what if it's Fano?
Then nobody does bean boozled. It's a wash.
Okay.
You in? Let's do it.
All right.
Let's have some fun.
All
tonight,
right, here we
baby.
go.
Let's have some fun with
I
this.
feel pretty good about that. And honestly, I actually like this pick for the New York Jets here, getting 2 picks in the middle rounds back.
Yeah.
They don't have a ton of picks this year. Maybe they take a quarterback.
No, they're not going quarterback.
No, not at 11. I'm saying later in the draft.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah,
Sure.
like try to get like maybe a project of some sort. Maybe if Michael Pratt falls a little bit, he might be a good fit. Aaron Rodgers isn't going to play forever, folks, so just keep that in mind. All right, so make sure you like the video if you haven't already. We have a trade here. The Minnesota Vikings are on the board. Patrick Seatman is praying this is not Bo Nix. He is a big JJ McCarthy fan. I have been saying for a long time, McCarthy better be praying every day that he's a Minnesota Viking, and that's what the pick is going to be here. At number 10, JJ McCarthy is a Minnesota Viking. Mr. Tom Downey, how do you feel about this pick?
I think at 10 as opposed to going up to 5, you feel a lot better about it, don't you? You're giving up not nearly as much assets there. I think he fits really well in that Shanahan-McVay style offense, which is what the Minnesota Vikings run. I think he did a lot of really good pre-snap stuff, needs some more stuff in terms of the post-snap side of things there, which McVay asks more from the pre-snap perspective, so I think that does match up pretty well. He attacks the middle of the field, something that Kevin O'Connell likes to do. In a way, there are, as a pure passer, some similarities to Kirk Cousins with what he does. Now, I think he's a way better athlete. Coaches are going to love his mentality and his mindset and all the maturity stuff there. It's the classic debate of, okay, you didn't do this stuff. You weren't asked to do it. Is it because we just didn't ask you or because we don't think you can? I think it's more of the former, that they just didn't ask him to do stuff. He made a bunch of plays on third down that led to really big results for Michigan. He has not lost many games. Coaches and teams care about that more than maybe I do right there. I have some player comps here for you, Sperry. A couple different ones that I kind of like. The shooting sleeve gives me Derek Carr vibes, which I don't think is actually a great comparison for him. Do you remember Aaron Brooks at all? That Saints quarterback.
Nope.
I'm going way back in the day.
No.
I kind of get some vibes there because he's skinny too, but he's a good athlete. He can throw.
Yep.
I think the peak version, who was like a fringe top 10, more of a top 15 quarterback, Andy Dalton.
Yeah.
Who could run and was pretty accurate.
I feel like the comp that people usually give is Alex Smith.
I don't hate that one.
And I don't hate that one at all. For me personally, I have Daniel Jones just because
I hate that.
I think he's very conservative as a play caller. Daniel Jones is very similar in that way. He needs to improve his downfield accuracy, in my opinion,
especially going left.
Especially going left, and now he's going to be throwing to Justin Jefferson, who's of course a deep threat. So
It's a great landing spot for him.
It's a great landing spot. If he's going to succeed here in the National Football League, it's going to be here in Minnesota. So, I think it's a good fit. So here we go. We got the Super Chat menu here. 500 likes. Every 500 we get, we're doing a Bean Boozled. I've already had a bar-flavored one. I don't know how many you've taken.
Oh, you owe one. 4,500. You're up.
All right.
Let's do it. We are 10 likes away from the record as well, which is electric as far as I'm concerned. What color was it? Oh, he didn't like it. It was bad.
It's rotten egg.
Oh, the rotten egg. I love it. He's got to pound something to get rid of that taste, huh?
Anyway, we got $10 Super Chats. We'll talk about your team. $20. You enter the Super Chat raffle. That tastes so bad, dude. $20 Super Chat raffle. We'll talk about that here in a second. $50. We got these tortillas. Slaps. By the way, we still owe a slap, I think, for Kurgan's 69 a while ago.
Who do you want to do, Corrigan?
And then highest super chat to the MVP today is going to be today's MVP. And what you can win today, $20 super chat enters you into the raffle for the swag pack. You get an official draft T-shirt for your favorite team as well as a hat. You also get some little tidbits here, some additional items here from Chat Sports, a bottle opener, some sunglasses. And then today's MVP, you get a rookie jersey of your favorite team's new player. So check that out right now. Sam, you got something to say?
Making history in this year's NFL draft. For the first time ever, we got 5 QBs selected in the top 10. For the first time ever, no defensive players selected in the top 10.
That's just what this draft is,
I have one defender in my top 10. So that's not shocking to me, you know?
Yeah, I think a lot of mock drafts didn't even have a single defender.
I'm doing pretty good.
I'm doing pretty decent too. I obviously didn't get the Michael Penix Jr.
Yeah, don't worry. Nobody got that one right.
That was the bracket buster right there for all the mock drafts out there. We got some supers here, $5 from Del Cohen's. He says, I really hope the Cowboys deliver Mozzie Smith without Dan Quinn's sabotage and trade down. We need multiple picks in the second round. Tom, you got anything to say about that?
I don't think it was sabotage, but you got to get more out of Mozzie, yeah.
Yeah, Lucas Awan here, $5 super chat says, y'all, can you guys say, Mom, don't get the $30 one? Great draft, guys. What does that mean?
I don't know what that refers to, and now I'm kind of scared we said something
Lucas, maybe it's time to put the Hennessy down, my friend.
That's fine.
I mean, it's draft night. We're having fun, right? $6 super chat from Kurgan Cold, followed by a $9 super chat. Oh, no way, another 6. Spam those nices in the chat, by the way.
Followed by
another 9. Spam those nices in the chat for me.
This is my kind of guy. Tell you what. He's running away with the MVP.
Kurgan Cold is running away with the MVP. He wants that Steelers rookie jersey. I mean, what if it's Ayuk? Do we get him an Ayuk Steelers jersey?
Sure, it's fine.
Okay, $20 super chat here from Karen Terrier Mom, Corinne. Okay.
Corinne.
It says, great job as always, Marsh. I got to get in on the jersey. We're not Giants simulcasting. Simulcast. I keep getting that wrong.
We'll make sure that gets passed over to Marshall.
So we'll make sure that gets passed over to Marshall. Thank you so much, Corinne, for that $20 super chat. Yes. Blood Slinger. Man, that's a scary name right there, Blood Slinger. $5 super chat says, out of all of your mock drafts, how many times have you been right?
Like, final ones are the ones that matter. For Cowboys, I've missed the last 3 because the guy I had was gone. But that was on a run of like Van Der Esch. I got Taco Charlton right. I was hot for a little bit.
Yeah.
And then it kind of called off since then.
And there's always like, if people are really expecting people to get mock drafts right, it's like, what are we really expecting? There's a bunch of different options. Nobody's going to get a mock draft all the way right.
10 player pick matches, I did pretty damn good.
Yeah, exactly.
Unlike the overall ones.
Yeah, me too. $5 super chat here from Jeffrey Brizzen. Who says, what do you think of Elijah Jones in the later rounds? Also, Audric Estime or Jonathan Brooks. Tom, you want to just give a quick summary of those?
Over Estime. Jones is the Boston College corner. Have a sleeper on him, but there's some off-the-field stuff you got to figure out in the vet there. That's why he had so many visits. Like, he kind of just like left the team late in the year, which was kind of weird. That's why teams are they want to figure out what the hell's going on there. Brooks over Estime pretty easily, though, for me.
By the way, a little tidbit on Jones. #1 man coverage grade per Pro Football Focus in this class. All right, so sleeper there for Elijah Jones. $2 super chat from Ryan says, could the Cowboys pick a wide receiver or linebacker? Tom?
If the board goes the wrong way, yes, but I'd be a bit surprised if that's the route that they end up going.
$20 super chat from my man CJ DeYoung, and he says, why are there commercials during the live stream? So those are YouTube ad breaks. It's just part of the program here.
That's how we keep the lights on.
That's how we keep the lights on here, and why we can do this free for you guys.
Help me feed my family too.
Exactly. I almost spilled all the Bean Boozles.
It's almost a party foul.
All right, we're gonna roll through these here. $2 from Marcus, backup punter for the Cowboys at 24. No. Eddie, $2 super chat. Dallas went draft a running back to the 5th round. Watch.
They really want Brooks.
Yeah, I think they want Brooks pretty early. Fernando Garcia, Falcons pick was crazy AF. I don't get it because they could use it as a bargaining chip when teams that need a quarterback. I don't get it either, man. That was pretty bad. $2 super chat from Justin. Based on this top 10, is it good or bad for Dallas, Tom?
Good enough. Penix going, I think, helps too.
Yeah, absolutely. 20 here from Renegar, the kitty. I hope I'm saying that right. Rengar, the kitty? There we go. Cowboys sweeping Commanders this year. Nope, Jaden Daniels going to win at least one game.
Less confident than I've been in a while. How about that?
All right.
Going to sweep the Giants, though. Yep.
Yep. Mark O'Gorman coming in with a $20 super chat says, "Let's go, Jaden." Appreciate you, Mark. $10 from Mike Burner says, sent in a pear-shaped character. Thank you so much, Mike. Luke O'Gorman, so it looks like the O'Gorman family is watching, and they're sending in their 20s. I love it. Says, "Let's go, Jaden." Thank you so much to the O'Gorman family for sending in those super chats. Now, Mr. Tom Downey, let's go over the picks here that have gone down in the top 10.
Now, Caleb Williams, number 1. Jaden Daniels, 2. Drake Maye, 3. Marvin Harrison. Going to bring it. All right, we will bring in our Steelers and Dolphins channels as well. We will launch those simulcasts. Your picks coming up here in just a little bit. So Steelers fans, Dolphins fans, welcome into the live stream here at Chat Sports. Anyway, Williams 1, Daniels 2, Maye 3, Harrison 4. No surprises there. Joe Alt 5, not a surprise, but wasn't maybe the most commonly mocked pick. Malik Neighbors was popular. JC Latham 7, a little bit of and then Penix an 8. The shocker of the evening.
That is going to be the storyline of the night when we're done. We're going to be talking about that pick for a while.
Blown away by it. Rome Odunze at 9 to the Bears. JJ McCarthy at number 10 to the Vikings. They move up one spot. The Jets trade down to number 11, and they have made their pick. Olu Fashanu out of Penn State, so no one does a bean boozle there. Different offensive lineman off the board there, Sperry.
So do you think... Here's the thing, man. Does he start over Tyron Smith right away at left tackle?
No, but you know that Morgan Moses and Tyron Smith aren't going to stay healthy for a year, so there's your long-term.
Yeah, that is very true. Literally everybody on that Jets offensive line has an injury history. Olu's going to find a way on the field. Fantastic pass protector. Still has a little bit of work to do as a run blocker, but you know he's got the physical tools you look for. He's a great fit for this scheme from a skill set perspective. I like this pick. I thought it probably would have been Fano out of Washington because they liked Elijah Vera Tucker,
Fuaga, so
but I love Fashanu here. I think he's a great player. He's my number 2 offensive tackle this year. I think it's a good fit.
Yeah, similar grades. See the player very similarly as well, so I won't go too far in depth on this one. Comp-wise, athletically, Jets fans know this one. DeBrickashaw Ferguson. Ooh. Similar athletic testing. He's 6'6", 312 with 34-inch arms. One note, surprisingly small hands.
Yeah.
8.5-inch hands, which is like rare outlier size. You can see that brace on his left knee was a meniscus injury that he kind of battled through, which the knee injury overall was a slight red flag, but clearly not much of an issue there. And you can also see from the photo alone, those hands are low.
Yep.
And that's a coaching thing. I don't like the hands low. I like them high. It's just less movement because you're going to get into the shoulder pads. Why bring them up? You're asking to get swiped back down. He's trading under Duke Manyweather, though, the O-line guru. So, I look, he's a top 10 player for me. Love the pick for the Jets.
Yeah, I think that this works. Like you said, smaller hands, but I think that his hand placement is actually pretty decent for like having smaller hands. Plus, he's got pretty strong hands. He does have good power there in his arms. So I think that this is a fantastic pick. I agree with you. He's a top 10 prospect in this class, and I really do like the fit here with the New York Jets. I think he's going to be a good player for a long time, and we know somebody on that offensive line next year is going to get hurt. You got to protect Aaron Rodgers. This is a great pick for the New York Jets. I'm a little surprised they didn't go with Bowers, though, just because you're not going to get a Brock Bowers later in the draft.
No, but
you're not going to get Olu Fashanu either.
You weren't going to get. There were a lot of things you could have gone, and they would have been good picks.
Yeah, I mean, if I were the Jets, I probably would have thought I could maybe get a developmental tackle in the second or even the third.
I'm giving it an A. Spoiler for our draft grades, it's an A for me.
I like the pick. I'll probably give it an A too, but like I probably would have thought it would have been Bowers because if I would have put myself in their mindset here, I probably would have said I can get Brock Bowers now and then maybe get like a Patrick Paul in round 2. I don't know, but I like the pick. He's a good player.
All right, Broncos coming up next here, then the Raiders, but today's show is made possible by Game Time. Prices tend to drop as the event gets closer. So use Game Time. Don't stress out about who Denver's picking, like maybe or maybe not. Producer Sam's going on right now. Don't worry about that. Don't stress. Use Game Time. $20 off with your first purchase. When you use code CHATSPORTS, that's CHATSPORTS, Chat Sports. Link will be in the comments section and the description of today's show. You can find some cheap baseball tickets, folks. You can get them super affordable and just be able to have a nice afternoon at the ballpark. Don't worry about your stress from whatever's going on in the NFL draft. Instead, use Game Time. Links in the comments and the description. Promo code CHATSPORTS over at GameTime.co. Sperry, the pick is in.
Yes,
we
it
have
is.
taken the toasters out of Sam Brown's house as the pick. That's an inside joke. Bo Nix Sperry's the pick to the Denver Broncos.
All 6 quarterbacks of the first 12 picks of the draft.
Everyone else is like, yes, this is great.
And by the way, the Raiders, I know Mitchell Renz is over there in Studio B just
He don't
going
know.
crazy, so excited that he is not going to have to call Bo Nix games. Or at
Can
least,
we mic Sam up for a little bit here?
yeah, can we get Sam on here? Sam, I have been telling you for literally months since the start of the draft process, you are going to have
He says he's busy.
Sam, you are going to have Bo Nix, and you are going to like it. And as a Steelers fan, I cannot wait for Monday Night Football Week 1 because that's what it's going to be in Mile High Stadium. It's going to be Russell Wilson versus Bo Nix, and they're going to win 30-6. Let's go.
Look, let me start positive here. This is a 1,000-time better player than the dude we saw at Auburn. The Auburn player was bad. The Oregon player was wildly productive. He has athletic ability. I think the arm is solid. He never fumbled at Oregon after 10 fumbles at Auburn. It was kind of hilarious how he fixed that problem there. He doesn't turn the football over. It was a 1% turnover-worthy play rate, basically non-existent right there. He has a very quick time to throw. He will execute the offense as it is asked, which maybe Sean Payton was burned by Russell Wilson not doing
most
that
definitely.
this past year. The arm is solid. The mobility is there. He was good under pressure, but hardly faced it. He will attack the middle of the field. Here's why he is a third-round grade. I mean, he's inside my top 90, and that's it. This was a check-down, short passing game merchant at Oregon. The average depth of target was bottom 5 in college football. Like, there was one read out, one read out, one read out. I think his eternal clock gets sped up sometimes as well, and that was a fake offense. That was a Mickey Mouse offense. Now, that's a compliment for college teams. Kind of like how when you go to Disney World, you want it to be Mickey Mouse. In the NFL, it's not going to work that way. This was RPO, screens, vertical shots. It's my NCAA 14 playbook. It works marvelously. But here's the stat to sum this up. Despite 120 more completed passes on 140 more attempts than what JJ McCarthy did, he completed 7 total passes more on 8 more attempts beyond 10 yards. There was 900 yards on screens this year. This is a very different offense. I think Peyton can make the most out of him, get the most out of him. My player comp is Midget Mariota. There's my final burn. I don't like it, Denver. I'm sorry. I don't like it.
Yeah, especially competing against Mahomes in that division. You know, it's Sean Payton is going to have to coach his ass off to compete in that division, playing him twice a year.
You don't have top 10 quarterback upside here.
Yeah, you don't.
So why'd you take him? Because you have to go beat Mahomes.
Well,
that's what I don't understand. I give analysis, Sam. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I mean, my comp for him is Kenny Pickett. He does a lot of things pretty good. Like, he's a pretty good athlete. He's got a pretty good arm. He's good with like his first read, but he's not really going to go like full field 4 read, full field progression, right? He's not going to do that. So really good decision maker within that first read, and then he's a pretty decent playmaker as well. But yeah, man, I had a round 2 grade on him for a reason. I just don't see a lot of high-end upside. I think he's probably a career backup in the league. And now
he's starting now.
You're sitting there in Denver, and you got Zach Wilson, Bo Nix, Jarrett Stidham, and Ben DiNucci, and that is probably the saddest quarterback room in the entire NFL right now.
Couple notes. A, make sure you guys subscribe. We have no defensive players yet.
Yeah, no defensive players in the first 12 picks, folks. That's unbelievable. The Raiders got to take one, right?
Yeah, right.
Defensive tackle, corner, because they can't take a quarterback. That's
They're
unless they go
now.
Rattler, but
They're
that's
gone.
not happening. So
I would die.
this is just crazy, man. Click that subscribe button right now. We're going to be here for every pick in the first round here, every pick for the entire NFL draft, all 3 days, all 7 rounds. We're just getting started here at Chat Sports. Make sure you click that subscribe button right now. Let's try to get to 374,000 subscribers before I have to go off for the Steelers pick here soon. That's my goal, all right? We can get there, right? Just over 200 subs, we can get there. I'm confident in that. Raiders on the clock. I feel like this has got to be where the first defensive player goes.
I think they like Terrion Arnold. Talking to Mitch, I think they also like Fuaga.
Yeah, and I've heard rumblings about Byron Murphy if he made it here,
He's available.
and if you combine him with Christian Wilkins,
Honestly,
that's disgusting.
I'm sure a lot of people here are Raiders and Saints and Colts and Seahawks and Jags fans. Make sure you guys are sub. We'll be here for all the picks for all 3 days. You got to feel pretty good right now.
Yeah.
Like you've had all these quarterbacks go off the board. If you're the Raiders, who maybe they wanted Penix, maybe they didn't, who knows? You're sitting here going, all right, all these teams, like I get the pick of any defensive player or probably a top 10 guy on offense this year. And I think you're feeling pretty good if you're one of these teams right now.
Yeah, absolutely. I love Quinyon Mitchell out of Toledo. He's personally my number one corner.
Big fan of his game.
I really love his game. But I really like the defensive tackles here too. You've got Christian Wilkins, but like interior pass rush is very important in the National Football League. If you have a really good duo, like you can really wreak havoc. If you're going to get to Patrick Mahomes, you better get up the middle to him because he's just so good in terms of maneuvering the pocket, in terms of the edge pressure. I could see this being a Byron Murphy here, but honestly, I could see this being a trade. I could see this being a lot of things for the Las Vegas Raiders because I thought they were going to be in the market for a quarterback here, and I just don't know what to do with this pick now.
I think this gives them the possibility to just take best of play. Sam says,
Yeah, we'll give him Bo, is what he said.
Bo for 13. Yeah, there you go. If you say so. All right, take it away, Sperry.
All right, so spam your favorite team down there in the chat. I'm going to give it 25 seconds, and then I'm going to pick a random team, and we'll talk about him here. Raiders pick is in, by the way, so we should get news on that soon.
By the way, Sam is mentally unwell right now. That is Sam Brown, our Broncos
Well, he
fan.
shouldn't be.
How is Petey doing right now?
Dude, you are.
Oh!
Oh!
Announce it, Sperry.
The Raiders are selecting Brock Bowers, tight end out of Georgia. Very interesting pick.
Going to run 2 tight end set with Bowers and Michael Mayer.
So
Sam wants to flip that
So
so
you
bad.
just got Michael Mayer last year out of Notre Dame.
Yeah.
And now you have Brock Bowers from Georgia, who's a great player, but I feel like this team needed more than another tight end.
Here in the end, and this is how they're going to spin it, this is how I would think about it too, pretend he's not even a tight end. Pretend they just drafted their number 2 wide receiver to pair with Devontae Adams. Pretend they just drafted their Hunter Renfrow replacement. Because in many ways, I've seen comps to George Kittle for Brock Bowers, and I can't quite figure out why that has been made overall. He's not George Kittle.
No, he's not.
I think supercharged Evan Ingram
Yeah.
is what this looks here.
He's unique. He really is a unique
By the
prospect.
way, is Brett out there? Can I say my line that
Brett is out there.
that we had to read? Can someone go ask if I can say the Aaron Hernandez line for Brett as the? Can I say that on air? Wait for yes. This is I'm doing it. This is Aaron Hernandez minus all the murders that went on. Like that's who this player is. This is an explosive and crafty receiving threat who can do a lot of stuff from the slots. In fact, in 2022, that's where he spent most of his time, was as a slot receiver. Spent 48% of his snaps there, 10% out wide, 40% in line, and 2% of the backfield. Like, there's no confirmed testing, but I don't need to see athletic testing.
I'm not worried
when
about
I saw him run away from SEC safeties. Like, he's fast. Like,
he's very fast.
He's a 3-time All-American. He had ankle surgery this year, missed 2 games. That was it. He is a after-catch nightmare. He's averaged about 8 yards per catch after the catch, which is more than like Marvin Harrison did.
Yeah.
Don't treat this as a tight end. Treat this as this is your new number 2 wide receiver, playmaker, dynamic threat, and a supercharged Evan Ingram minus the drops.
So you think he's going to be like a true slot receiver, and then Mayer's going to be the true inline guy there?
Yeah, I think so.
And then Adams is going to be the other legit threat on the perimeter there.
And you'll use a lot of 2 tight end personnel.
Sure.
But you'll use Bowers as a wide receiver.
I gotta say, I don't hate it. Like it gives
different.
you a lot of versatility on
It's
offense.
different.
It gives you a lot of possibilities on the offensive side of the ball. And when you have Gardner Minshew as you're going to be your starting quarterback, and I know Raiders fans right now are saying, "Hallelujah, Aiden O'Connell is going to be our starting quarterback next year."
Minshew, by the way.
It's going to be Gardner Minshew. So you got to get creative, and you got Devontae Adams, who is a legit number 1 guy, and now Brock Bowers is going to come in. He's going to be your chess piece that you move all over the place with crazy formations and shifts. I kind of like this from Las Vegas. I'm not going to lie.
It's different, but
I like the thinking
unique.
from Antonio Pierce and Tom Telesco here. That's for damn sure, man.
Yep.
Okay, so I'll pick a team right now.
Yeah, I got screwed.
Buccaneers. Okay. Buccaneers are interesting to me.
They're in the weird range.
Because
Like,
they actually have, for a playoff team, they actually have a lot of things that they could address. They could use an edge rusher. They could use a corner. They could use inside linebacker after losing Devin White. Like, they have a lot of things that they could address. I think in round one, probably edge or corner, whoever's the highest on their board.
I think would make the most sense.
Probably
maybe
what's going to happen.
interior O-line, depending on who's there.
Yeah,
Maybe.
If like Barton is there, which I highly doubt, maybe Jackson Powers Johnson. But yeah, I personally think it's probably going to be like Jared Verse if he falls, or there's a bunch of good corners in this draft. I'm sure Terrion Arnold or Nate Wiggins will be sitting there for him.
Yeah.
That's probably where I would expect the Buccaneers to go. So one more here, Tom, if you want to pick a team.
Yeah. I see Colts. Oh, say what? Okay. Colts are coming up here, by the way. There will be a corner for them. Quinyon Mitchell, Terrion Arnold, and Brian Thomas Jr. I think they would have loved if Brock Bowers fell 2 more spots. They would have been very, very happy right there. But I think again, when you're in this range right now, the Saints pick, who they're listening for trade offers, by the way, the Saints are. Maybe Philadelphia. They were rumored to be trading up. We'll see. Saints, if a trade down or pick somebody. Colts, Seattle, Jacksonville, Cincinnati, even. Like, if you got to be feeling great right now.
Yeah, if you wanted defense, you are ecstatic.
Or O-line has not really gotten hot yet.
Yeah.
I think it's about to.
Yeah, especially if they take a player here, it's going to be a tackle because they need 2 tackles, all right? Trevor Penning stinks. And then Ryan Ramczyk, you don't know if he's going to play football again, right? So you need to take one right now for sure. I don't know which one it is. I would probably go with Fautanu out of Washington is probably who I'd take, but
gives them position flexibility too.
Yeah, but there's also Taliese Fuaga here. Who I really like as well.
Slightly surprised he's there, but I don't think he's going to last that much longer.
Yeah.
Although maybe he does slide. Maybe teams don't think he can play tackle. In which case, like that's how guys like Fuaga and Fautanu fall. They don't trust the tackle, but kind of like Graham Barton too.
Absolutely. So, what's crazy is I think the New Orleans Saints are going to take a tackle here, Tom. And then it wouldn't surprise me if the guy that I kind of connected to the Colts to start today's exercise, Brian Thomas Jr., is the pick for the Colts. And we might go the first 15 picks without a defensive player, which would just be unprecedented. I don't know if I'll ever see that again in my lifetime.
Probably not.
And it's not like there's bad defensive players. Like, I have a super high grade on Quinyon Mitchell. Okay, we got 2 super chats here. So we got Cody, who goes, okay, so producer Jack is letting me know this is Michigan Football Report legend Cody Mumford. Is that how you say it? Anthony, go blue. Thank you so much, Cody. We got more super chats here. All right, Jeff Davis here, $5 super chat, says just ready for the Cowboys to fumble the 24th pick or trade out of the first round. Thoughts, Tom?
The vibes are bad, folks.
$5 super chat from Lone Wolf, who says, for the Cowboys, W/trades, 30 Graham Barton, 35 Jordan Morgan, Trey Benson, 87 Edrin Cooper, and Justin, I don't know how to say his last name. Aboyshby. Great at for me.
I don't
really
know.
Quick.
It's an A. I don't know how we're getting all those picks, but I love it.
Lone Wolf.
Barton isn't getting to 30, by the way.
Probably not. $2 super chat from Rob W. Thank you so much, Rob. We got $10 from Duncan. Says, hey, Tom, with all the offensive talent falling, do we still go O-line? It seems like everyone might GT got jump at as many of these O-line as they can, and they won't be there. Might as well go D-line.
Very well might happen. And we'll know, I think, around the Dolphins pick how that's going to play out there. So I would not be surprised if that ends up happening. So we'll wait and see. But that's a real possibility. They get jumped and they take like a Darius Robinson at 24.
Saints haven't taken a pick yet, which is, I think they're definitely looking to trade down. $10 super chat from Marcus Arnold says, I don't see any good left tackles in the first. Do the Cowboys take the best left guard or wait until later, take the best linebacker with 24?
I think if there's a guard that they like, if it's like, Fautanu falls or Barton there, or maybe a center, I think they're going to take him.
Sure, yeah.
And then the linebacker, the Edrin Cooper, I kind of wouldn't like it.
Yeah, this is a bad year to want to need an inside linebacker, my friend. It is not good whatsoever. We have a pick here for the New Orleans Saints. Not yet? Not confirming?
Go back up to the top. It's there. We're good.
All right, there it is. We have confirmation. It's going to be Taliese Fuaga out of Oregon State to the New Orleans Saints. What do you think here, Tom? You think they're going to plug him right in at right tackle, and then try Penning again at left tackle if they can't get another guy?
I think that's the plan with Ramczyk's uncertainty long term. There has been some pronunciation drama. So all of the pronunciation guides
Say Fuaga.
say Fuaga, Taliese Fuaga.
Yeah, Taliese.
And then at a Senior Bowl interview, he's like, no, it's Taliese Fuaga. Like
Yep.
how Tua Tagovailoa has the invisible
It's Samoan.
NG in there.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
So, I don't know. Well, I think for him, it's kind of like either's fine type of deal, like because he's grown up with a trickier name.
And at the very least, they need guard help too.
And
he
he
would
can
be
plug
an
in there.
all-pro guard.
If Ramchek's back, you plug him in at guard. So that makes a lot of sense to me
Yep.
for the Saints. He actually was a top 10 player for me. I didn't think I was going to like
Wow.
him as much as I
Okay.
did. I'm like, there were people like, his arms are bad. I'm like, no, they're fine. The length gets checked off enough. It's 33-inch arms. It's long enough this day in college football. He's a powerful player. That Oregon State offense hit him a little bit in pass protection. Like it wasn't a true drop back, full heavy passing offense right there. There were concerns like, how good of an athlete is he? Survey says incredible. Like 6'5", almost 6'6", 324, and a 5'1", 340, a 32-inch vert, and a 9. Incredible.
Yeah.
Never allowed a sack in college.
Yep.
Now, again, I think the offense kind of hit him. He'll do some oversetting stuff, which would be mitigated by a move to guard on the inside. But you're filling a need. You're getting a value player. Love the pick for the Saints here.
Yeah, I like it. I like it too, man. You can plug him inside if you need him to. He's going to be able to play right tackle if Ryan isn't able to go, at least to start the year. Like you said, elite physical talent. He moves really well as a run blocker too, which is something I like for a guy his size. I think he's going to be a dominant run blocker, and we know Clint Kubiak's going to want to run the football there in New Orleans. I like the pick, man. I have no complaints.
Will jump a little bit. He gets a little trying to get ahead of it.
Yeah,
the ball starts.
and
Which
that's
is-
because I don't
okay.
think his lateral quickness is like elite, so he tries to
more straight line.
overcorrect at times, and he can lose on the inside at times in
and
the drop
I think
back
it's also
passing
kind
game.
of cover up some of those arm length stuff.
Yeah, exactly. So
Which happens. And
I like the player, number 14th overall
Um,
player taken. I
yeah.
like it.
Comps here. Jamal Brown athletically, maybe not quite as good. At guard, I like some Brandon Scherf athletic ability there.
Yeah. I like both of those right there.
You have a starter on the offensive line. You did it. Good job, Saints.
Tom just gave you the thumbs up sign. You need to give us the thumbs up right now on the stream. Right now we've got almost 5,000 likes.
Shatter that mark from last year.
Shatter it
baby.
right now, all right? I will do another Bean Boozled, all right? I hate doing these things, but I'll do it for 5,000, all right? I have my price, Tom Downey,
Okay.
all right? 5,000 likes. We're less than 200 away. Am I right on that? No.
Math?
Yeah.
You're
200
just
away.
over.
Exactly 200 now, okay? So we're 200 likes away. Click that thumbs up icon. If we get to 5,000, I'll do another one of these things. I hate doing them, but I'll do it for you. It's the NFL draft. It's football Christmas. We're getting going here on Chat Sports, man. I absolutely love it. Let's run through the picks here, Tom Downey.
How about you do it?
All right, let's do it.
Give some analysis. For a second.
I'll give my thoughts.
Rapid fire.
Caleb Williams, next Patrick Mahomes.
No. We went over this. We talked about this last year. Patrick Mahomes comps are banned.
No, they're not.
Yes, they are.
No, they're not.
You lost your privileges. The draft world did when they said it was Zach Wilson.
Okay,
They're banned forever.
I think that we view comps like just fundamentally differently. Is he going to win 3 Super Bowls in the same amount of times as Mahomes has? Probably not. Is he going to win 2 MVPs in the times Mahomes has? Maybe not. He could, but maybe not.
Probably not.
Okay, probably not. But the play style is the closest we have seen since Mahomes when he emerged in the second season of that Kansas City offense. You just can't say any other way.
Honestly, Mahomes,
like if you have to compare his game and his play style to anyone,
Kyler Murray.
no, it is Patrick Mahomes. Because he's bigger than Kyler. He throws over the middle way better than
Not
Kyler does.
Not that much bigger though.
Yes, Kyler's what, 5'10"?
Yeah, but we're
3.5 inches taller?
closer.
Just a little bit taller? Are you kidding me? This guy, I think, in my opinion, he is the best quarterback prospect that's ever entered the league. Now, I wasn't around for Andrew Luck, all right? I wasn't around for Manning. Like, I've only been doing it for 7 years, okay?
Yeah.
He's the best guy that I've seen from college heading into pro. I love that pick. I think they're going to compete for a playoff spot immediately. Jaden Daniels, Washington, love that pick. Drake Maye with New England. He needs to develop. New England, don't rush him. Marvin Harrison Jr. with Arizona. Love that pick. Kyler needs a dominant perimeter threat. You get that with him. Joe Alt, I'm very happy they took him instead of Latham. Alt is definitely the number 1 tackle in this class for me. Malik Neighbors. If you're going to stick with Daniel Jones, he's not going to be throwing the ball down the field. You need somebody that can win after the catch. Malik Neighbors does that for you. That's a fantastic pick for them. I don't like the JC Latham pick. You had guys that can play left tackle at a high level available there. You went with a guy that I think is going to be a guard in the National Football League. I don't think he has. He might play right tackle. I'm not sure if he's a left. And I don't like Dylan Radins on the left side either. Michael Penix Jr., worst pick of the draft. I don't think any pick that's going to happen is going to be worse than that. Odunze at 9. I love that for Chicago. Great chemistry with Caleb. That's a really scary wide receiver trio. JJ to Minnesota. I love that Minnesota didn't overpay for him, but he is a good fit there. Olu Fashanu out of Penn State. Love that for New York. Somebody's going to get hurt on that O-line. Bo Nix to Denver. They needed a quarterback, but he's a round 2 guy, in my opinion, probably a career backup. I don't see him as an impact player in the league. Brock Bowers, very interesting pick. I'm interested to see how Luke Getsy uses him.
It's different.
He's not the most he wasn't the most creative offensive mind in Chicago, but things might change because if you're taking him here, you have a vision for him. And then Taliese Fuaga out of Oregon State for the Saints. They needed a tackle. They got that guy. I like that pick right there. And now we have the Colts, Tom Downey, and there's still no defensive players that have gone.
That's pretty wild. Dallas Turner is kind of sliding a little bit more than I think most people thought he was going to. This might be a good Quinyon Mitchell range here. Troy Fautanu there. I'm high on Graham Barton quite a bit there. I got my guys, Amarius Mims, Johnny Newton. Byron Murphy is there too. So if you want a defense, you're in pretty good shape there. Jack, take it away.
All right, today's live stream is brought to you by Mando Whole Body Deodorant. You can get $5 off a starter pack today when you use code CHAT at shopmando.com. Ditch the soap and step up to the plate with Mando Whole Body Deodorant today. Developed by a doctor, this game-changing formula is safe for your body, for your entire body, and knocks out odor like a champ. Mando is made with mandelic acid, which picks off odor at the source, keeping you fresh for up to 72 hours. Mando is available in solid sticks, invisible cream, body wash, cleaning bars, and deodorant wipes for on-the-go use. Don't let foul balls ruin your game. Switch to Mando and keep your body odor in fair territory by taking advantage of their special offer for new customers of $5 off their best-selling starter pack when you go to shopmando.com and use code CHAT. Guys, I use their body wash every single day, the bourbon leather body wash. Absolutely love it. I highly recommend it to anybody. Now, I've always kept my odor in check, but man, the people here at Chat Sports, before we started partnering with Mando, it was getting a little bit rough here. I'm not going to lie, but after we started partnering with these guys and they got some Mando products, everything has changed for the better. Mando's starter pack is perfect for new customers. It comes with a solid stick of deodorant, cream tube deodorant, and 2 free products of your choice, like this mini body wash that I showed off earlier, plus free shipping. Luckily, I have a discount code to help you get hooked on my favorite smelling whole body deodorant on the market today. New customers get $5 off a starter pack with our exclusive code that equates to over 40% off your starter pack. Use code CHAT at shopmando.com. That's shopmando.com. A big thank you to Mando Whole Body Deodorant for sponsoring today's live stream. All right, man, show some love to our sponsor, Mando Whole Body Deodorant. Spam Draft on their latest post. Is it on Instagram or is it
Instagram?
It is on Instagram. So go to Instagram right now. Check out Mando Whole Body Deodorant. Spam Draft on their latest post. And the link is going to be in the chat. Producer Jack is putting that in there right now. Go there right now. Take care of that. And are we doing shout-outs for everybody that does, Producer Jack?
We will. We'll probably come back to it.
We'll come back to it. So if you do that, we will come back to you and we'll give you a special shout-out on the show. Really appreciate our friends at Mando for sponsoring today's show. I see Kurgan Cold with another 69. Somebody's getting slapped on the show. And I don't think it's me, Tom Downey. All right. So now let's get to the Colts pick. And it's going to be, ooh.
I know, right?
My number 1 edge coming off the board. Very nice. Tom Downey, take it away, my friend.
Look, talent-wise, ignoring the medical stuff, number 1 edge I think is a very popular refrain there. I got him at 19 overall because of the medical stuff.
Apparently they checked out.
Yeah, you never know until the draft, right? Because it's, he was medically retired at Washington due to a neck injury.
Yep.
And then had to get that all sorted out and figured out from that perspective. The production was incredible. 21.5 tackles for loss this past year with 13 sacks. 20% pressure rates the last 2 years. So every 5th play, He's impacting the throw and getting after the quarterback right there. 5 forced fumbles. He had 34 TFLs in 25 games at UCLA. He's a really good athlete. He's not as freaky as like the Jalen Phillips, which I think is a good comp with the medical concerns there. Goes in a very similar range.
Same number.
I like a Trey Hendrickson comp.
I don't hate
He's
that.
not an elite run stopper, I don't think.
Hendrickson doesn't have a cross chop.
No, he doesn't. Like, but they also like they win. They get pressures. Despite not being.
Yes.
They're also very similar builds. He's got the Euro step, which I'm always a big fan of, which I like to see.
It's just beautiful, man.
There.
Just beautiful.
I thought Fuaga did a pretty good job against him.
Yes, he did.
That was kind of the one knock. I thought the length isn't great, but he got an impact pass rusher. A little surprised it wasn't a corner, but the first defensive player off the board finally.
Yeah, I mean, I they like athletic freaks. I wouldn't say Latu is a freak athletically, but let's just face it, Kwity Paye has been fine. He's not much of an impact as a pass rusher. He's a good run defender. And then Samson Ebukam? Is that? Yeah, he's the other edge rusher there. He's fine.
They love getting pass rushers.
But like Latu is like a legit #1 edge rusher day one, in my opinion, if he can stay healthy. There's just not many guys that can pull off the cross chop move because it takes such balance and bend and athleticism. I think Latu's going to be a really good player if he can stay healthy, and that's kind of a big if with his history. So make sure you spam draft. A few shout-outs. Where do we see them?
I got to pull it up here. I got
top
it pulled up. Let's see. We've got, let me go to the top of these so I'm not missing anybody. A. Jones, Immortal Life Trippy, Joseph CEO, Zach 2C, almost clicked on somebody, Jared, Shane Amick, Bethany, SU Pressure, bunch of those from SU Pressure. Mirko's got a bunch of them in there as well. Crystal 42, Jam Walder, Bridge Racing. I think that's Wookiees. Might be mispronouncing that one from that perspective. Let me keep scrolling down here. I don't want to get the Raiders ones in there necessarily either. Save those shout outs for those people. Think we're mostly caught up here. Let me keep scrolling. I think we're about caught up there. Psycho Modern. It keeps it loads and then it scrolls past where it's currently at, which is very frustrating. I think we're about caught up there, guys.
All right, so let's kind of recap the picks here.
Yeah.
Caleb Williams, Jaden Daniels, and Drake Maye go off the board. 1, 2, 3, straight chalk. Marvin Harrison Jr. goes 4. Joe Alt to the Chargers at 5, not JC Latham like it was rumored to be. Malik Neighbors, a great fit for the New York Giants. JC Latham to the Titans. Michael Penix Jr., the crazy pick of the day at number 8. Rome Odunze pairing up with his buddy Caleb Williams there in Chicago. Great day for the city of Chicago, if you ask me. JJ McCarthy, trading up for him if you're Minnesota, not giving up too much for him, getting the guy you like. Olu Fashanu from Penn State going to New York. Love that fit. Bo Nix stinks. Brock Bowers to the Raiders. I blanked out there for a second. Taliese Fuaga to the Saints. Really like that. And then Laiatu Latu to the Colts. They needed a really good #1 edge rusher. They get one here at number 15. And then coming up here, we get Seahawks. Then we get Jaguars, Bengals, and Rams. What can we expect from these next 4 picks, Tom?
Seattle's kind of a wild card, new-ish regime kind of in there. They've been linked to Fautanu because they have the similar coaching staff here. Jacksonville could go. The corners are all there for Jacksonville, so that stands out. Brian Thomas is there. Bengals are going to get a good trench player. I think they feel maybe Dallas Turner now with the Trey Hendrickson trade request suddenly starts to be appealing a little bit more than because I didn't think he was going to be here. Yeah. I'm very surprised he's there. I thought he'd be a top 10 pick. He's my #1 defender. Maybe there's something else going on behind the scenes, but there's only been one defender taken, so who knows?
Yeah, exactly. So next up here, we had the
second through.
Yeah, so we got. We're just cycling through. So I don't know if we're going to see a trade up. Do you think we'll see a trade up here?
I mean, if you were a team that was
wait, who is this? Who is this on the phone? Do we know who that is?
I think that's Latu.
Oh, is that? Are they just replaying it?
ESPN is only just now getting to the pick. I'm pretty sure that's Latu. Yeah.
Okay. But there's some teams we still haven't seen an Ayuk trade yet. There are some, I'm not sure if we're going to. We did hear that if the Steelers are going to trade for him, it might not happen until they're on the clock.
Yeah.
So that's still a possibility. Same thing with Jacksonville. They need a #1 receiver. It's going to be interesting to see how these wide receivers fall to me because you got Adonai Mitchell, you got Ladd McConkey, Xavier Leggett. I think is somebody that's going to sneak in here tonight.
Would be shocked.
Watch out for the Bills. They love those deep crossers, and that's what Leggett. That's his specialty.
Yeah.
So I still think we're going to have a run on receivers here. We're starting to get a run on tackles.
I think it's going to continue.
And we just had our first defender, so we'll see if there's a run on defenders here in the middle part of the first round. All right, so now let's get into, if you're just joining us here, we do have a couple of giveaways today. We have a raffle item and then an MVP item. So $20 Super Chat gets you in the raffle to win a draft swag pack. You get an official draft hat for your favorite team, official draft T-shirt for your favorite team, and a couple of miscellaneous little gifts here from Chat Sports, like a bottle opener and sunglasses and all this good stuff. Great little swag pack there for our raffle item winner. And then our MVP today, rookie jersey. So your favorite team. And whoever they draft tonight, that's the jersey that you will get if you are today's MVP.
Kurgan Cold in a runaway right
Kurgan Cold is just running away with it right now. We got some super chats to run through here. Jameer CP says Penix to Atlanta. I'm still scratching my head. I don't know how to feel. Terrible pick.
Don't like it.
Plain simply. Yeah, Kirk Cousins, I mean, goodness gracious. He just signed there. I wouldn't feel good if I was him. Lone Wolf.
Jack says he hates to interrupt, but he's got something here.
Jack's hijacking the show here. What's up?
Oh,
okay. So Rossini said the Falcons called Kirk Cousins when they were on the clock to let him know. This is hilarious to me. From what I learned, Cousins understood a QB would be considered, but he did not believe his successor would be taken in the first round. I'm told he's a bit stunned. I mean, I think everybody's stunned. Like he completely uprooted his family to go to Atlanta, sign a 4-year contract.
His family's from there. I think they'll be okay.
Yeah, okay, fair enough.
But also, yes.
But still,
also,
you're
yes.
leaving a good situation in Minnesota to Atlanta, who then immediately drafts your successor, who, by the way, is an older quarterback that cannot create outside of structure. It's like, and the more I think about this pick, the more I hate it. $2 super chat from Lone Wolf here. It says somehow Burton and Powers Johnson were there at 30. I guess we'll see. Then we got $69 super chat from my man Kurgan Cold. He says, I'm out on the Bengals fan. Keeps talking political trash. He should be blocked. I'll see y'all later.
We'll tell the team behind it to take care of it.
I haven't seen
it.
Yeah.
Look,
we're talking football here. We're not looking at the chat like all that much.
We'll do our best. There are people who are going to do political stuff no matter what. So honestly, just ignore it. I know it's easier said than done.
Appreciate you, Kurgan. You're a real one. $2 super chat from Chuck Nola. And he says, that Penix pick is the worst pick of this decade. Probably, it's up there.
I don't know about
Alex Leatherwood to the Raiders.
I hated Bo Nix anymore.
Cleveland Furl in the top 5 was pretty bad, too. Okay, Jameer CP. Another one says, Penix nice. My sleeper QB, Las Vegas, a better fit. Yeah, I like Penix, too. You know, I had him higher than JJ McCarthy on my personal big board this year. With the right fit, I think he has a higher upside, like, with better help than McCarthy does personally, but he needed that right fit, and I'm just not sure if he got there with Atlanta. All right, so we got another pick here, and it's Byron Murphy, defensive tackle out of Texas. I actually mocked Murphy to the Seattle Seahawks in my final mock, so I nailed that one here in the middle of the first round. Thoughts on Byron Murphy to the Seattle Seahawks?
He's 16 overall for me. He goes 16 overall, so, pretty right. I'm a bigger fan of Johnny Newton, but that's fine. I know I'm different than most people on that
I love him
front
too,
there.
man. I really do.
A little shorter. He's 6'1", 297. Arm length is solid, though, and 32 and 3/8" arms. Actually benefits him, gives him good leverage, allows him to play low, and low man wins, High motor, really great athletic ability, sub 4.9, 40-yard dash. It can be a little late to trigger sometimes, I think, off the snap, but once he does, he fires forward pretty well. Great production, 16.5% pressure rate, 8.5 tackles for loss, 5 sacks, bunch of pressures. Not the biggest guy, a little light in the pants. Did get to 306 at his pro day.
There it is.
He said he was surprised how much he weighed at the combine. I think he didn't think he was going to be that light, which, it's fine right there. Doesn't get pushed out of gaps, and he actually played a bunch of nose guard for Texas.
Yeah.
Even with Devontae
Good run defender.
He's a good run defender given his size. Interior pass rusher, Mike McDonald coming over from the Ravens, saw how good Justin Madubuike was.
Yep.
Now he's got another one here. The easy comp for all the undersized guys is Geno Atkins. I don't mind that one here. I think Shelby Harris athletically. But the better version than what Seattle had. Like the good version.
Yeah, I don't hate that at all. Byron Murphy, just crazy athlete. He's just a psycho on the field. I think this is a great fit with all the rotating disguises that they do and all the different stuff they do with their safeties and their nickel and their inside linebackers. You need to have a really solid defensive line. They needed help on the interior. I mean, this is a no-brainer to me. You need interior offensive line help if you're Seattle, and I know a lot of fans are probably clamoring for Graham Barton here, for example. You can get a good guard on day 2 for sure.
I'd agree.
All right. See you, folks. I'm going to be taking off here. Tom is going to have you. We're going to have Jace Andrews on here
Give him
in
a
just
second.
a little. Oh, give it a little second.
Yeah, got a couple times there, but Jags on the clock here at number 17 overall. If you are just now tuning in, we will recap the picks for you as we simulcast for the time being on Cowboys, on Chiefs, on Commanders. Dolphins is Dolphins just now shifted off, or is that about to be? Not quite yet. Dolphins TBD on that front. By the way, we have a trade up. Minnesota is jumping up to number 17 overall with Jacksonville, only giving up 167. I wonder if that might be a typo there from the reports. We'll see. But Minnesota is on the clock here all of a sudden. Okay, this makes more sense. It's 167, a third and a fourth next year. I have a prediction. I'm going to go Dallas Turner. They're giving up a lot of capital here in next year's class. A third and a fifth, or a third and a fourth, plus 167 overall this year, as Minnesota is now on the clock here, trading up with Jacksonville to get that number 17 overall pick. Some top players on the board here. Dallas Turner, Quinyon Mitchell, the corners would be a good fit for what they like to do on defense with Brian Flores. Offensive linemen, Troy Fautanu are there. Graham Barton is there. Amarius Mims is there. Johnny Newton is my guy. I love Newton. I would love that pick. I don't think the NFL's as high on him as I am. That's fine. Terrion Arnold is there. Nate Wiggins, at least on my board, Nate Wiggins, Jackson Powers Johnson, Kool-Aid McKinstry, Brian Thomas. So Minnesota, 2 trades up in round 1 of this year's class, a 5th this year, and their 3rd and 4th round picks next year. That tells me there is somebody that they desperately wanted that maybe they didn't think would be on the board for them. And they're jumping up 6 spots and really, really limiting next year's draft capital to make this happen. Is the only other pick that I've seen come in this year, a 3rd and a 4th next year, when they already moved on from future picks next season as well, to an extent, to make this happen. So Minnesota, ultra aggressive here in round 1. You can get those predictions in for who you think this pick will end up being. I would guess defense, Dallas Turner, Quinyon Mitchell, all available here on the board at this time, as that pick should be in very, very shortly with the trade up coming in here. There it is. The pick is in. Sperry can suck it. It is indeed Dallas Turner to the Minnesota Vikings. This was my number 1 ranked pass rusher in this year's class. He's actually much higher than JJ McCarthy was for me on this board. Top 10 player for me in the class. He's my number 1 ranked defensive player, my top ranked edge rusher. The Vikings were in the market for more pass rush help because they had lost Daniil Hunter. They had lost Marcus Davenport. They had only added Jonathan Grenard. Now they find a way to acquire, I think, the best pass rusher in this class with the non-medical concerns that Laiatu Latu had suffered from. And I bet when they do their post-draft press conference stuff, they're going to go, yeah, we didn't think Dallas Turner was going to be there. We had a chance to get our highest-rated defensive player. We thought it would have been silly to not go down that path and acquire him. He plays bigger, in the same way that kind of Nolan Smith does, by the way. He plays a little bit bigger than his size. I don't think he has, at almost 6'3", 247 with really long arms. That's not someone you would think is a good run stopper. I thought he held up pretty well. The length really helps him from that perspective. Gives him some frame to grow into there as well, by the way. He can drop into coverage. I hated when Alabama did that. I'm like, this doesn't make any sense. Stop doing this. Why are you dropping into coverage? That's dumb. That's lame. You shouldn't be doing those types of things. The long arm and the burst he has off the snap, 4.48 40, a 40.5-inch vert, 10.07 broad, elite athletic ability. All of that allows him to convert that speed into power. And that benefits him in a pretty major way with what he's able to do as a pass rusher. He is young as well. He's 21 years old. The athletic comp here, hopefully a better football player, is Vic Beasley, who's not the biggest guy, but very athletically gifted, offers the burst. I think Nolan Smith, a better version, works well too, where he's a bigger player. So Couple future picks next year. It means next year's draft won't be as good for Minnesota when it's all said and done. But I do think this was a really good, aggressive move by the Vikings as they build out their current core. JJ McCarthy, the quarterback, and going to have some success with Dallas Turner on defense. Quality pick there by Alabama. Hats off to Minnesota. I like being aggressive there. They'll feel it next year with lighter draft capital. But hey, adding good players isn't a bad thing at all. And you're getting they'll say he's a top 10 guy on their board, just like he is for me. Just like he is for me. So Minnesota trades up to 17. They take Dallas Turner. Number 18, Cincinnati, now on the clock here as we bring on Jace Andrews. Jace, how you doing, buddy?
Welcome back. We're good. Brian, good to be back. Bengals on the clock now. Are they really about to get Brian Thomas Jr. here?
I bet they take an offensive lineman.
Think so?
I'm gonna bet Amarius Mims here.
That would be a good pick.
Well, think of Jared Verse, Shawnee Newton, Quinyon Mitchell is there when I didn't think he was going to be. So that is a dark horse candidate as well.
Very much so.
I'm excited to see who they pick. A lot of good options here.
Lots of good options. We are closing in on 374,000 subscribers, getting close here and just less than 120 away. So hit that subscribe button. We got coverage of all 252 picks. Plus, I believe, Tom, you got 300 players, you said? So UDFAs, we're going to cover it too.
I got to 3. Oh, there's going to be a lot of guys I didn't get to. There's going to be about 20, 25 guys I did not get to in the end there.
We'll get it off. All right. Well, with that being said, I believe we're getting word your time is calling for Cowboys.
In a little bit here.
Yeah. Really?
A little bit.
All right.
Stand by. We got a few minutes here.
All right. Let's go to a couple of super chats here real quick.
Let's
keep going.
That's fine. That's fine.
Let's keep going.
Go and go to Jace. That's fine. Go and go to Jace.
Let's keep going. Jameer CP with a super chat saying, who should the Rams pick? A couple different options for the Rams. I think, they're closing in here. I think, honestly, probably going offensive lineman with them would maybe be a very good shot. But going in here with the pick, see how that goes. Jim and Molly Bennett saying, who will Tomunism forever be taking at number 3?
Who's here? Oh my God. Tell him I'm taking Marvin Harrison.
Marvin Harrison. There you go. That's who he's taking. Brian Aycock. This one's from Dolphins. I got Dolphins. Hello from Bass to all Finn family. Jim, Tom will text you tonight. There you go. Hello from Badass to all Finn family. Like the PH there a lot. That's nice. Someone from Cowboys? Okay. Dwayne Jackson, $5 super chat saying, Tom, if all the good O-line are picked, should Dallas trade out at pick number 24? I believe Tom had mentioned that he said yes, if O-line aren't there, the potential to trade out is something that we could see from the Dallas Cowboys. Random Vids with a $5 super chat saying, do you think the hip drop tackle has affected the draft this year? I'm going to go with no. I think that you're still going to take people based off their athletic ability. I don't know how in the world that would kind of maybe affect a little bit, but it's not something I would see being a huge thing. Blood Slinger saying, F Chugs. I second that, of course. Power saying, with all the QBs and tackles getting picked, that made it so there is a ton of great players left. There's a ton of amazing players left, especially on the cornerbacks. There's Quinyon Mitchell as well. There's Kool-Aid McKinstry as well. There is a lot of different good cornerbacks, along with wide receivers that are still available. Brian Thomas Jr. and A.D. Mitchell. Poff Daddy along here. Jack? Poff Daddy saying, trade back or go with D pick. Board looks big. Is this one? This one's on Cowboys, right? This one's on Cowboys. Honestly, the offensive line is still pretty. I think Amarius Mims is a great pick for the Cowboys if he's still there. I just don't see if he's going to be there, though. There you go. All right, the pick is in for the Bengals. Let's go to this next super chat real quick. We want to hit that real quick? There you go. NGA Recruiting's $2 super chat. So the pick is in for the Cincinnati Bengals. They do not go Brian Thomas Jr. They go Amarius Mims, the 6'7", 340-pound lineman from the University of Georgia. Number 4 overall offensive tackle, the 14th ranked player. Amarius Mims is a guy that I really like seeing play, and I think he is a very good fit and a team that needed an offensive lineman. If you look at the Bengals, they've got a couple of question marks right now with T. Higgins and Trey Hendrickson both requesting trades, and Amarius Mims now going to help block Joe Burrow, who has had a bit of an injury problem since he has got in there. Now, only 800 career snaps, but when he is healthy, he is playing amazing. The question is, will he stay healthy, and will that affect, obviously, a Bengals team who has had some injury-prone players throughout their past couple of years? Let's just say that. He's very big, and I think that's why there are some concerns with that injury. I know that is something, though, that the Bengals have liked in Amarius Mims. Given the size, he is going to be able to block Joe Burrow at an effective rate, especially in a very good defensive conference there, or division, with the Steelers being in there and TJ Watt. You're going to need some very good offensive linemen. This is going to help out in a team that the offensive line very much struggled in there. So Amarius Mims, they are the round 1 pick, number 18 for the Cincinnati Bengals, an offensive lineman that, to me, kind of fell a little bit. I mean, 18 is a pretty good slot for him. I would like that pick for the Bengals. Let's kind of recap what we've seen from this 2024 NFL Draft so far. Caleb Williams, the number 1 overall pick. Jaden Daniels at number 2. Drake Maye at number 3. And then Marvin Harrison Jr. at number 4. Pretty much following the script from picks 1 through 4. Caleb, Jaden, Drake, all the ones that we expected to see in those top 3. And then MHJ, nothing new there. Alt going at pick number 5 is probably the one that maybe started the surprise movement. Then you have Malik Neighbors, JC Latham at number 7. The Titans, who are really heavily linked to Joe Alt, then proceeded to then not get him, and they didn't trade back. They stuck with their gut, got an offensive tackle in JC Latham. And then the biggest pick of the draft up until this point, the Falcons, who just guaranteed $100 million to Kirk Cousins. They draft Michael Penix Jr., and the 24-year-old with some injury struggles lands in Atlanta, and a tight-knit quarterback competition coming up. Is that the quarterback of the future in a couple years? Lots of question marks, but ultimately that's the way the Falcons chose to go. Rome Odunze at number 9 to the Chicago Bears. You pair him with Caleb Williams, and you have an absolute stud of an offense in Chicago. You have some amazing guys around them, along with DJ Moore, and of course the signing of Keenan Allen, or rather trade for Keenan Allen. That's a very good offense in Chicago. JJ McCarthy in the trade there goes number 10 to the Minnesota Vikings, as the Vikings move up 1 slot ahead, going to the Jets. And the Jets there take Olu Fashanu. Brock Bowers, the tight end, he falls at number 13 with the Las Vegas Raiders. That's a very good pick. I like that one a lot. And then Taliese Fuaga from Oregon State, the Hawaiian native, goes to New Orleans, playing with the Saints in the Superdome. Laiatu Latu, the edge from UCLA, in round 1, pick 15. Steelers. Gotcha. Byron Murphy, the second, and then there at round 1, pick number 16. Obviously, the Jaguars then traded with the Vikings. That was Dallas Turner at 17. And then the most recent pick, Amarius Mims, at pick number 18. So there's your most recent picks. We appreciate you joining on there. Joined now by Rolly Nick Roloff.
Let's get it,
Let's go.
NFL fans. What's going on? Welcome to be here. We've had an electric NFL draft so far. All my Dolphins fans tuning in. Let's go. We're picking in a couple picks. We'll be here to break that down live as well. But it's been a lot of stunning selections here, Jace. I got to be honest. You see Michael Penix going 8, the first 14 picks being all offense, which means, well, defensive players that are very, very talented are falling into the mid and early 20s, which will allow, our Dolphins here picking at 21 to potentially go that route or even on the offensive line. But, there's a lot of good players still out there, Jace.
Terrion Arnold's out there. Quinyon Mitchell, I'm kind of surprised. We're at pick 19, and he is there. We'll see if his next pick is up. But the Rams, currently on the clock right now, have got pick number 19 overall, as we see. Looking for a defensive tackle edge, maybe a cornerback. Maybe this is where we finally see Quinyon Mitchell go. They do have 11 total picks with 4 in the top 100. Rams are in an interesting situation being at 19. What do you think they go with?
I mean, it's kind of unbelievable. This is the first time they're picking in the first round since 2016 when they took quarterback Jared Goff. An interesting guy. I wouldn't surprise me if they went corner with Quinyon Mitchell or Terrion Arnold, but could they go Jerzon Newton, the defensive tackle from Illinois? Because, listen, Aaron Donald retiring in the offseason. They could look for his replacement. Byron Murphy just went off the board a couple picks ago to the Seahawks. Could the Rams go for that Aaron Donald replacement and Jerzon Newton? It wouldn't shock me, but there's also Jared Verse there as well, so I just expect them to go defense with anything.
I think this is a very clear defensive pick. It's either I would probably agree with you to go defensive line, but given Quinyon Mitchell is there, it wouldn't surprise me if they took him. Given being at 19, that's a pretty good slot for him.
I'll tell you what, I thought it was fascinating that a report from Diana Rossini is out there that they tried to trade up into the top 10 from 19 with Brock Bowers, the tight end from Georgia, in mind. It's a little bit of a stunner if you ask me. They stay home here at 19, and as long as there's no crazy trade back or anything like that, I'd expect them to go defense like you mentioned.
Yeah, I like Verse. I think that's a pretty good one. But, again, over 2,000 days in between their last pick. That's in the first round. That's kind of wild. Like, the fact that that is just an actual thing is crazy. All right, let's try and beat our chat rate record here. We got Rolly on the stream, which means the positive vibes are here.
I'm trying to bring the energy. I need the energy reciprocated from the people in the chat. Come on, spam those me's.
We're giving shout-outs to everybody who spams me, so get down there and spam it as fast as humanly possible. Hunter Man is in there. I see Swimmer of Age. I see Wesley typing me. Weston typing me. Y'all need to keep spamming it because I want to break the chat rate record from last year, which is over 1,000. I believe we can do it. Big Pop. We've got Lionheart, Paul, Saul, Hunter, Robert, Kaylee, Darth Vader, Robert, Lionheart, Kaylee, Moshi, Saul, Eric B., Scott, Marcus, Swimmer, Hunter, Big Polo, Lionheart, Kaylee, Paul, Nike, Marcus, Jay, Ralph, Kelly, Jay, Frank, 12 gauge. We got Destroying Dog. We got Mia, Kelly, Dallas, Kyle C., Frankum, Dallas Hoffman, Robert, Cowboys, Corey, Jay, Caden, Red Raider, Caden. We have Rams fan, your pick is about to be up, my guy.
Yeah, I'm surprised it hasn't been announced yet, but I'll tell you what, I'm looking at my guys in Dolphins today. We got Dolphin City. Hey, it's Lance. Ty, man, you're everywhere, as you always are. Fins fan, Ricky, Byron, Tanner, John Boggs, Joao. Keep on spamming those me's. Get the me's in the chat. Wherever you're watching from, wherever stream you're on, type the me's. Show me how amped you are, because we're trying to break records here in the 2024 NFL Draft as we wait for the pick to be in. And it looks like it is in. Jared Verse. Listen, we know ball for a reason, Jace. We called it. Jared Verse, the defensive lineman, the edge from Florida State, heading to the Rams. That is now all three top edges are off the board now, with Verse being the final one.
Very good pick here. I actually like this pick a lot, especially for a team that did just lose Aaron Donald. Verse is not going to be Aaron Donald by any stretch, but he's a plug-and-play guy. Pick 19, you're going to put him on the defensive line. He's going to create pressure, and he's going to be very good, especially for the height and weight he has. 6'3", 254, but the kid can move. Number 2 overall edge that we had, and somebody that I really think is going to prove that you can come in here and immediately succeed, especially being around the top 20 picks. Again, very, very good kind of blend of everything. I don't think he's like a specialist at one specific thing, but I do, however, believe he is like a jack of all trades. He has the size. He has the speed. Okay. He's got the speed, got the speed, got the size. And again, he can do a lot of different things he can do on the edge along with ball rushing. So Jared Verse, a very good pick there. And like Rolly said, we know ball. What can we say? All right.
We're going to sign off, Cowboys. Go ahead. We're going to go give it to Tom Downey, our guy. So go check it out over there.
Hello and welcome. We are still streaming live on Kansas City. We're still on Steelers, right? Or Steelers is off now?
Steelers is done.
Steelers is off now. Dolphin Commanders and Chiefs, welcome all in here to our live coverage of the 2024 NFL Draft. We do appreciate hanging out with us. Nick Roloff alongside Jace Andrews here, and we do appreciate hanging out with us. We're giving you breakdowns of every single pick from rounds 1 to round 7, from pick 1 to pick 252. We are now 19 picks in, with Jared Verse being the latest pick at number 19 to the Los Angeles Rams.
You want to know what's nuts here is Verse went 19 to the Rams. The top cornerbacks, all of them. whatever cornerback is your flavor, whether it be Terrion Arnold, Quinyon Mitchell, whoever is your top CB in this draft class, well, they're still there. No corners, no defensive backs off the board. It's a shocker to me, and if you're a team that need to replenish your cornerback room and you're picking late in this draft, could you be any more excited? I got my eyes on the Philadelphia Eagles here coming up in a couple selections as well. Pick 22 to be exact. Bradbury up in age. You have Darius Slay getting up there as well. I mean, they're going to be able to take one of the top corners with their pick at 22.
They may get Quinyon.
Unbelievable.
They might. Let's go to some super chats real quick here from Lionheart, a $2 super chat chain. Go Texans. Well, hey, Lionheart, we know you're not in the first round. We appreciate you hanging out with us. I know that obviously your first round pick was, in theory, Stephon Diggs, making all those big trades to get him. So we'll have your pick tomorrow, obviously, here on Chat Sports. You want to get on the show? You want to make us do some cool things? We got some deals for you today. 500 likes, a Bean Boozled. And Rolly, I don't know if you know the deal, but because you're new on this one, you're first. And as I look right now, we are less than 40 likes away from you doing a little bit of a Bean Boozled.
This feels like I was set up. I was framed.
You were. All right, $10. We'll talk about your team, and we will give you the latest on everything going on there. $20, you're going to get on a raffle to win some swag from your team, plus some little bit of a Chat Sports gear as well with some nice sunglasses, bottle openers, all that stuff. $50, we have the tortilla slaps. Rolly, you didn't agree to this one. Are you in on that?
Oh, they're killing me. They want me to be boozled, the tortilla slaps. What did I sign up for? Come on.
And then along with our highest super Venmo today for our MVP, you're going to get a rookie jersey. So whoever team you are a fan of, we'll get you the jersey of the rookie you drafted. Pretty good deal right there. So, again, $20 to get into that raffle. You're getting a draft swag pack. So pretty much a lot of stuff from your team. Going to get some gear from them along with Chat Sports stuff as well. A couple glasses.
Sounds pretty cool to me. I got my guy Chad Jones in Dolphins today. Oh. What's up, Chad? How are you doing? I also saw a $5 super chat. I don't know if I probably can't flash that, but, you know, I'll give him a shout out. Brian Acock. Oh, we can!
You can.
This is why Jack Lotteray's the man. Shout out to Brian Acock, $5 super chat. Hello from Badass to all Finn family. I can't believe YouTube let that slide through, but shout out to you, Brian Acock, and shout out to everybody watching on Dolphins today. As you know, if you watched yesterday's video, new host of the channel, so I'm glad to be here. Glad to be here on Main Chat Sports as well, hanging out with everyone as we do get into the 20s here as the Pittsburgh Steelers are on the clock. And that pick is allegedly in, which would put Miami Dolphins on the clock. Let's see who Chris Greer and Mike McDaniels take in 2024. I would be shocked if the Steelers don't go with Graham Barton.
Yeah, that would make sense.
I mean, there's been a lot of smoke between those two guys, but they could also use a corner, and with all the top corners still on the board for Pittsburgh, it makes a lot of sense for them to go that route as well.
Would it surprise you if they go with Brian Thomas Jr.?
I don't think it would. I mean, him and Pickens would be an interesting duo. I mean, it really would, because those two guys kind of both project as outside X-type wide receivers. But they're both dynamic with the ball in their hands, big play machines. And I would be comfortable moving George Pickens around in that offense. Brian Thomas is like 6'3", 6'4". He's a big guy. But all this talk is mute because the pick is in. And they're going to go with Troy Fautanu, the guard/tackle from Washington, someone that I wanted the Dolphins to take at 21. So that's a little
well, that's off the board.
That's a little bit of a snipe job from Omar Khan and the Pittsburgh Steelers. But I am stunned by Graham Barton not being the pick for them. But looks like they go that route.
Another offensive tackle off the board at pick number 20. Troy Fautanu, the Washington. He's the third Washington player selected, right? Not anybody else. Penix or Odunze?
Penix and Fautanu.
Yeah, third Washington. That might be the most.
Three
from one
school?
school?
Yeah, I think that is. We've only gotten
because there's only
one. Yeah,
two Georgia, tight end and Amarius Mims. Is there any other teams that have had more than three?
No, because you're right. The Georgia has two.
Georgia has two.
But I think that's it. It's a Washington with Fautanu now takes the lead with 3.
Bama's got 2.
Bama's got 2.
Yeah. Well, Troy Fautanu here, number 3 overall. And Downey, Tom, had him as the number 1 offensive guard, number 12 overall. Fautanu is honestly a really good price. I think the thing and the reason why he's probably not as high up as Joe Alt, JC Latham, Olu, he's 24. He's a little bit older than those guys. I think in my mind he's a little bit slower. And honestly, he's not the usual build of an offensive tackle. You can kind of see him there. He's not like the prototypical guy at the tackle slot. But the thing is, his arms are huge and they have great length as well. So he can get out there and protect his quarterback in any way possible. Now going to help protect in the new quarterback of Justin Fields. So Russell Wilson, yeah, that too. We'll see. I don't think Russell's that good, but oh well. I think he's a great pick, and he'll be protecting one of the two quarterbacks, whichever one wins.
Yeah, I mean, there was those little rumors that came out in the last week and a half or so that he has been medically flagged by NFL front offices on his knee, which is a main reason why he's potentially here at 20. A lot of people projected him to go inside the top 15 of this draft, but ultimately it looks like he fell with that knee injury, and Pittsburgh Steelers are never shy of making a bold move with George Pickens, Justin Fields now, and we'll see how Fautanu plays out in the Steel City, which puts Miami on the clock with pick 21. If you're a Dolphins fan, let me know who you want to draft down in the comment section. And if you're not a Dolphins fan, you can also let me know who's the best player left on the board. Pair of $20 super chats on Dolphins today from Chad Jones and Juggalotus. We'll get to those in just a minute. Don't you wait. But we're waiting for the pick to be in for Miami here at 21. Let me know who y'all want or who you think is the best player on the board. Okay. Yep.
Oh, okay.
Okay, sounds good. I see Xavier Worthy. I see Graham Barton, Kool-Aid McKinstry. McKinstry, excuse me. A lot of people saying trade back. Jackson Powers Johnson as well in the chat. Chop Robinson, Brian Thomas Jr. I tell you what, Jace, Xavier Worthy would be nuts.
If you pair Xavier Worthy with Tyreek, that gotta be wild.
I mean,
that gotta be wild.
You have Tyreek Hill, Jalen Waddle, and Xavier Worthy to be the quickest wide receiver room in the entire NFL, without a doubt. Now, if you're going for team needs, you're definitely going to probably look towards a Graham Barton type, or maybe a Jerzon Newton.
Tyler Guyton?
Guyton would be interesting. That Albert Breer says Tyler Guyton's in play for Miami, Philly, or Dallas. We'll see. The Oklahoma offensive lineman. I'll be very intrigued to see where Chris Grier goes. If I was making this pick, Dolphins fan, since we didn't really get a lot of time together for you guys to really get my full opinion, I would go Jerzon Newton or Graham Barton here, as they do need to replenish that right guard position after Robert Hunt left for that $100 million bag he got by the Carolina Panthers. I'd go Barton. That's who I mocked to the Dolphins in the first video yesterday. We'll see if I nailed it. I'll tell you, how about an introduction to a channel, by the way?
Yeah. Congratulations. It's draft week.
Yeah, first video I did was a final Dolphins mock draft yesterday. I mocked Graham Barton. Could I get a bangerang here one day later? That would be something. That would be something.
Just nail the pick day one. Watch this.
I mean, if you don't subscribe for that, I don't know what you could subscribe for. Yeah, Downey, go back to Cowboys. We got a new sheriff in town.
Let's run through the picks that we have already seen selected, as right now the Miami Dolphins are on the clock with pick number 21. So far, we've seen Williams, Daniels, and May, the top three quarterbacks. No surprise there, along with Marvin Harrison Jr. at number 4. Obviously following a script there, 1 through 4. Then we start to get some crazy things. Alt goes at 5, as the Chargers, who were in play with JC Latham for a while, liked him, decided to take the better offensive tackle available in Joe Alt. Malik Neighbors then goes to the Giants, so no JJ McCarthy there. And that forces the Titans to make a decision. Do they trade back? Do they stay put? They stay put, and they take JC Latham at number 7. And then the surprise of the draft thus far, Michael Penix Jr. to the Atlanta Falcons, a team that had just signed Kirk Cousins to $100 million guaranteed. Wild pick there.
I mean, I just don't understand. And Rossini tweeted out that Kirk Cousins was told quarterback could be in play in this draft. Just didn't expect it to happen in the first round. That is quite the move for Raheem Morris and the Falcons to do that.
Sounds good. That sounds good.
Okay.
I gotcha.
Sounds good.
Rome Odunze, pick number 9, and obvious pick there for the Bears. I think that was the smart choice. They had options to trade out, but if Rome's there, you take him. You pair him with Caleb Williams, DJ Moore, and Keenan Allen. Yeah, that offense is kind of scary, and a defense that was already pretty good last year. A team that finished off hot. I mean, it may be. Is it bad to say that the Bears may have a shot at the playoffs this year?
Well, they are going to make the playoffs if you ask me.
Oh, there you go.
Listen, rookie quarterbacks usually don't fare too well, but that roster is absolutely loaded. I believe they're also going to be in play to be second or first in that division. First might be aggressive because the Detroit Lions are pretty good, but the Packers could absolutely be overtaken by Chicago. Ryan Poles and Bears fans should be excited, but more NFC North news. JJ McCarthy slipping all the way down to 10. He is a Viking, which everyone projected, but it just didn't expect it to be at pick number 10.
Yeah, I expected a bigger trade-up, especially with the Vikings having picks 10 and 23. But that was not the only trade the Vikings made. We'll get to that in a second. Olu Fashanu to the Jets at round 1, pick 11. Jets pretty easy. They're just getting an extra pick for going one pick back, knowing that the Vikings were not going to take Olu Fashanu, so smart on them. And then Bo Nix goes to the the Broncos. What a quarterback room that is. Jarrett Stidham, Zach Wilson, and Bo Nix.
I mean, say nice things to Sam Brown here. Okay, he's mad, so I'm going to let it rip then. They are going to be picking in the top 3 next year. Yeah,
Top 3?
Top 3.
They may be number 1.
I mean, I was trying to be generous, but that roster already isn't that talented.
They might be
then
number
you
1.
throw in Bo Nix as QB1 or Zach Wilson or Jarrett Stidham, whatever you want to say. That is pretty ugly. That is pretty ugly.
Speaking of the AFC West, Brock Bowers goes at number 13. Oh, shoot.
Oh, let's see the arm, Jace. Oh, look at this.
There we go. Taliese Fuaga at round 1, pick number 14 to the New Orleans Saints. Laiatu Latu to the Indianapolis Colts, the edge from UCLA. Number 1 edge there, and the first defensive player at number 15.
I can't believe it took
That's
15
wild.
picks. Listen, that's a record.
But then we had 3 in a row.
We're also going to see a record for offensive players
Oh,
drafted
100%.
in round 1. It was previously 19. I made a bold prediction on Bears Now. That's where I was a little bit earlier, that we were going to have 25 players on the offensive side of the ball drafted in the first round. We're at 16 right now, according to Mr. Lotteray. I absolutely see 9 more going in the last 11 picks.
So they blew that out. They doubled it almost.
The Dolphins pick is in, and it's a little bit of a stunner if you ask me.
Yeah, we'll get to that in just a moment here. Dallas Turner, that's another trade up here for the Minnesota Vikings. They moved from 23 to 17, giving up a couple picks next year in round 3 and 4, along with a round 5 pick this year, I believe. Was around 6, whatever it was. Amarius Mims goes there at round 1, pick 18. Jared Verse, round 1, pick 19. And then Troy Fautanu at round 1, pick number 20 with the Pittsburgh Steelers. The third Washington player, and as of right now, Washington, the runner-ups for the national championship, ended up having the most picks or most players selected right now through the top 20 at 3 with Fautanu, Penix, which not what I expected, and then Rome Odunze. I want to know who had Michael Penix going before Rome Odunze.
Definitely wasn't on my bingo card. I also I was a bigger Penix fan than JJ McCarthy, and I might be taken off screen after saying that from Jack.
I agree. I think that's right.
But I was a big Penix guy. Don't quote that. But I do think that JJ McCarthy would have won higher. Evidently, I was wrong. But I mean, we've had quite the first round in the NFL draft. It's only going to continue to get more and more chaotic as we round out the final 11 selections in this draft.
All right, Rolly. Yep. You're up.
All right, just give me a timer. I'll lead off the video here.
It
Jace.
is. Yep.
The Dolphins stuck at pick number 21 and went defense. They drafted Chop Robinson, the edge out of Penn State, with the 21st overall selection in the NFL draft. A lot of offense early, so I thought maybe they were going to get a better defensive player than Robinson. I don't know if that's a little bit too harsh for me right off the bat, but a very talented player, but they evidently go with a high upside pick rather than the interior and offensive line help they needed. Shout out to Jace Andrews joining me here on Dolphins Today. I am Nick Roloff. Before we dive into this player more in depth throughout this video, help us get to 56,000 subscribers. We're near 150 away from reaching that milestone. The best NFL draft coverage around the Miami Dolphins right here on Dolphins Today. So hit that sub button. All right, the pick is in, and according to our draft expert, Tom Downey, he was the 4th-ranked edge in this class, and this top 3 group of Verse, Latu, and Turner were all off the board. Jerzon Newton was still there, the defensive tackle from Illinois, which was catching my eye a little bit more, but the 21-year-old out of Penn State, the reason why this is an intriguing pick is that he has a lot of upside. He's got good size. He's very, very athletic, but he's not very polished. And I would have thought they would have went with someone who could make more of an impact right now, as this Dolphins roster is in a win-now mode. Jace, I don't know your thoughts about that, but I'd be curious to hear.
So here's what I have to say about Chop, and I think this is the reason why they stuck with the gut at edge. You talk about Bradley Chubb and Jalen Phillips, both last year coming off season-ending injuries. I think there's a shot that we see Chop Robinson come in and immediately get playing time in the first couple of weeks. Now, that's where the questions come in, because if those first couple of weeks don't go well, and then Chubb comes back fully healthy, Phillips comes back fully healthy, does that immediately change the way you use him? Does he become a back burner? Does your first-round pick become a guy that you don't see for a 1 or 2 years? That's where the question comes in, but I think for now, it's not a bad idea. But I agree with what you're saying. I think there is somebody better that could have gotten at 21 and then gotten an edge that could potentially just be like a fill-in guy for those few games, maybe in the later rounds.
Well, edge was definitely a position of need. Bradley Chubb dealing with injuries. He's getting older in age. Jalen Phillips coming off the torn Achilles from a year ago. You don't know if he's going to be ready for week 1. He said he will be, but it's very unclear if that is actually going to be true or not. So I understand the position of need. But if you're asking me, Dolphins fans, on why I think this is a little bit of a mistake by Chris Grier, it's because I think you could have traded back and taken Chop Robinson closer to the 26-27 range. Now, it obviously takes 2 to tango, and there's got to be a team calling up to try to get this pick at number 21. But I just felt like there's a more impactful player and Jerzon Newton there that really would have made this roster pop a little bit more and fortified that defensive line. Like I said, I understand where Grier is coming from and why he wants to get insurance and another edge into that room alongside Chubb and Jalen Phillips. Grade the pick for me and get me your thoughts down below. Maybe you disagree. I think early grade, B-, C+. I'll have a full grades video later on the first round for Miami, but get your initial thoughts on the pick down below, A, B, C, D, or F. And while you do that, make sure you get started with the best ticketing app on the market, and that is Game Time. Spring is here, and if you want to go see a Marlins game, which power to you if you do, but you can go to the games at Lone Depot Park and get to watching with Game Time. You get to see your vantage point whenever you want. You see exactly where you're sitting, and they give you the best last-minute tickets. It could be a last-minute thing, whether it be a concert, comedy show. There's a lot going on in Miami, and if you are in that area and decide you want to go out and do something on a Friday night, the best place to do that on the last minute is Game Time, and they are offering you a perfect deal right now. $20 off when you go download Game Time, create an account, and use code CHATSPORTS. That's CHATSPORTS. When you download the app, get started with Game Time today. Last minute tickets, $20 off, lowest price. It is the best app on the market. And if you aren't sold just yet, I'll tell you one more thing. The all-in pricing that they have is phenomenal. You're not blindsided by any fees when you go to check out. You see how much the cost of the ticket actually is when you're scrolling, looking for your seat. All right, let's get back to Chop Robinson and what he can do for this Dolphins roster. We mentioned the safety net that Chris Grier and this front office know they needed to get for the Jalen Phillips injury. And to me, this might tell me more about Jalen Phillips' health long-term than anything, because there was other options out there. Sure, they could have went flashy with Xavier Worthy or Brian Thomas Jr. and created the best wide receiver trio in the NFL alongside Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle. But they elected to go with a guy that is in a more of a position of need. And then I hate to look in the free agency rumors already because it's the draft, but they've obviously been linked to Odell Beckham Jr. quite a bit in this offseason, and maybe they go that route to address the wide receiver 3 position. But Chop Robinson, someone who's very athletic, projects to be a high upside guy. If Chris Grier in this front office is right about him, this could be a home run pick, and I could look like a clown and be on freezing cold takes in a couple seasons, which I hope is the right case here, by the way. I just thought there was I hate to keep on going back to it. I just hate that they passed up on either Graham Barton or Jerzon Newton, because I thought they would be more impactful to this roster right away for the 2024 season. And obviously, when you look at Miami as we progress throughout this NFL draft process, they only had 6 overall picks, and 2 of them coming in the first 4 rounds. Yes, you heard that correctly. They have 1 5th-round pick, 2 6th-round picks, a 7th, and a 2nd to go alongside this first. So there isn't a ton of ammo inside the top 100 to really upgrade this roster after a, I'd say, disappointing 2023 NFL season because they got off to such a hot start. We're in the fight for the AFC East Division title. You lost it to the Bills late and then go into Kansas City and get blown out in the first round of the playoffs. I just felt like you needed to really nail this pick to keep on moving forward and progress, and I'm just not so sure they did it right now. Maybe I'm a little bit of a pessimist, and if you like to be an optimist, well, tough look for me, I guess. But when we move throughout this draft, what position should the Dolphins draft next? There's a big need. There, you can go wide receiver. You can go defensive tackle. Maybe Braden Fisk out of Florida State in the second round at pick 55 is someone that intrigues me. Jatavian Sanders out of Texas, the tight end, is also a good spot as well. So let me know what position the Dolphins should draft next. Get in the comment section and let me know.
There you go.
Final thoughts. I don't like the pick. I don't know if you could tell that.
Really? I couldn't tell.
I did my best to try to stay positive, but also not be overly positive. And Dolphins fans, like, I want to see what you guys are saying in the comment section right now, so I'm sorry going to do it. Chase says, ignoring O-line again, question mark. I think it's just a stunner. Like, I thought Graham Barton was a slam dunk pick for Miami because he is a good interior offensive lineman out of Duke. He could have played right guard very easily and just replaced Robert Hunt and been a day one starter. I thought that was very important for them to do. Obviously, I'm going to welcome in Chop Robinson and be someone who is going to be hopefully impactful for this Dolphins roster. As I'm going to keep on going back to say, I thought there was a better player out there for Miami, and evidently they don't take the guy that I would have liked them to do.
Sweet. All right. Eagles draft pick is in.
Time? Oh, I thought we were running on the way, and that's on me.
Quinyon Mitchell is a Philadelphia Eagle. The cornerback falls to 22, and in the hands of Howie Roseman and an Eagles team that could certainly use a cornerback. Quinyon, the top cornerback in this draft, goes to the team who probably needed the cornerback the most. 6 foot 185, the number 1 overall cornerback in this draft, and a guy who impressed at Toledo. Now he has to impress at the NFL level. Quinyon was by far, in my mind, the top cornerback in this draft. Obviously, you got names like Terrion Arnold, Nate Wiggins, Kool-Aid McKinstry, they're on there, but he is very, very speedy, and he was able to succeed in both man coverage and zone coverage. It wasn't just a one-way street. He did not play a lot in press. However, when the Senior Bowl did come around, he was able to be okay in that, and I think he'll be just fine, especially in the Philadelphia Eagles situation. The press probably won't be having to be used too much. I think the big thing with him, and Tom has this down there, he's a little stiff. I think getting off the ball can be tough sometimes for him. When that snaps, it's going to be a key thing for him to make sure that his first movement is the correct one, because if it's not, we've seen him get kind of lost a little bit in coverage. That being said, he is able to mostly hold those back, so we have seen that.
Yeah, Quinyon Mitchell, I think, is going to be very impactful for Eagles in a very big position of need. I think that something that is coming a little bit clear here is that we overvalued how this wide receiver draft class was perceived, and the media might have got it wrong, because I think if you would have told a lot of people that there was only 3 wide receivers off the board when we're here still picking at 23, I think people wouldn't believe you. And Brian Thomas Jr. is still there. Worthy's still there. Leggett, A.D. Mitchell. Some of these guys and there's a lot of teams in the back half of this first round, including with the Jacksonville Jaguars, who are currently picking on the clock at 23. This is someone who could use a wide receiver big time. So maybe we see another run at wide receiver here. But Mitchell, at least to the Eagles, is a good pick, and I do like that fit as they need a cornerback badly.
We are less than 50, or a little bit over, 51 subscribers away from 374,000 here on the Chat Sports main channel. So if you are not subscribed, hit that subscribe button right now. We need 51 more. And I hate to break it to you, Rolly. Not only are we 51 away from 374,000, we did hit 5,000 likes. So,
What do I got to do?
here's a couple of Bean Boozled.
This is horse shit. Sorry for cussing.
Sorry for cussing.
Oh. What's the red one? Anyone got it?
It should be over there. Tom took it.
Oh, God. Is there a garbage can around here? There is.
Yeah,
All
right
right.
there.
This is why you subscribe to the channel, folks.
Oh,
I don't even
great
know.
house.
I don't even know what the good part would it be. Would it be strawberry, cherry? I don't even like cherry. If it's cherry, I'm screwed on either way. All right, whatever. Pop it, baby. Oh, that's not good.
Can you?
I actually don't know what the taste is.
Do you have a guess of what it is? Because Sam's going to find out what it could be.
I have
Okay,
no
Sam,
clue what that
any
is.
guess? Because Sam's going to come back and tell us here.
I actually have no clue still.
Strawberry, pomegranate, or Old Bandit?
That might have been Old Bandage, honestly.
There you go.
I'll tell you what. If it was supposed to be pomegranate,
That's
that
a
is
bad
the
pomegranate.
worst tasting pomegranate item of all time.
There you go.
That is not pomegranate.
We are now 45 subscribers away from 374,000. So hit that subscribe button. Nearly 4,000 people watching. I know there are 45 of you that are not subscribed. What are you doing? I mean, you're putting out coverage all weekend long. We have draft analysis for every single pick. Come on, guys. Come on.
I'm sorry if you see my facial expression
Say,
go
what are you looking
weird.
at?
Joel Embiid's playing a mild case of Bell's palsy. Palsy?
What is that?
That's that explains the twitchiness in the eye. How is he playing through that? That's incredible.
Did they win?
I know
today?
this is the NFL. They did.
They did. Damn it.
Yeah, he
You're
went
joking.
nuts.
What the fudge?
Oh, I mean, if we believe Pretty Ricky, Brian Thomas Jr. could be the pick. It is Brian Thomas Jr. to Jacksonville at 23. But let's keep on getting those subscriber numbers up. I need to get to 374 ASAP. Hit the sub button.
Want to hit those supers real quick, Jack?
I still think that's Old Bandage, by the way. I've changed my tone. It's Old Bandage.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. Trey here on our main channel saying NFL might as well have had taken our first rounders to the draft. Yeah. I mean, we kind of Falcons there did not exactly go with the right pick in Michael Penix Jr. That was not exactly what we were expecting. I think all Falcons fans would have rather Dallas Turner. That's just my mind.
Yeah.
Chad Jones, Rolly.
Chad Jones. Who? Chad Jones. Who? Thank you, Lotta Ray. Someone knows it around here. Yeah, shout out to Chad Jones. Dolphins, what's up, Nick? Good to see you again. Old memories, Willie Lowe. Yeah, Chad, I mean, listen, we had a lot of fun. Me, you, and Will as a three-man trio back in the 2022 NFL season. Hopefully we create a lot of fun memories going forward, Chad. But I hit up Will the other day when it was official that I was taking over. He gave me his blessing. It was like a marriage almost. I had to get his approval. I got it, and hopefully, Chad. Yeah, I had to get the approval from the father, Chad. So we're going to have a lot of fun in the offseason, and when the season rolls around in September and preseason in August, well, you know it's going to get litty around here, Chad Jones. Juggalotus with a 20. Congrats, Rolly. Stopped in to honor your kid. Well done, Juggalotus. You are the man, someone who has always shown me a lot of love, whether it be on the Heat Report, whether it be on Bears Now, and obviously Dolphins Today. You're a real one, my man, and hopefully we can create some more laughs as well in the future. Dolphins fans, I know a lot of people are wondering about the pick. We'll have more in depth as we go out throughout this rest of this draft and in throughout the night. Chop Robinson, very interesting pick. Brian Thomas Jr., the most recent selection, though, in this draft. Jacksonville Jaguars move back from 17. They trade with the Minnesota Vikings, who went up and got Dallas Turner. And ultimately, I think the Jaguars came out like thieves here because they get a big-time replacement for Calvin Ridley, who left in the offseason to a division rival. Thomas Jr. was viewed as the wide receiver 4, pretty much, I would say unanimously. We got some Xavier Worthy buzz late, but I always had Thomas Jr. as that 4th guy. He's an incredible deep threat on the boundary. He's just an excellent X receiver. He can be a deep threat that you really have to tailor a defense to stop. He can blow by you. He can beat you in contested catch as well. He is really, really good. And as you see here, Downey's 24th overall prospect. He goes 23. So Shout out to Downey for nailing this puppy. But as you see, I mean, like, he was dominant at LSU as the wide receiver too, because the wide receiver 1, Malik Neighbors, went 6th overall. This is a great pick for Jacksonville to get Trevor Lawrence some more weapons after Ridley left.
Led the FBS in touchdowns at 17. And like you said, he is a big play merchant. Dude flies down the field. And of those 17 touchdowns, like 13 of them were deep balls, 40-plus yards, 25-plus yards. I mean, he was absolutely exceptional when it came to the deep ball. And guess what? They can do that with the Jacksonville Jaguars and Trevor Lawrence. And I think for Trevor Lawrence, it's got to be a bounce back here. I mean, you have Gabe Davis now. You have Brian Thomas Jr. Obviously, you lose Calvin Ridley, but still got a pretty good wide receiver core intact after losing him, and an offense that should be powered to go in a division that's going to be competitive. Brian Thomas Jr. will step right into the fire and be a day one guy for them right away. Let's go to Diana Rossini talking about the Texans, saying they don't have a first-round pick, although they have been working the phones tonight trying to get into the first round. So,
you know, this doesn't shock me with the cornerbacks falling. One of the biggest needs for this team is that corner spot. And our own Jeremy Chuggs, who hosts Texans Today, was talking about how they're going to find a stud. He particularly mentioned TJ Tampa for Iowa State at that corner spot. But I'm telling you what, if they could move back into this first round and grab a Terrion Arnold, that would be spectacular if you're asking me. And you could see quite the offseason for Nick Caserio and the Texans in this draft with a good free agency as well.
Today's show is sponsored by Mando. Now spring into the season with a deodorant that can handle the heat. Mando is clinically proven to work hard all day. Instead of covering up BO with heavy fragrances, Mando stops odor at the source, stopping the stink from happening in the first place. Created by a doctor, Mando whole body deodorant is powerful enough for the toughest body odor, but gentle enough to use everywhere, allowing you to put Mando in all those tough crevices and easy places that, you know, pretty nice to keep smelling nice. Mando's starter pack is perfect for new customers. It comes with a solid stick deodorant, cream tube deodorant, 2 free products of your choice like mini body wash and deodorant wipes, and free shipping. And luckily, I have a discount code to help you get hooked on my favorite smelling whole body deodorant on the market. New customers get $5 off a starter pack with our exclusive code that equates to over 40% of your starter pack. Use code CHAT to shopmando.com. Once again, chat for shopmando.com. I'm telling you, we got it all right here. It's the easiest thing to apply. They've got creams, and they've got great smelling ways. No artificial, all that. Heck, bourbon leather right here for the body wash. Pretty nice one right there. Smells amazing. And again, you can get that starter pack literally $5 off, 40% off basically your starter pack by using code CHAT. By going to shopmando.com. We have that link in the chat, as you can see right now. Click there, use code CHAT. I promise you will not be disappointed. Okay, Rolly.
I tell you what,
Cowboys.
I'm glad you got some Mando because now it doesn't smell as bad in here. That's all I'm going to say.
Oh, okay.
Sorry to throw the man under the bus.
I
but
see.
I just had to do it.
Listen, the hot lights are here. Draft night.
Yeah. Good thing we're both rocking it, so we got a nice little smelling studio here. Shout out Brian Aycock in the Dolphins chat, $20 super chat. We'll get that on screen pretty quickly. Shout out to you, man. You're bringing the juice today. But yeah, Brian. Listen, I still got to get acclimated. Jack's saying when Brian's here, he brings the juice. I got to get acclimated to the Dolphins today crew. Badass Brian's his nickname. I mean, I'm still getting acclimated to the Dolphins Today chat, and the people I'm looking forward to getting to know are you guys more. I know Chad Jones is from 2 years ago. Shout out to Brian, though. Finn, you're a Dolphins and Penn State fan, and you're still not sure if Chop was the pick. All right, then I feel very vindicated.
Oh, boy.
I feel very vindicated on hating the pick then, because if you like both programs over there and decide not to like the pick, then we're good there. But get in the comment section and shout out your favorite team. This is more tailored to the Chat Sports main chat. But comment your favorite team down below. Give it 30 seconds, and then we'll point down to the chat. The first team we'll see, we'll talk about them, what they did in today's draft, what they can do if they haven't made a selection yet or didn't have a first-round pick. So get the comment section flowing with your number 1 squad, and then if we pick you, we'll talk about you.
How about we play the game? I'll count to 10,
and
the first one you see.
Okay, I don't hate that.
All right. All right, so give me a second. Keep spamming those down in the comment section. I'll go down from 5 here, okay? So spam it right now, all your favorite teams. Once I see it starting to get rolling, we're going to pick a team. We're going to talk about them, and may the odds be in your favor because Rolly's the one who's picking it right now. So, all right, in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Rolly, who do you see?
I see Ghostface asking for the Cleveland Browns. Matthew Peterson getting in the action over here. Browns is an intriguing one, and it really is the first one that I saw is because, well, they don't actually pick today. And they do only have 5 total picks in this entire draft, with 2 of them being in the top 100. Third straight year without a first-round pick. Obviously, they swung big for Deshaun Watson a couple off seasons ago, and they're still kind of being held back by that, at least in the draft roots labor portion of it. So, listen, they have a lot of needs. You could go to the defensive line. You can go to the linebacker crew. You can find a wide receiver as well to be paired up with Elijah Moore, Amari Cooper. It's going to be intriguing to see what Andrew Berry does. He is not afraid to make a splash. We do know that for sure. Could they trade up into the first round? Maybe. Could we go see them go after and just stay put? Who knows? What do you think, Jace?
Giving Jerry Jeudy that contract, I think they'll just stay put for now. They'll have their pick later on here. 3rd year in a row, though, not having a first-round pick is kind of wild. Obviously, the big swinging thing, and it's something. But that's interesting.
You see teams do this all the time. I guess it's a new age thing. The Browns doing it. The Rams haven't picked since 2016. That changed today with their selection of Jared Verse. And oh boy. Wow, we have a trade here. Oh, look at this. The Detroit Lions are moving up, and the Cowboys, as they always like to do, they trade back. The Lions get the 24th overall pick, and it is going to be Terrion Arnold, the corner from Alabama. Many thought he was potentially the number 1 corner in this class. He ultimately falls all the way down to 24, where the Lions scoop up and pick him. That's a good addition for Detroit, man. They had a great draft last year, and it looks like they're going to have another good one this year. If you would have told Lions fans they walked away with this first round and it's Terrion Arnold, they probably would have thought you were smoking some crack.
Yeah, now this is a very solid pick for a secondary that could use some help. Terrion Arnold is what the doctor ordered perfectly. Just under 6 foot, 189, the number 2 cornerback behind Quinyon Mitchell, and a guy who fits the bill perfectly for what the Lions want to do. So this fits perfectly for them. Obviously, he is the number 2 cornerback, and his impressive ability to do a bunch of different things in that position is what makes him a perfect fit for the Detroit Lions. I think, honestly, this makes the Lions the clear favorite, although there is very much a competition going to be in the NFC North division. The Lions saw the Vikings making moves. The Lions saw the Bears making moves, and they said, well, shoot, I know we won it last year, but we got to do it again here. And they do it by going Terrion Arnold and trying to make sure they do it. So a little trade-up action here. Now, the full details of the trade are officially in, so we can bring those through to you as the Lions did move up to 24, giving away their 29th overall pick and their 3rd round pick. So the Cowboys still in the first round. Now they're 5 picks away at 29. Cowboys also getting the number 73 overall pick in the 3rd round. I like the trade.
Yeah, I'll be intrigued to see what Dallas ends up doing with that 29th pick. There's a lot of rumors around them looking for an interior offensive lineman. Graham Barton and Jackson Powers-Johnson both on the board still. And if they feel comfortable that one of those 2 guys is going to be there when they pick at 29 now, it wouldn't shock me that that's the route they go. And if they're able to pick up an extra 3rd-round pick and still get one of their guys they were targeting in that interior offensive line group, well, then that would be pretty terrific. If you're asking me, Cowboys masterclass, some are saying. Just some. Not everyone, just some.
All right, Rolly. Well, why don't you take over from here on out? I got to go head out. Chiefs fans, if you're watching, we're about to be live fully on Chiefs. We'll talk fully into that. But for now, take it over, Rolly.
All right, appreciate Jace. As the Lions also got a 2025 7th. Ah, yes, the 2025 7th that really needed to get this deal done. Do you guys really think, this is what I'm saying. Like, you really think when they're talking about the negotiations of this deal, Detroit's like, listen, we're not making this deal unless we get that 2025 7th. Simply not doing it. We will not make the deal unless we get the 2025 7. Jack said for that reason I'm out. I'll tell you what, I'll leave this stream right now and we will be hostless for however long if we don't get to 374,000 subscribers right now. 5 away from the big milestone here at Chat Sports. I appreciate all the real ones who have joined the channel already throughout the live stream, but we just need 5 more people to hit that magical red button to get over the hump here. So help us out. We are the best place on the market. We're going to be live for every pick in the NFL draft. Day 2, day 3. Oh, look at this. The real ones came through. Shout out to all of you guys. We also put 2 videos out on a daily basis. NBA, NFL, don't matter. Join the channel and continue to subscribe. All right, we'll be joined shortly, I think, by someone else. I don't know. Maybe it's just Rolly solo for the rest of the way. I'm taking it. Get past me to rock and get out the way. Either way, Matthew Peterson is going to join us here in just a second. We'll recap the picks. Caleb Williams, Daniels, and Drake Maye go 1, 2, and 3. It was kind of the most expected outcome in the NFL draft when people were coming in. Marvin Harrison Jr. going 4 as nobody elected to trade up to try to draft JJ McCarthy because, well, he fell to 10, which we'll get to in just a second. Chargers go Joe Alt at 5. Malik Neighbors at pick 6 with New York. JC Latham going to the Titans with pick number 7. And the stunner of the draft thus far, Michael Penix Jr., the lefty from Washington, going to Atlanta. Yeah, if you're wondering, didn't they sign Kirk Cousins to a 4-year deal? Yeah, that would be correct. I guess it doesn't matter for Troy Fautanu over the ATL. Rome Odunze going to the Bears at 9, and then JJ's slide officially ends with Minnesota at pick 10. They moved up from 11 to 10 just to ensure their guy. Olu Fashanu goes to the Jets at pick number 11. Bo Nix, I don't know what the Broncos are doing, but they're doing something over there in Denver. At least they have a good basketball team. Bo Nix at 12. Brock Bowers at 13. He's the pick for the Raiders. They got a nice 1-2 punch with him and Michael Mayer. Fuaga, Oregon State, going to the Saints at 14. Latu at 15 for the Colts, the first defensive player taken after 14 offensive guys started this draft. Byron Murphy, the Texas defensive tackle, went to the Seahawks. Dallas Turner, the some thought first guy going off the board defensively, goes 17th. Vikings trade up to get their guy, probably replacing Danielle Hunter. Amarius Mims going to the Bengals. He'll start? I don't know, honestly. Trent Brown's there. You still got Orlando Brown as well. Who knows what the Bengals are up to over in Cincy. Jared Verse, 19th to the Rams. First time they picked since 2016. They get their guy on the defensive side of the ball. Troy Fautanu out of Washington, slid because of a little bit of a knee injury, but he goes 20th to the Steelers. And then the last 4 selections. Chop Robinson, a little bit of a shocker as well, going to the Dolphins at 21. Quinyon Mitchell, the first cornerback off the board, out of Toledo, heading to the Eagles. Brian Thomas Jr., which arguably might be the best pick in this draft if you're just talking in terms of value and fit, if you're asking me, going to the Jags at 23. Terrion Arnold, the corner from Alabama, who many thought could be in the top 15 of this draft, going to Detroit at 24. And then the most recent pick in the draft, Jordan Morgan, an offensive lineman from Arizona, heading over to Green Bay. I'm a little bit shocked at the slippage that we're seeing from Graham Barton, but Morgan, someone who can play inside, someone that can play outside. He's got the size to do both. And the Packers, who are probably looking for a Bakhtiari, or I just botched that name, Bakhtiari, whatever. Bakhtiari, nailed it, close enough. Looking for a replacement for him. Jordan Morgan could slide in to be that guy. Listen, the Packers front office rarely makes mistakes, so I'm going to be inclined to say this is a good selection. And listen, you see it from there. Downey's number 2 offensive guard, 39th overall, but can play offensive tackle if need be. He's a good pass protector. It'll be interesting to see. He had a lot of zone reps at Arizona. Thought a good fit for him would have been San Francisco because they have that zone scheme where they like to run with McCaffrey and get Brock Purdy and play action on the move, but evidently doesn't fall to pick 31. He's going to go to Green Bay, where I thought the Packers were really going to go with a Cooper DeJean or a corner because they need some secondary help, but evidently they go offensive line to try to find their next left tackle, and that is Jordan Morgan. We're seeing a slippage on A.D. Mitchell, Xavier Worthy, the 2 Texas wide receivers. There's only 6 picks to go in the first round. We'll see where they end up going to, but Jordan Morgan is the pick for Green Bay. And we'll see how that turns out for all of them. All right. Continue to hit that thumbs up button. Continue to comment what your thoughts down below. What are your thoughts on this pick? Give me your thoughts in the comment section on Chat Sports between this Packers pick. I think it's a good one. I think, listen, it's hard for me to ever look at a Packers pick and say that's not going to work out. The one that was always the stunner was Jordan Love, and here we are 4 or 5 years later, and he looks like a good pick if you're asking me. So, listen, can't really knock anything Green Bay is doing. But Jordan Morgan, the offensive lineman from Arizona, number 2 ranked guard according to our Chat Sports draft expert of Tom Downey, going to the Green Bay Packers. Grade it for me down in the comment section. Seeing Go Pack Go from Montreal. Kool-Aid McKinstry is still on the board too. I mean, corners just sliding unbelievably. Thought that could have been a pick for them. Someone says Xavier Worthy of the Chiefs. That feels like a cheat code. That feels like this is scripted, and the Chiefs are going 3-peat. That feels cheating. But the Bucs are on the clock now. Be intrigued to see where they go. Johnny Newton, the D-tackle from Illinois, is still there. There's still a lot of good offensive linemen as well. Wide receivers still on the board. Continue to let me know what your thoughts on this Jordan Morgan pick is. And we're going to welcome in the man, the myth, the legend, the man who runs Chat Sports, Matthew Peterson. Welcome aboard the NFL Draft Polo and all. You think this guy doesn't live for this day? Are you shitting me? Welcome in.
What a spark of energy, Rolly. I don't know if I can match that level at all, but yeah, I did find a really cool NFL draft polo online like 2 weeks ago, but it's been a whirlwind of a first round. A lot of offense, and I think that's just a reflection of 2 things. One, the way this draft was built, it was always going to have better offensive players than defensive players. And then 2, just the direction teams want to go right now. They want to score points, and offense is going to do that better than any defensive player you could get. So a lot of exciting picks so far. We're going to run through some of the picks recently made, along with Jordan Morgan, who's going to do his best to probably start off on the interior offensive line, then get kicked out to left tackle to replace David Bakhtiari in a season or 2. But I know Green Bay likes their currently penciled in left tackle, who they got in day 3 of the draft last year. But Rolly, and your initial thoughts? I mean, as I kind of join the loop here on the 2024 NFL Draft, we knew it would be exciting. Didn't think it would be so much offensive-minded.
Yeah, so I'll say this. I expect a lot of offense. And by the way, get the comment section with your least favorite team. My least favorite team, in case you're wondering, Buffalo Bills. F the Bills. They're picking a couple picks. I hate them.
Who do you want them to take then?
I don't want them to take Xavier Worthy or A.D. Mitchell.
That's what they're getting. I have bad news. They're getting one of those two guys.
They're getting one of those 2 guys.
Yeah, in my mock draft, I had them getting Xavier Worthy, which, by the way, it's kind of like brackets. No one gives a shit about my bracket or my fantasy team. But if you did, I have correctly mocked 11 players to the correct team.
11?
Yes.
That is.
Now,
Hey,
not
Brett,
all of
you
them,
hearing this? Get Downey out of here.
Not all of them were in the same exact spot because of trades and whatnot.
You just mocked player to team?
Well, I had, for example, Brian Thomas to the Jags,
Okay.
but I had that at 17. And then they
I think
traded
that's
back.
fair. No,
that's what I'm saying.
That's a win.
I had the Vikings getting JJ McCarthy, but not the exact trade-up package.
Yeah.
But I've correctly put 11 guys to the correct team.
I think I'm at 7. I'm
a little proud of myself.
7's a good number.
I did not get this one correct, but I did get the right position here. As the Bucs went offensive line, they went with center Graham Barton, which, by the way, in my mock draft, I had them going with a different center, Jackson Powers Johnson. So half credit, a little quarter credit.
You knew the
I'll
position.
take half
you knew
credit.
the position of need. I'm gonna
Got
count.
the possession.
You know
got the position right.
that is a toilet bowl bucket in the NBA.
Like I had, for example, Lions going cornerback, just didn't have him getting Arnold because I thought he'd be gone by then.
I mean,
but
most people
Graham
do that.
Barton, some people think he's like the best center in this draft. He's got a lot of versatility and experience to his game. He's played all over the offensive line, but I had the Bucs going center in my mock because their center, Ryan Jensen, retired. To me, it just seemed like too much of a no-brainer to go give Baker Mayfield a brand new starting center. So I think he'll slot in and be their immediate starter on the offensive line. It's a safe pick for the Bucs. It's not the sexy one, but they've made a lot of really safe picks the last few years in the draft, and they've actually turned out pretty well. Like Vita Vea isn't a butts and seats kind of pick, but he's got a big ass, and he's definitely done a lot of great things for the Tampa Bay. Bonk. Bonk.
Bonk.
But the Cardinals, next up on the clock here.
This feels like a BPA pick, which, I
Yeah,
mean, you can't
perfectly
be mad
fine.
at it. Like, they needed to ensure that interior offensive line. Like, he's listed as a center, but I think he was more well-suited to be a guard in this draft. Like, he can really do either. He's very versatile. I think that was the number one thing that Tom Downey told me, Harrison Graham told me when we were talking about prospects is people legitimately see Barton as someone who can play all 5 spots on the offensive line.
I agree.
He could come in and play left guard, right guard, center. He can wait a couple years and transition to tackle. Like, this is just a guy that will be good and can play a lot of different ways. And listen, I got to be honest, I'm a versatility type of guy. If you can do a lot of different things and do it well, I'm going to be very fond of you. So I was a big fan of Barton coming into this process, which is why if you're watching on Dolphins today, I was hoping Barton was going to be the pick for Miami at 21, but evidently they didn't go with my guy.
Not to be a rain cloud for Dolphins fans. Don't like the Chop Robinson pick at all.
I mean,
And that's because I don't like Robinson as a prospect.
can we be honest here? Like, that was the worst pick of the first round.
Yeah.
Well, second.
We'll talk about the first in just a
Yeah.
moment. We are going to say goodbye to all of our Chiefs viewers here. We're having a simulcast, so we're going to sign off on our Chiefs report in just a few seconds here. But appreciate you guys hanging out with us here at NFL Daily.
Welcome into the Chiefs Report here. We are live for the 2024 NFL Draft. Hope you enjoyed our main show coverage, but now it's time for the real show. The back-to-back Super Bowl champions are about to be picking here at number 32. Currently, the Buccaneers are on the clock at pick number 26, but now we're off main, and we get to talk strictly about the Kansas City Chiefs. And boy, oh boy, have I loved the way this draft has gone thus far, but these next 5 to 6 picks will truly determine how this actually pans out for the Kansas City Chiefs. Guys that are still available that are on my board. A.D. Mitchell, huge one. You have Kingsley Suamataia, the offensive tackle, but honestly, Kool-Aid McKinstry is still there. Nate Wiggins is still there. I would not mind going out and getting a cornerback. Lots of good options, but man, oh man, if A.D. falls to 32, you have to take him. You have to. Let's talk about the latest picks here as we're going to go through everything, starting from number 1 overall being Caleb Williams. No surprise there, Jaden Daniels at number 2, Drake Maye at number 3, and then Marvin Harrison Jr. at number 4, all following the script through that point. 5 through 8 is where things started to, let's say, take a turn to the left. Joe Alt goes a little earlier than expected at number 5 to the Los Angeles Chargers. He'll be protecting Justin Herbert. Then Malik Neighbors goes to the New York Giants. They pass on JJ McCarthy. Right choice for them, although I don't think Daniel Jones is in. And then the Titans face the decision, do they trade back because they were linked to Alt? No, they stay put. They get JC Latham at number 7, the offensive tackle from Bama. And then the surprise pick of the draft, Michael Penix Jr. at number 8 to the Falcons, who just signed Kirk Cousins to a freaking $100 million guaranteed deal. So that's pretty crazy if you ask me. And then 9, 10, 11, and 12, Rome Odunze, JJ McCarthy, Olu Fashanu, and Bo Nix. Oh, the Broncos are going to be the worst team in the NFL next year, and it's not going to be close. And it's going to be fun because the Chiefs get to play them twice and smack them. So that's going to be absolutely freaking fun. Staying in the AFC West, honestly, I know it sucks because they are the Raiders. I do like the pick of Brock Bowers for them at number 13. I think that is a very good selection. And, hey, it just makes him the second best tight end in the AFC West because he's always going to be behind Travis Kelce. So there you go for that. Taliese Fuaga, the offensive tackle from Oregon State, the Hawaiian native at round 1, pick 14. Laiatu Latu, the edge rusher from UCLA, goes to the Indianapolis Colts. Was surprised they didn't go cornerback there. And then Byron Murphy, Texas player, defensive tackle, off the board at round 1, pick 16. Then the Vikings, after trading up to go get JJ McCarthy, trade up again and get Dallas Turner at round 1, pick number 17. Amarius Mims goes to the Cincinnati Bengals. Jared Verse, an edge rusher, going to the Los Angeles Rams. And the first time they've had a first-round pick since 2016. Wild. Troy Fautanu, the round 1, number 20, offensive guard, Washington. By the way, Washington, 3 players selected as of right now. I believe that's still the most. No, it's tied with Alabama now because Alabama now has 3. Because Terrion Arnold went 24 to the Detroit Lions. Brian Thomas Jr., round 1, number 23, to the Jaguars. Quinyon Mitchell at round 1, number 22, goes to the Philadelphia Eagles. And then Chop Robinson, a little bit of a reach there at round 1, pick number 21, and interesting selection for the Miami Dolphins. All right, well, that would be quite interesting. Who should the Chiefs draft at number 32 as we bring on the man, the myth, the legend? Hey, Coop, how about
Yes,
we
sir.
get a little Texas wide receiver action?
Give me Xavier Worthy, baby. Are you kidding me? Xavier Worthy in the Chiefs offense?
A.D. Mitchell? Either?
I like AD as well, but I think Worthy in this offense, he might be the best receiver in the NFL.
That's fair. They love
Give me
speed.
Rashee Rice and Xavier Worthy along with Kelsey. This offense just won the back-to-back Super Bowl. Are you going for a three-peat? Go get Worthy, baby.
Rashee Rice might be a problem. But we'll talk about that. we'll see how many games he actually ends up playing this year. But yeah, I think Worthy would be awesome. I think AD would be awesome. I just want a wide receiver. I don't want them to take a Kingsley Suamataia. I would literally cry. They have Wanya Morris. That was a third-round pick.
They showed it in the 2023 season. Receiver is their clear biggest need.
Correct.
So go get the best receiver on the board. That's my opinion.
Let's see what the Tampa Bay Buccaneers are doing here at number 26. There it
Graham
goes.
Barton.
So, Cowboys trading back. Do not take
Cowboys
Graham
trade
Barton.
back. Tyler Guyton.
Guess that's the only option, the Oklahoma guy.
Yeah, pretty much. Or trade back again.
Also, by the way, I don't know how true this is, but I do see a report the Bills are trading back.
Interesting.
I don't know with who, but Jonathan Jones has a tweet. The Bills are trading back.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, Buffalo Bills trading back is what we're hearing right now.
We'll
so.
keep you guys up to date on all
Is
that.
that with the Chiefs?
For sure.
Who do y'all want? I see a couple Xavier Worthies in there. Rashee Rice joining NASCAR. Yeah, he was trying to get to Texas Motor Speedway. That's all he was trying to do. That's all he was going. PL Burgeon goes, I'd go wide receiver and go AD Mitchell instead of Worthy or Kool-Aid. I like Kool-Aid, though.
Kool-Aid's a good pick.
And Kool-Aid's great.
Darius Robinson, by the way, Ed
Is that
from
picked?
Mizzou.
Is that confirmed?
Yes.
Oh, there you go.
He's going
Darius
27.
Robinson, number 27, to the Arizona Cardinals. I forget how behind the TV can be. Just
Yeah,
'cause, they get 'em
They're all
quick,
tweeting it out.
Correct.
It's ridiculous.
These are starting to become quicker and quicker. You're starting to get a notice of what's going to happen tomorrow, where the picks are starting to flow in like water in a waterfall. So there's that. Bills don't want to trade with us, says Juice Tan. That's my thought too. But hey,
Probably
you never
don't.
know. You never know. Do the Chiefs have inside information about Rice's suspension? They did say today they suspect he will not play for a portion of the 2024 season. However, they do not know how big of a portion.
If I had to guess,
I would say half the season at least.
you think 8?
I would say 8.
I could see 8 and they appeal it, get it down to 6.
Correct. I'm thinking an appeal, you get
Yeah.
it down to 7 or 6, but I think it starts with 8.
I could see that.
Just because you have 8 counts. I mean, think about Charles Omenihu last year. He had 6.
He got 6 games?
He got 6. So I'm like, okay, I don't know if this is worse or better than his situation.
Yeah, absolutely.
So it's kind of hard to compare stuff like that. So I don't really know what to go
Chiefs
with that.
pick coming up in about 4 picks.
Darius Robinson there to the Arizona Cardinals. So starting to see a little bit more of the defensive players. Lots of offense. First 14 picks were
Yeah,
for offense.
the first defensive player was Laiatu Latu, right?
Can you guess what before this year? What was the record for the longest time without a defensive player taken? Sam told me this on the mainstream, and
Was it 10?
no, it wasn't. It was actually a little bit earlier than that.
8?
8.
Really?
8 was the longest it had gone without a defensive player
By the
taken
way-
until this year.
We're on a Chiefs stream, so can we all just make fun of the Denver Broncos for how
Yeah.
fucking dumb they are?
Yeah. The Broncos are the stupidest team in the NFL. Let's trade for Zach Wilson and then draft Bo Nix.
Zach Wilson's a bad quarterback. Bo Nix legit
He
might
may
be
be worse.
Yeah,
He may be worse.
it's embarrassing.
It's just I don't get it.
Chiefs are going to run the AFC West again. Like you said, I hate to admit it, but I do think the pick of Brock Bowers
I think it's good.
It's a good
I think
pick.
it's good. It stinks because I don't think their offense is going to be good enough to make it matter, but I do think that it is going to be something that could make them the number 2 team again.
Could be.
But we'll have to see. Here's what the Chiefs are looking for. Obviously, number 32 overall. The Bills, by the way, Schultz saying the trade is not done just yet, though.
Okay.
They are in talks to move out, but they don't know if the trade is up just yet. Number 32 overall at this current time. 7 total picks, 3 in the top 100. Looking back on the first team for a three-peat since 1955, 1967. However, they'd be the first team in Super Bowl history to three-peat. Because that was
Yes,
the
that was
Packers.
before the Super Bowl era.
Correct.
First Super Bowl was 67, I believe.
Yeah, they won the.
That was Super Bowl 1.
They won the last two NFL championships
Yes.
in the first Super Bowl. So that was the last three-peat.
Dominic Barcosa said, did Ladd McConkey get drafted? Not yet.
No, they did
Ladd
not.
McConkey's on the board.
Ladd McConkey is there. Mini Ninja saying, Worthy. The Denver Donkeys. Denver's just like, the Broncos are so stupid.
They're so, yeah, it's actually unbelievable how dumb they are as a franchise.
First of all, Bo Nix was not a top 15 quarterback, much less top 12. Second of all,
Well, he was the sixth best quarterback in the draft, but that doesn't mean you take him
Correct.
at number 12 overall.
he's the sixth best quarterback. The only problem is there's probably about 18 other players I'd take before him.
Exactly.
Even if I needed a quarterback, I still think I would take 18 other players before
I'm not
him.
taking Bo Nix day one,
Yeah,
period.
that's just... Listen, maybe it works out. It probably doesn't. Jonathan Jones just... Patrick
It's the
Mahomes.
Chiefs!
Oh
Chiefs
my
are on
gosh.
the clock!
The Chiefs traded up to 28.
Chiefs are on the clock!
They traded up to 28. Holy crap.
Let's
oh
see
my
what
gosh.
we're doing here.
It's got to be Xavier
What
Worthy.
are, what are the
It's
Kansas
Xavier
City Chiefs
80.
doing?
I swear if they get a Kingsley Suamataia, I'm going to blow up. Kansas City is on the clock. Holy cow. The Chiefs have traded up with the Buffalo Bills. Oh my gosh. And guess what? Patrick Mahomes deleted a tweet. And Jonathan Jones said wide receiver incoming. And I don't know who it is, but it said wide receiver. Holy cow. Who is it?
Give me
Number
Worthy.
32 goes to number 28. They're now on the clock as they have traded with the Buffalo Bills. The Bills didn't want it. The pick is in. When will we get it? I'll announce it as soon as I find it. Who do you want in the chat? A.D. Mitchell, Xavier Worthy. Who do you want? Which Texas wide receiver are you taking?
Oh my goodness, it's the Chiefs.
I don't want to say it just yet. I want one more report. I think I have it. I want one more report. The Chiefs trade details. 28, 133, 248 going to the Bills.
Let's go!
The Chiefs take Xavier Worthy.
Let's go,
with the
baby.
number 28 overall pick. Oh my gosh. They go Xavier Worthy, and now you have a speed demon on the field. Holy cow. Okay, the Bills traded the Chiefs 28, 133, and 248 for 32, 95, and 221. And the Kansas City Chiefs have selected Xavier Worthy to the Kansas City Chiefs. Oh my gosh.
Holy shit.
Also, by the way, Kirk Cousins is frustrated with the pick, apparently, of Michael Penix.
You think?
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Let's go. Spam yes in the chat. Holy crap.
Okay.
I like this a lot. I like Xavier Worthy. Xavier Worthy is a Kansas City Chief to
Wow.
get Xavier Worthy at number 28. I thought a trade up would happen, and here it is. Man. Xavier Worthy and Patrick Mahomes. Three-peat incoming. Three-peat incoming. Oh my gosh. That's crazy. Ethan Hart. Sorry, man. No cussing. Sorry for cussing.
Sorry for cussing. That's on me.
Oh, man.
Okay, I need to get one thing over,
You're
and then
good.
we will do the cut.
Yeah, we're going to get this already. How do y'all feel about the pick? So another Marquise Brown on the other side. Correct. I do agree with that. It is Marquise Brown 2.0, but I was expecting Kingsley Suamataia today, and they got a wide receiver, so I am happy. I am happy with that. That's my thought. I think they probably could have. So they don't have their third round pick anymore for that, so they'll only have one pick tomorrow. So that's interesting. Whew. Yeah. All right. Grade this pick of Xavier Worthy at number 28. What are y'all thinking? Alvia saying yes, they hit the door now. They hit the jackpot. Kansas City Chiefs hit the jackpot before the point. 50.5, 50%, 2 months, whole week at your home. I like it. Solid A, B from David Stocking. Leo Davila saying A+, Ethan Hart saying B, John Peterson saying C, Billy Bragg saying C-, Terry Johnson saying C. Very split here. Either you like them or you hate, or you're not with it. You're not with it. You think it's just a Xavier, another Marquise Brown. What a freaking thing. Ethan Hart says the NFL is shaking right now. Oh, they are shaking. They are shaking. Talk to me nice. I'm fine with the pick. He's going to be the next Hill. Oh, yes. 5 stars. 5 stars from Elvia. Lots of drops, and Coop, you can attest to this. Xavier Worthy was a little bit accustomed to the drops as well.
He had a huge drop problem his first 2 years.
10 drops 2 years ago. 5 this year, though.
He was better this year.
The list 4 was having trouble in the studio, just saying that. Yeah.
We just
should have stayed at 32. I kind of agree, Corvus. I will say that. I think that they probably could have just stayed at number 32. So, I don't know, man. Well, we'll see what it is. But, again, I'm going to be happy because I was expecting Kingsley Suamataia. I did not want Kingsley Suamataia. You get a wide receiver. Get a wide receiver. You trade up. All right, well, let's get into the freaking cut here. Man, be a quick live stream. All right, number 28 is the Chiefs, and they get Xavier Worthy. Let's talk about it. Breaking news, the Kansas City Chiefs have traded up from pick 32 to pick 28 to get Xavier Worthy, the Texas wide receiver with the fastest ever 40-yard dash time at the NFL Combine. Let's talk about it here on the Chiefs Report. I'm your host, Jace Andrews, and I'll start with saying this right off the bat. Am I happy with this pick? Yes, and here is the main reason why. I was expecting the Chiefs to select Kingsley Suamataia, Jordan Morgan, or some offensive tackle at pick number 32. Instead, they get a wide receiver at pick number 28, which, to be fair, they possibly could have gotten back in the potential number 32 overall. Let's look at the trade details before we talk about Xavier Worthy to see how you feel about this trade. So, first of all, it's 7th round and a 1st round pick swap, basically. You're going up a couple spots in the 1st round there from number 32 to number 28. The Bills getting number 32. You then go back from the 3rd round to an extra 4th round pick at number 133. So no more 3rd round pick for the Chiefs. They only have 1 tomorrow on day 2 with rounds 2 and 3. And then the 7th round, you move back a little bit going from number 221. That was the Titans pick, by the way, going to number 248 in the 7th round. So you were at 252. Now you move to 248 after a couple different trades. And you're only losing a 3rd round pick, but you get a 4th round pick getting Xavier Worthy. I'll take that every single day. Now, Xavier, obviously the fastest guy ever in the 2024 NFL Combine, and the fastest guy ever at the Combine with a 40-yard dash time of 4.21. And his speed is not just running speed. It's not just Combine speed. It's in-game speed. This guy is a speedster, and we've talked a lot about his teammate A.D. Mitchell, but it is ultimately Xavier Worthy who ends up with the Kansas City Chiefs. He is very good at bursting from the line of scrimmage, but here's the thing that we have to come and really digress with. He is not the strongest guy, and he is a little bit thinner when it comes to 50-50 catches. However, if you've watched the Chiefs for a long time, if you've been with them, you know that's not something they're really that worried about. They expect them to get space, and when you have a quarterback like Patrick Mahomes, you don't need that much space to get a ball thrown to you. You just need a little bit because Patrick Mahomes is going to drop it right in the bucket, and you're going to have somebody right there for them to have. So the number 7 overall wide receiver we had, number 32 overall, again, could they have gotten him number 32 is the question we're probably all going to ask for a bit. But let's grade this pick and decide how we feel about Xavier Worthy going to the Kansas City Chiefs. A, being a great pick. B, being above average. C, average. D, below average. F, you don't like this at all. You think it's stupid. They should have just stayed at 32 and taken somebody else. Let me know down in the comment section grading the pick of Xavier Worthy, trading up to number 28 with the Buffalo Bills. I truly do like this pick, and I know that that is something that will probably be heavily debated on if you could have gotten him at pick number 32. But he has his ability to not only be a speedster and run the length of the field, but also being able to make sure that in close yardage situations, close to the end zone, he can get open. He is very good to kind of get those agility skills and make people move out of the way. And Xavier Worthy is perfect with Patrick Mahomes. Now you know what's perfect with buying tickets? Game Time. Game Time is your one-stop shop for all your ticketing needs, whether it's sports, music, comedy, theater. They got you covered with last-minute tickets and deals unlike any other. Plus, their app is super user-friendly. You can see all your tickets all in one place. And the best part about this, guess what? It's super easy to use. And you get $20 off your first purchase by using code CHATSPORTS at the redeem code section. Promise you, you will not be disappointed with Game Time. You can see the view from your seat before you buy, so you know exactly what to expect when you arrive. They're all-in prices, show your total up front, so you know you're getting a great deal before you check out. Game Time has deals on tickets right up to the start of the event, and even an hour after it starts, it's the place to find last-minute seats. Take the guesswork out of buying tickets with Game Time. Download the Game Time app, create an account, and use code CHATSPORTS for $20 off your first purchase. Terms apply. Again, create an account and redeem code CHATSPORTS. ChatSports for $20 off. Download Game Time today. Last-minute tickets, lowest price guaranteed. Let's talk about Mr. Xavier Worthy and what we saw here from the Athletic's Dane Brugler, saying, quote, Worthy doesn't have ideal size, toughness, or play strength, but his dynamic speed and playmaking instincts make him a threat as both a wide receiver and return man. He doesn't have the body of work of Deshaun Jackson, but he teases similar flashes. Grade, second or third round pick, number 50 overall, end quote. I agree with them. I think that overall, Worthy is probably somebody who you could potentially have gotten at 32, and that's where the question comes in of, will they actually benefit from this trade? What will the Bills do at 32? Do they take a wide receiver? I think that could honestly get you an answer, because if the Bills take a wide receiver, maybe they were going to get Xavier Worthy, and the Chiefs decided, no, we're going to go get them instead. So it's something to look at, and I wonder if the return man is something they are looking at. You have Kadarius Toney next year. You have Luis Reese-Zammit. Is that somebody you want to have with your team? I mean, Xavier Worthy is somebody who had more yards than A.D. Mitchell last year. We showed him a lot and talked about those two wide receivers as ones that could be with the Kansas City Chiefs. Now, you get Xavier, 75 receptions, over 1,000 yards and 5 touchdowns, and a dynamic playmaker all over the field, including what was maybe the most memorable touchdown of the regular season in college football last year on his absolute bomb of a catch against Alabama early on in the season. He's something that I think is going to fit well with Patrick Mahomes. I know that that's something that maybe you don't exactly want to look at because you want to get the best guy available, but he makes space. And when you have a quarterback like Patrick Mahomes who can fit balls into wherever they need to be fit, then guess what? You are able to make sure that whoever you get, as long as he has speed, you can be able to use him properly. And once again, I continuously say this, guess what? Chiefs value speed, and they did it again this year. They value speed too much in some ways, but Brett Veach, I know. John Ross, Justin Ross. It's also Tyreek Hill, though. Has a potential, not saying it will be, but maybe they do that with him and make Xavier Worthy the next Tyreek Hill. Obviously, they did trade away their third-round pick, but they still do have a second-round pick tomorrow, so we will be updating you on everything that happens with that, and when they have a pick, we will have a video out for you, so make sure you are subscribed right here on the Chiefs Report, because tomorrow, when they make a pick at number 64, we're going to have you covered, or if another trade happens, we will also have you covered, so hit that subscribe button, youtube.com/ChiefsTV. Xavier Worthy, man, oh man, he is the Kansas City Chief. Let me know how you feel about this, because I know there is a lot of different things that people are feeling right now. Obviously, could you have gotten him at 32 is a big question you'll ask. Was it worth it to trade up? Here's the thing that I want you to consider, though. This isn't giving up that much. The only thing that you really gave up was your third-round pick, and you got a fourth-round pick into it. Now, here's what you do. You take an offensive tackle tomorrow in round 2, and then when you get to round 4, you have 2 picks then. You've got a pick in round 5, and then a couple of round 7 picks as well, a couple there. So you're going to have a lot of day 3 picks to kind of fill out your roster. And I continuously say this, the Chiefs have small needs. Guess what? You get your wide receiver here, you get your offensive tackle tomorrow, you're kind of in a really, really good spot. The only thing that I will say as a knack to this thing, cornerbacks, we're in a really great spot. Kool-Aid McKinstry was available. Nate Wiggins was available. I almost wonder if you just wait to 32 and see who's available. If Xavier Worthy's there, great, take him. If he's not, cool. Kool-Aid may be there. AD may be there. I think that's the question that you do have to kind of do a little bit of searching for us. Was it worth it? But still, when you have so less of needs, it's all right to do something like that. Speaking of the next pick for the Kansas City Chiefs, who should that be? Should it be an offensive tackle? Is there somebody you want? Is there a running back in mind? Is there a cornerback? Well, then let me know down in the comment section and help me out, because I'm kind of a bit confused to see who they pick there as well. Make sure you hit that subscribe button, guys. I cannot appreciate you enough. A trade up. It's what we all wanted, and I hope Xavier Worthy is the perfect pick for the Kansas City Chiefs, and they will go forward and be conquerors in the 2024 season. And it's time to play the villain, because guess what? Patrick Mahomes now has a speedy wide receiver once again. The NFL, buckle up. You're in for a lot of trouble. We appreciate you watching here on the Chiefs Report. I am your host, Jay Sanders, and once again, we will say you peace out here, Chase King. Man, Xavier Worthy, bro, that's gonna be lit.
You made a good point where he kind of is very similar to Hollywood.
Yes,
but you're losing Rashee Rice and you don't know how long.
That's exactly why. So originally, when Rashee Rice had that thing come out, I thought Ladd McConkey was a lock, because Ladd is similar to Rashee.
That's fair.
Ladd is very similar to Rashee. However, I think it's Brett Veach, and I hate to put this, he's horny for speed. This guy loves speed. Like John Ross, Justin Ross were signed because of speed. Cornell Powell was signed because of speed. Tyreek Hill was signed because of speed. Rashee Rice, in some ways, was signed because of speed. Kadarius Toney was speed. The only guy that really was his guy that wasn't speed was Sky Moore. I mean, look how that worked out.
Yeah.
Not great. Because, I mean, everybody else, he signed Hollywood Brown, speed. Yeah, I guess that's probably one, but remember, MVS was a deep ball
Bro, that girl's... You saw that too? Yo, if you're watching the draft right now, please tell me you just saw that.
I had a wardrobe malfunction there.
That was wild.
I think I just saw that.
Oh my god.
I just looked up and thought, that can't be right.
Tony Fuentes gives the pick an A. David Fitzgerald says D. David Stocking, C+.
You don't trade for a
Pretty
player.
mixed bag.
You don't trade for a player people aren't itching for a D trade. I know, and I think that's why I understand people being upset, because, like, was it really worth it? I don't think so. I just don't think the trade was worth it. I like the pick. I don't like the trade. You could have gotten him there.
Go vote in the new live poll if you're watching right now. Grade the Xavier Worthy pick. A, B, C, D, or F. I'm curious to see what you guys think. Pretty mixed reaction so far.
A still leading at 42% currently, but hit those vote buttons. Lennon, what's up, my man? Xavier Worthy's a Chief. Oh, man. Yeah,
That's actually sick.
Nate Wiggins, by the way, the Clemson cornerback, goes to the
Ravens,
yeah. Oh, my gosh. They're going to show it again. Oh, they took it off.
No, that she's right there. That's crazy. I can't believe what I'm seeing on the NFL draft right now. It is after dark.
What the fudge? I mean, they're at home. You can't tell them, don't go there.
No, of course not.
I don't know. What's up, Caleb? I'm a huge fan. What's up, man? Appreciate you. Ethan, sorry, I didn't see your question, man. What's your
Ethan says,
question?
why not AD?
Why not AD? Oh, why not AD? Oh, duh. Yeah, I agree. Listen, if I had to pick, I'd take AD. But the reason for the excitement is I was fully expecting an offensive tackle, and I was going to be miserable. I was going to hate the Chiefs. I was going to hate Brett Veach, and it was just going to be stupid. But because this may have been a strategy by Brett Veach, let's act like we're going to take an offensive tackle and then take Xavier Worthy just to make people happy. Because like if I didn't get an alert this morning that said offensive tackle is where the Chiefs are leaning, then I would have been probably pissed right now. I'd been like, why'd you not get AD? But because I thought it was going to be an offensive tackle, I'm
You're
okay.
like kind of happier.
Yeah, I'm like, okay. Well,
I feel that.
It's kind of like you get sad to get happy in a way. So like I don't really know what to say, but that I do agree. I do agree. Joe Man saying Donovan will re-sign tomorrow. That would be interesting.
Donovan Smith?
Yeah, that's what potentially. Because again, I think tomorrow's pick will tell you a lot. If they're confident in re-signing Donovan Smith, it'll be a cornerback.
I could see that.
If they're not,
look,
it'll
there's
be an
still
offensive tackle.
there's still some starting caliber offensive linemen out there.
Well, here's my thought. If you're talking to Donovan right now, granted he's not the best, you get him to maybe bring down his price a little bit.
Sure.
You re-sign him. What's to say you make a big trade tomorrow to move up in the second round?
Why
and
not?
Go get say Kool-Aid falls to the mid-second round? I doubt that happens, but if he does, I mean, there's still a bunch of good cornerbacks. I know, but Mitchell or Coleman from Jit Mango. I understand. I don't like Keon Coleman, though. Keon Coleman was a first-round grade, and then he really fell back.
Yes, absolutely.
He really fell back. I mean, he may be there at 64 tomorrow. I don't know. So, Billy Bragg said, I saw the Tatas out.
Dude, I'm telling you, I looked at the screen, I was,
Yeah.
whoa.
That's something else.
That was wild.
Anyway.
Well, the defending champs get better once again.
Yeah, what a surprise. 3 feet incoming.
The 49ers pick is in, and then we are in the final pick of day one.
Well, I do have to push that video out, so we should probably get off here.
That's fine with me, yeah.
Yeah. All right, guys, I'm going to push that video out, and to do so, we do have to unfortunately go off. But
All right, fellas.
looks like I will say this last one, Cooper DeJean to the Niners.
Cooper Jean.
Cooper
Okay.
DeJean to the Niners. So
That's a Niner guy.
there's 131, and then we will see pick 32 here in a little bit. But I'm going to go push that video, so I got to get that going. We do
Later,
appreciate you.
Chiefs Kingdom.
Shout out, Coop. I'll see y'all tomorrow for pick number 60.